darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
Double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Gak boleh mau terjadi. Kalah dengan sangat cepat diselesaikan kali ini minionnya. Tapi Catherine Flanker gagal dan lawan. Wah, ini Samdati. Superawan Supriyadi hampir saja bisa melakukan endgame. Minionnya tidak ada. Untuk mereka, baik tadi dilakukan one shot juga seorang Fabian, tapi Spear of Alpha-nya mentok. Dan bahkan mereka mencoba untuk melakukan team fight dengan adanya orang yang tersisa. Tinggalkan Fabian menjadi korban luka. Bersama dengan ada sosok seorang Nino yang terperangkap di depan sana. Tapi nampaknya YesGL tutup ke arah Aidan lihat. Iron Decade double kill. What the cut yang dilakukan oleh sosok seorang Iron Sigi berhasil melakukan 4 point kill.
Minggu kelima telah berakhir untuk leg pertama Itu adalah tanda bahwa semua tim harus bersiap untuk memasuki leg yang kedua. Perjalanan tidak berakhir, perjalanan akan semakin memanas karena kita tahu yang paling utama bukan menjadi yang pertama, namun menjadi wajah bagi Indonesia untuk mewakili Indonesia di ajang M6 World Championships. Season 14 menjadi ajang pembuktian bagi tim Indonesia. Karena kita tahu, kita pernah berada di atas. Kita runtuh ke bawah. Namun, kita harus benar-benar tahu, ini adalah perjalanan bagi seluruh tim Indonesia untuk masuk ke babak M6. Dan tim-tim pun akan semakin keras untuk berjuang. Mereka akan semakin bersemangat untuk mengharumkan nama Indonesia. Dan mereka pun akan saling membalas karena untuk menunjukkan kelas mereka di ujung perjalanan yang kita ketahui akan ada tim yang membuktikan mereka pantas dan membawa nama Indonesia kembali ke atas. Inilah M6 Journey of MPL Indonesia.
Serahkan kita yang kian bergemuruh di panggung besar setelah melihat para pahlawan kita disebut sebagai pemenang. Kilau piala yang menyilaukan membuktikan bahwa kita yang terkuat. Namun, waktu berjalan dan keadaan berubah. Mereka yang di luar sana mulai bangkit.
A game to make history. Once again, the Filipino dynasty goes on.
Dan membuat kita menjauh dari kejayaan. Teriakan yang bergemuruh mulai terdengar samar. Dan kita pun mulai dilupakan. Kita di sini bukan untuk mengenang, tapi untuk membuktikan bahwa kita bisa kembali bangkit. Kemenangan sejati tidak hanya tentang masa lalu, tapi tentang keberanian untuk melewati batas. Tentang bangkit dari keterpurukan. Tentang menghasilkan regenerasi yang lebih kuat. Kita akan terus maju, meski dunia melupakan kita. Dengan bersama, kita saling membahu untuk kembali berada di puncak dunia. We own this.
Dan tentunya di dalam M6 Journey, dukungan akan menjadi kekuatan tambahan dari awal lalu ke leg kedua. Bahkan hingga nanti di panggung dunia, super fans akan setia mengawal, memberikan support moral agar tim-tim Indonesia kembali bisa bersaing di landscape global. Kita tidak menyangkal, kita memang pernah gagal. Namun, bagi kita super fans, menyerah bukan pilihan. Gagal justru membuat dukungan kita semakin lantang. Memberikan kita waktu untuk memberikan kritikan lebih kencang. Agar pada akhirnya, tim-tim Indonesia bisa kembali berjuang. Dan sekali lagi Piala Dunia M-Series bisa kita bawa pulang. Mulai dari sekarang, dari leg kedua, kita akan melihat tim akan semakin berkembang. Pemain-pemain yang bertransformasi menjadi bintang. Dan lahirnya para penantang untuk sekali lagi membawa nama Indonesia menjadi terpandang. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14, we own this!
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of the rebirth of MPL ID. And hopefully we will be able to make a mark at M6 later on. Welcome back to the English broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, to week number 5, day number 3, the last day of this week. With us again, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And we do have 3 matches ahead of us. And this makes it official. We have officially launched into leg number 2.
Yep, leg number 2 after a stellar leg number 1. Very entertaining matches, amazing matchups. We're going to get to see it all over again to determine who gets to the playoffs, who gets to the upper brackets, and who unfortunately will be left down there not to join us in the playoffs. It's still a fight, even though Rebellion and EVOs are on a shaky road. We saw this last season, the same exact road that EVOs could try to replicate.
I mean, it's always possible, right? Until it's over. The same thing in the Ladder Dawn. We've seen games go so one-sidedly, and yet somehow teams can find a way to come back. They can do the same in the standings too.
And it starts today, as we're looking at today's schedule too. Alter Ego versus Rebellion in match number 1, followed in by the match of the day. We have Geek Fam going head-to-head against Fnatic, Onyx, Dewa, and Team Liquid ID will close out this week. And of course, the match of the day, 2 representatives that were able to represent us back at M5?
Yeah, M5.
Yeah, let's hope that they still have what it takes to maybe perhaps still represent us in our next international.
Oh man, you know, for Geek Fam, it's a bit sad because we don't see Marky, we don't see Niall anymore. Those 2 were a part of the roster that actually made it to the M5 World Championship. Now though, we have Vincent in the jungle for Geek Fam. A new XP too. No Luke, it's Gobs and also Veldora that has just been swapping here and there. But for Fnatic Onyx, the only real change we see is technically only in the XP. No more boots. Super sad. But still, Rez and Lutpi, they're pretty promising.
And on that note, right, a lot of the teams today are going to be fighting to stay in the green zone, especially for Alter Ego and Rebellion, who will be our first match of the day. Will they be able to get that point, and will they be able to find and slowly claw their way into that 6th position?
I mean, looking at the stats, Alter Ego is definitely the favorite, but we've seen upsets happen already. They can happen once more. And aside from that, Geek Fam and, you know, for Geek Fam, I think like now, after such a stellar performance, beating out one of the 2 actually of the stronger teams in the league right now, Fnatic, Onyx, and Bigatron, they're finding themselves with a bit of a slump actually, right? Losing out in the past couple of matches, but they're going to try and pull forward ahead right here in leg 2. And this is the leg where a lot of teams have been just being very outspoken about the fact that we lost in leg number 1, cool, but watch out for leg number 2.
Yeah, I think we've heard that a lot, especially yesterday in the interviews. Like, it's no more joking around. We're going to take this seriously. And you know, hopefully the things that they learned from leg number 1 can cross over, because again, I think one of our main highlights of the day today is the fact that Alter Ego need to reset. And the big question is, how far do they go for this reset? Because apparently the alternative is Alter Ego X back in MDL. They've been finding a lot of success. The first team to be able to secure that playoff spot. Arashi, do you think that this might be the moment or a solution that Alter Ego can consider?
If it is, it's a drastic one for sure. We have seen almost total roster revamps mid-season. It's not impossible to expect this coming in from Alter Ego, especially with a great performance here from their quote-unquote alternative. But at the same time, you know, it's a whole different league, right? The MPL is a different situation. Of course, there is Saliboy, there was still Taz in that roster, so there is still potential. But for now, you have to really think, is it actually that drastic of a measure required, or can they really try and make this roster work? For the most part, they really haven't been finding a lot of success, but especially in some key roles, right? We saw great moments coming in from Owen, great moments coming in from Niall in certain situations, in certain matchups. Is there a way to maybe pick and choose and find a combination that can finally allow some of these players to shine even more than before?
The big problem for Alter Ego has got to be, in my opinion, not just the drafts, because yeah, obviously we can nitpick here and there about the drafts, what they can change about the drafts, but even when they do get the good drafts in, it just seems like Alter Ego, their main problem is up against the top 4 teams, they just get outclassed completely. But against the bottom teams, for some reason, they are really, really good, right? So it comes down to, I would say, their macro understanding. They're mechanically sound. Alter Ego. We know these players to be amazing mechanically. Highs, Niall, even Nino in the XP, despite a lot of criticisms towards Nino, he's still up there when it comes to mechanics. We haven't been seeing it, you know? Maybe if you give him Benedetta, if you give him Yu Zhang and Ruby, maybe he'll be able to perform, but yeah, it's for the most part, unfortunately, just Nile. We've actually started calling them, a lot of fans have started calling them Nile Esports because when he gets the Lancelot, the Fanny, the Ling, he's able to carry the game. When he doesn't, it gets real tough for Alter Ego.
Okay, so let's compare that to their enemy jungler at this point, right? So we're expecting Ryota to be playing for Rebellion later on. Now, what can we expect from this matchup?
Oh man, I think Ryota, he has great mechanics as well, and he's shown that if he has the right picks and he's in the right game with the right composition, or rather against the right composition with targets available for him to target, he can be a very effective diver in the backline. But you can say the same thing about Nile, and you can say that Nile actually has a bit more experience, a bit better decision making as well. So in this sense, Ryota is actually going up against a better version of himself, and technically a more flexible version of himself as well, with more experience. So he's definitely up against the odds. But again, with the right composition, right? Maybe the draft is where Rebellion can really try and outsmart Alter Ego and get a bit more of an advantage for this jungle matchup in particular.
Now, what about Aether, right? We talked about Ryota versus Nile, but what about the jungler alternative that Rebellion has, right? They technically do have Aether in the mids. What do you feel about Aether?
I mean, again.
Should I ask?
Unfortunately,
is that a bad question, guys?
I've been saying this from week one. I personally prefer Ryota over Aether. Aether has been he's been inactive as well. For a lot of these players that step up to MPL, except for Chidera. We don't count Chidera. Chidera is an anomaly. No, but yeah, a lot of the players that actually make it to the MPL, they either were active in MPL, moving to a different team, or at least they were in MDL. And Aether was not actually competing professionally last season. And I think the last 2 seasons, he actually dropped a bit. He went to become a content creator for a bit, and now he's back. So that's why it was strange to see him in the Rebellion roster. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just really impressed Rebellion, the Rebellion scouting and coaching staff. But unfortunately, after watching the game against Alter Ego, yeah, there's a bit of a disconnect from Aether and the rest of the team. I think Ryota fits the team better.
Well, with time, maybe that can be alleviated.
Hope so.
But, you know, it all depends, right? And to be fair, Alter Ego, like you mentioned, Mirko, when they're winning, when they have the dominance, they have those mechanics to really make these flashy plays and take full control of the game. But when the game gets slow, when the game gets methodical, that is where they kind of fall short when it comes to the right decisions, the right movement around the map. So if Rebellion really feels like they want to bring Aether in, they know that for the most part, there's a bit of a bit of rust on his skills and performance, and his synergy as well. Then maybe, again, the macro is where they can try and outsmart Alter Ego. For the most part, Alter Ego, though, has been improving in that macro department as well. So it is still not really the goal for, I don't know, the clear solution to that problem either.
Okay. You know, I had a little bit of a sneak peek into everyone's predictions, and it was very mixed. So we had a little bit of a discussion about what Alter Ego can improve on. But if we're shifting our focus back onto Rebellion, what's the main thing that we need to be looking out for?
For Rebellion, for the longest time, it's a very aggressive playmaking roamer. It was already CS, and with X-Win coming in as well, there are ways for them to really get the fight started, but I feel like synergy is something they have to work on as well. When they're synergized, when they go for the same person, when they're on the same page, you're seeing, you know, glimpses of potential there for Rebellion. But for the most part, unfortunately, we've seen disconnects coming in from different roles in the team. So I think they have to start there first, because again, with the right draft, with the right mechanics available, if you're not on the same page, you know, it kind of gets put to waste.
Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I feel like also when we talk about this matchup, you can see the list of experiences. Aether is much more experienced compared to Ryota, right? I mean, he was 3rd place in PL President just in 2022 as well. Season 9 champions with MPL Indonesia, Season 9's RRQ Hoshi back when you were a dominant force. But those stats are kind of misleading, especially for the championship title, because unfortunately for Aether, when he did win with RRQ Hoshi, he only played 1, or actually 2 matches, and both those matches ended up with a loss. The main lineup was 100% win rate, and the losses came through a different lineup. Yeah, so looking at this performance, I think Aether can still shine. Don't get me wrong here. He's still a talented player with a lot of potential, but the inactivity of him, you saw the stats earlier. 2 years he's been inactive. That's why it's difficult for Aether to clop with the others right now. Maybe they've done some research. I don't even know who's going to be playing. Luckily for Aether, his strengths are hero pool. Definitely wider compared to Ryota, who's only been playing Benedetta or Hayabusa. That has been a big problem with the team as well, especially I think when it comes to the drafts. For Far and Vivi, they are capped by Ryota. So maybe if they want to try to outdraft Alter Ego, they might need to utilize Aether.
Okay. That makes sense.
I think so. But again, it depends on what kind of play do they want, though. You have to wonder, right? With Aether coming in, is there a specific like pocket pick that they can really use? Because even if there is a great hero pool advantage here, when with Aether coming back in, if that is actually going to happen, doesn't really change the fact that overall, you know, you're going to be putting him up against Nile, right? Is it going to be an assassin-assassin matchup? Is it going to be a utility jungle kind of approach? Because we've seen teams go for it.
We have, so let's take a look at who they're going to be bringing up. And there you go, it's Aether in the jungler, no Ryota, alongside with Carsuelo, X-Win, as well as King Matt. So let's welcome them onto the stage.
You thought the only king in Rebellion was King MATT. Turns out they're gonna try and deploy another king, an X-King. Now back to Rebellion to try to take over the throne. But first, they must make it out of the red zone. The Blue Bulls charge on stage. It's Rebellion Esports.
Let's see what they have in store for us today, ladies and gentlemen. It's always an interesting entrance when it's Rebellion. Nothing?
Not this time.
What?
It's the serious version, man.
Okay, maybe that's it.
They're not playing games.
They're not playing games anymore. They don't want to do their interesting entrances. They mean business today. And on the flip side, their opponents, the official team lineup now for Alter Ego. We have Nino, Nile, Roundel, Owen, as well as Highs.
This aggressive roster that has so much more potential. Again, with the aggressive nature, they're gonna go in storming to the Land of Dawn.
Who needs patience? When you have this lineup, just go in. Aggressive team fight. Rely on those mechanics. Welcome the three faces of Alter Ego.
Struggling this season over and over, trials and tribulations. But this team led in by Nile here, looking to find a moment for themselves, looking to make a moment for themselves. Let's see if the start is here and right now.
Can they win up against Rebellion? Can they really prove their dominance and pull forward into the safe zone? Alter Ego, man, using now as a tip of the spear that has been their main weapon, but is that their only weapon? Can they find alternatives? That is the main question that the Alter Ego fans have been asking, and that decision somewhat gets affected by these people. Ushered onto the stage by our Marshal, Dainang. Let's welcome to the stage Coach Aldo, Coach Rect, as well as Far and Vivi.
I wonder what's been going on, like behind the scenes, right? Especially for Alter Ego, with Rect stepping into the coaching position. Have any of the players mentioned Rect in their interviews?
Yeah, in the interviews they actually have. They said that Rect has been bringing a good impact to the team. What's cool about this matchup is what made Rect get back into the pro scene was actually Rebellion. I remember he was watch partying one of the Rebellion games. Rebellion underperformed, and he said, this team's macro is bad. You hire me, and I'll make that macro good. I'll get you guys to the playoffs. So maybe it's time to prove his point up against Rebellion, right? They were able to get a 2-1 in the first leg. Second leg with a win again. Maybe Rebellion do need to hire him. Pretty poetic. Yeah, the team head-to-head, though, is going to be, I guess, it's going to be a real possibility here. If you look at the KDA percentage, right? Man, Alter Ego, they have a lot higher of a KDA. And sometimes people say that's one of their weaknesses, right? They chase the KDA instead of chasing the objectives and the advantages in the game. That's something that they can kind of play around with right here. Looking at the home team selection here for Alter Ego, they're going to go with the... man, look at their first pick rate, man. It's 50%. Kind of weird to see the percentages because sometimes it's on the 50% mark, 60% mark, but it's still quite significant.
55% in, and they are going to be having first pick, so maybe that's the advantage that they need in this first game, that momentum to be able to win that first game, to carry it over to win this best-of-3 series. And for Rebellion, they have the second pick this time around, and looks like that win rate is at 25%. But looking at it, right? I mean, if you compare it to their own blue side, 27%, it's only a 2% difference, so maybe they can still find the success on the red side as well.
Exactly, it's a bit of a silver lining, right? Whichever pick they go for, it's a similar percentage, so maybe they can go into this with a more flexible mindset. They're not really tunneled in on getting that first pick or second pick. They just know they gotta make the best out of the situation, because that is what they have been doing, right? They have more experience being the underdog. Let's put it that way against Alter Ego.
They need to have the right perspective here, right? The glass, is it half empty or is it half full? They need to see it half full because this could be an advantage for them. 27.27% versus 25%. They're as good on both sides.
Yeah. You know, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching at home, Mirko is a half-empty type of guy.
No, it's an empty. No half.
It's not even a half.
Glass
It's
is just empty.
full
He's an empty dude. It's an empty
so
glass.
what about you, Arashi? Are you a half full or
He doesn't
half
even see the glass.
empty? Okay.
I'm just measuring the amount of water, man. The glass doesn't matter, bro. I care about the milliliters. I have to see the stats, and honestly, right now, it favors Alter Ego, right?
Yeah.
I think that's where I stand on this.
That's why I don't like Arashi. He doesn't look at the glass. He looks at the mug. He has his own thing. He has his own measurements.
Oh.
That's beyond science.
There you
All
go.
right. Well, drafting phase though for the first game right here between Rebellion and Alter Ego, where we were highlighting so many possibilities, but it is presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A55 5G. Already a lot more default power bands, no real target bands just yet.
This is something interesting though. For yesterday at least, right? For week number 5, a Zask and a Jushin banned out together. That's a lot of respect onto the mid lane here from the side of Alter Ego. They're gonna close for Rebellion with the Hayabusa, the Fanny, and the Chip being banned out. And the Phobius does get picked up for Alter Ego. Still flex, but we mostly know who it should be going towards. But Edith is their next option too.
Edith, very flexible, a good choice against a diving hero like the Phobius. But this Phobius, man, it's been just an absolute nightmare to deal with, especially with the current meta, with a lot of clashes, with a lot of emphasis on spammable crowd control to just catch your mechanically sound opponents off guard. That Phobius will be an issue, and because of that, Rebellion, there's a potential for them to go with a fighter in the jungle right here, exposing the alpha, but that's immediately responded to with that Ling pick.
Oh, man. We're talking about how maybe you don't want to be given Niall these picks, and maybe also the Vexana. I was thinking for sure if it isn't the Ling pick, it should have been the Vexana. Vexana is one of the best heroes actually up against the Phobius. When you jump in, you get CC, Terrified, Eternal Guard, and just locked down before you can even utilize that second Infernal Pursuit. Or even in the Vengeance, you're stuck there for such a long time to a point where the Vengeance duration is done. The fact that Alter Ego have picked up the Phobius, taken a counter, and have gotten a Ling, this is dangerous. Rebellion went for the Alpha pick early, and now I wonder what they're going to close the drafts with. Are they going to go for the gold lane and try to shut highs down? Because with the Alpha, they can technically still go for a Harith here, right? They can utilize that physical damage in at the jungle and then go for a Harith. And then they can ban a Lunas in the second phase.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. The fans on both sides are going wild. They're going crazy. They're showing their support. They understand the risk, the limits of this particular series. And they're showing as much support as they can. But the Roger is going to be the choice now for Rebellion as we enter the second phase of the drafts. What can we be expecting to be banned out here?
Well, first of all, you gotta address that Rebellion doesn't really have a lot of flex potential if you look at it. The Edith technically can still be moved around, but knowing that they have a Roger strong pick right here, they're gonna be trying to maybe mitigate some of those strong gold laners, try and make sure that Highs won't be able to actually go against King Matt right on the Roger, get him that strong side, get him snowballing if possible, so they can carry the game as he's expected to at this point by the fans.
At this point, maybe... Okay, that's going to be a fair misban. Taking away a hero that can actually give a lot of the HP, maybe put more utility to the rest of the team that actually already wants to go for team fights. But yeah, the Roger pick there, you would expect the Roger to be picked up first to try to get that flex potential, but the fact that they picked up the Roger after the Alpha means that there is not going to be any flex here for the Roger and Alpha. So Alter Ego actually have ways to go up against and like try to get a winning matchup. That's a Cho ban as well, really respecting Owen here. But for Alter Ego, I think with this composition, they might be eyeing for a Tigreal, and if they do, then they ban the Valentina right here.
Okay, let's see. Will the Valentina ban come through now for Alter Ego in order for them to pick up that Tigreal themselves? Because technically Rebellion can still pick up the Tigreal as well, right? The Edith is still flex, can be put in the roaming position, can be put in the EXP, depending on the matchup later on. But what about this Phoveus? Is this Phoveus flex?
Oh, I don't think so, man. I think we've only seen it in the EXP lane. I think it's a bit too bold to really experiment with him in other roles right here. The EXP lane is just where he finds home, man. Tanky members, immobile members, where he can spam it out, where he can kind of just, you know, stop them and spam out that Infernal Pursuit. This is way too good. But no, Rebellion, they go for that heave. It's the Swalo signature pick that he brought out once this season. Now using it to maybe create some distance, slow down the Phoveus, slow down the rest of the team to make sure that when the Ling and the Phoveus dives in, they kind of get isolated. There are combos in the roster of Rebellion right here, but overall, there are more ways for Alter Ego to maneuver around them.
Safe choice to be an Minotaur and another gold lane, but you can also go Tigreal. All right, so because the Valentino was not picked up, he still decided to go for the Tigreal here. Gold lane. They already have Ling and Phoveus as physical. If they want to go all in, might as well. Let's go for it. Heis has been phenomenal on the Lunox. Go for it. Dive.
Lunox?
Can work for sure. Especially if you're talking about a strong gold lane matchup with burst potential, that is something they can do. But no, they want that Moskov, man. So the cross-map pressure with a Ling and a Moskov, it's going to be massive. And if you look at the roster of Rebellion, they're not particularly mobile. The Roger is the only one that can kind of rotate around fast enough. And even later on the Yves, he's going to be sway low. He's going to be really confused on how he's supposed to position in some of these fights, man. He's the only one that can kind of hang back here in the midst of a big clash.
They can go Jawhead here, right? Against a Tigreal, is that how good of a matchup is the Jawhead against a Tiger? If you get, I mean, you get going way earlier, right? So first turtle should be for Rebellion if they get the Jawhead down. Oh, but they go for the counter again. The problem for this composition for Rebellion, when they've used this twice, by the way, if they've roughed on the Akai twice, it's because they don't have any initiation tools. It's just reaction. They can only react to the plays happening by their opponents and then punish their opponents. That's it. And also level 1 to 3, yeah, maybe with the Jawhead you would have an advantage over the Tigreal. Now I think the Tigreal actually is a bit more useful level 1 to 3 than the Akai.
The Kai's a phenomenal vlogger for the first few minutes of the game.
It's like Poe in that movie. And early he's nothing, but then he becomes a dragon warrior.
That's true. That's true. Let's take a look at the lineup ratings here. Looks like it is favoring Alter Ego just a bit. And before we begin, before we get into the Line of Dawn, how is the Yves doing in this meta? Just real quick, one word.
I think it's pretty good, but
pretty
situational.
Good. Situational, pretty good. Okay, so that's the landscape that we're expecting, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting into the Land of Dawn for game number 1. Both teams want to make it out of the red zone. Both teams want to bring shining, shimmering, splendid moments for themselves and their name and their organization. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 in this best of 3 series.
Shining, shimmering, splendid. Maybe they'll be carried by that magic carpet outside of the red zone into the Land of Dawn. A whole new world for both these teams to really try and get their momentum going. But on that note, talking about the matchup there, especially in the mid lane, the clear by the Yves is surprisingly good. And maybe the idea is that with lack of engage, you get that range advantage. Yves is notorious for having the poke, having the kite potential, but I have the same concerns, Mirko. I'm not sure if that's going to be adequate against a team like this that wants to go all in. And again, with all the maneuverability tools that they have to chase down the members of Rebellion, I think it's a bit vulnerable in this current situation right here. And the Akai, we've seen X-Win be an absolute nuisance, even deny some buffs technically with the base damage of the Akai, but we'll have to wait and see if that will be enough to really have an impact in this early game. Emblems by IndyHome though, showing again the tenacity for Cars. Wants to be a bit more tanky, but also going with the Swift to get more bolts out after that Primal Wrath. And if you look at it, Wilderness Blessing for the mid lane and roam, this is going to be a mobile heavy game. And if that's the idea for both teams, like we've mentioned, Alter Ego, what their composition will have a lot more of an advantage when it comes to moving around.
I have a question though, Arashi. In the gold lane, who wins that lane matchup?
Ooh. I would say that in theory it should be the Roger, but it's also a bit skill-based because the Moskov is so flexible, but look at this.
Aether already getting ping-pong down. Niall, if we able to get that knockup. Oh, actually, he missed the knockup. X-Win now coming in. Niall picking up the blades, forced back. Sway Low is chasing him down. Doesn't have to ultimate, steps up a bit too aggressive, pops in the Purify to get away from Nino. And it will just be It's 0 for 0. Trey Cars has the Earth Shatter, goes for the minion waves. Rebellion gonna go for level 4. Cars has gotten it first. They can actually go for a fight. Primal Wrath coming down. Roundel disrespecting the damage potential of Rebellion. Nino is low. Cars will take him out. First blood to the Blue Bulls.
All right, beautiful start here for Rebellion, being able to get that pickup. And now they're going to be focused on utilizing that space to get an edge in this neutral objective. And I don't think Rebellion will be contested for it, right? Alter Ego completely let it go. And if we shift our focus back onto the gold lane, again, if the Roger is supposed to be winning lane, so far, Heiss has been having a better time clearing. Is it the choice of sub-emblems that has a factor towards it?
Well, I think when it comes to clearing, the fact that your hits hit the whole wave with the Moskov allows you to clear faster. So again, when it comes to moving around, clearing and rotating, with the Spear of Destruction, Heiss can't really be matched right there, but Cars...
Oh, implosion from Owen into the demonic forces, jump back into the Eternal Guard.
Oh.
With disengage from X-Win, Aether still gonna be taken down though. Rebellion cutting their losses, only leaving Aether to fall.
Great aggressive movements from both these teams. I mean, earlier, the fact that they were, for Rebellion, they were able to get the level 4 advantage, win a fight, was great. But immediately, Alter Ego strike back with the Tigreal pick. We did highlight this as a bit of a weakness there, right? For Rebellion, they're susceptible to just grouping up and getting punished like that. With Purifiers only on the backline members, the front line has to be a bit more careful with the positioning.
And now, it looks like Owen wants to go in for an engage here. Not going to be able to get Aether's purple buff just yet, still able to hold on to it. And so, as we're entering the 4th minute of the game, who has that better control and better setup?
Control and setup. I feel like for Alter Ego, they can get into the right positions a lot easier. There's not a lot of ways for Rebellion to punish it. But when it comes to scouting, the spammability of the Yave, I think, will help out Rebellion a bit more when they're moving in. So there are ways for Rebellion to kind of be careful. But Alter Ego, again, even though they can get scouted out, sometimes the attacks can come from the sides, from behind even, with the Spear of Destruction. So Owen there, as you can see, gets pressured, gets poked down. But in the grand scheme of things, like Mirko mentioned, the lack of engage means that X-Win has to make a very careful and expensive decision. Does he want to use a heavy spin to catch someone or to break the pace of Alter Ego?
To the positive though, neutral objective control with the Akai and the Alpha is really good. Owen already trying to go dive deep. Spear of Alpha coming down, still winning on the direction. Battle time of the Blaze comes down, and X-Win is able to pin Owen all the way to the wall, taking him down. Aether picking up the kill. Now it's Niall. Goes in for the Blaze, picks it up, and now it's Nino who is going wild in the back. Just trying to zone Cars and sway low as Niall will cut their movements away to give Heiss some space. Try to siege down this mid lane. Our mini wave is there. Matt entering from the other side, doing a whole lot of damage out to Niall. Cars with the flicker forward and the Earth Shatter and the onward, forcing Roundel. The flicker out of the RWM, sway low, slowing them down with the utility. That's a Primal Wrath used. King MATT. Grrr is what he says. He doesn't get the last shot though, however. Unfortunate stuff. Rebellion are still able to keep things okay.
But you're seeing the damage potential, the chase potential. If there were a few more items in the inventory slots of Rebellion, that could have potentially been a dangerous situation for Alter Ego. Owen came in, and Rebellion respected his presence with the earlier implosion play. But it really wasn't up. It was more of a deterrent. If the game goes on, I think Alter Ego needs to be very careful with how they want to exit some of these trades. They can enter fast, but they can't really exit out as easily as they really could in usual situations. Looking at some of the items right here, Thunderbelt for Edith, as well as Matt saw earlier, that's where the chase potential comes in. He's also extra tanky, and he has a bit of extra slow coming in, and extra burst damage as well. So when it comes down to the cleanup situation, he can actually be a real threat.
Oh, that poke damage with the Thunderbelt rush on the Roger, certainly something as well. But yeah, for Rebellion, I would actually say, now looking at it, this could be the strategy to beat Alter Ego. Having no initiation is no problem because it's always Alter Ego who wants to fight anyways. Rebellion should just be like, all right, you want to fight? Nah, heavy spin, fool.
Yeah, and then they would have to force a lot of resources coming out from Alter Ego in these team fights if they do go for that engage, especially with Swalo picking up that RWM. We saw that actually in that previous skirmish, and we might see it again. Niall now level 10. We do see Aether is on the same level. So Rebellion right now, they have the better setup. And again, Alter Ego, they're still looking for it. They're still looking for this contest. Look at Nino go in.
He's getting the Demonic Force procs down on X-Win and Cars, but good job holding off to that. They know that if they initiate first, Rebellion will be able to retaliate. Spear of Destruction connecting.
They won't be able to take it. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, KMATT almost just solo killed Highs. He's forced back. That is a free lane for MATT. The Rebellion decide to utilize this cars with an onward, getting Nino. But a damage Owen! Getting the implosion, but that's where the heavy spin comes in handy. Niall pinned down to the wall. Owen still in the midst of it all, still dealing damage. Real world inflation, able to zone them away. Roundel to be brought back by cars there. And it will be a trade. Either for Roundel as Niall's forced back cars with the Primal Rat is still poking Nino down. That's a double for Cars the Machine.
2-for-1 trade now. Rebellion are gonna have a little bit more to say after that, despite Niall being able to pick up that turtle. Unfortunately, the heavy spin was utilized before that, but wait a second, Owen! What was he doing?
Just walked up to try and exert some pressure, gets tossed back. He did delay long enough to actually save the mid turret though, and Niall actually gets a turret on the top side. Altrigo somehow, some way got something of value in that situation there. But again, Rebellion, they're able to neutralize the threat of the Tiger Wheel almost completely using the heavy spin with the cut control immunity and the pushback. And for the most part, you can see that Roundel in particular, he is struggling to find the same impact in this fight, man. Every single time the fight breaks out, Cars is just on him immediately. I think MATT likes those odds. 2v1, no problem.
No problem at all. What's his level now? 10. As compared to Highs, who's also level 10, it would be interesting to see how that gold differential is at this moment. Because Rebellion still have that gold lead.
Unfazed.
Absolutely not. It's fine. 1v3.
Whoa! Unfazed! Purifies out! MATT, that might have been a mistake! That's an internal guard to the face! Oh no! MATT, not like this!
Okay, maybe that was a little too much for him to handle.
He was too unfazed. Maybe he should have been phased just a little bit. Man, Lycan pouncing forwards when he knows the members were there, that's a bold move, man. That's a Matt move right there. That can make your team confident, but it can also kind of slow you down. With that play, the gold difference, it must have been significant in the gold in Eterna, because you look at it now. It was 2K just a little bit earlier. Now it's down to 1, below 1 even. It's back to the waiting game where Rebellion, in theory, has had the pressure, but keep in mind, there was the Moskov, there is the Ling. Right, the longer the game goes, the less turrets are available. Altrigo can get an advantage, especially now without the heavy spin. Keep your eyes on Owen, man.
Oh man, X-Win, they're gonna have to wait for this heavy spin to be back up. They're going to be caught by the implosion. Like you said, he has the ultimate still.
Niall is 2 levels ahead as well, by the way. So the Rebellion really want to go for the contest, that 50-50.
Yeah, this is a good decision by Ultra Ego. They need to fight. They need to go for the fight. X-Win doesn't have ult. Oh no, they're taking it so slow. X-Win might be able to get ult before that. Cars with the first shatter forward, going on to Roundel, zoning him away, implosion to the back line. X-Win still doesn't have the heavy spin, and there you go. Even with that, Niall gets the kill. Nino gets traded over. That is a 2-for-1. 2 members per the Lord. And now Rebellion are the ones actually utilizing this as a benefit, as an advantage. Into the mid lane they go. 3v5 Rebellion. X-Win still doesn't have the ultimate, but it's a-okay. The Lord should be, like, they should be able to clear the Lord too.
Was that worth it?
For Rebellion, yes. Now the gold lead is back to almost 2K. Altrigo, that was an interesting play, but this is as well Niall with the Tempest of Blades and the recalls, just to show off a bit of that dominance. But Altrigo, they get the objective, and they just immediately back away. They left Nino and Owen to fend for themselves when the gold lead really wasn't that significant. And to top it off, they were having that heavy spin down. That was a big factor in their success in these fights. I feel like they could have really committed more to that, but maybe they have a different plan.
Yeah, see, the question was more to Alter Ego, right? Because
Exactly.
they got the objective, but then it felt like there was like a miscommunication as to what they wanted to go for next. Did they wanted to go for the team fight? Did they want to pull back and wait for the Lord? But that Lord was just rendered useless at this point.
Because, you know, they had the same kind of gold, and technically their composition is more suited to just going in. Like we mentioned earlier, they can't really exit as easily, especially with the Phobias, right? It's just forward for Nino, right? There's no rear gear. He just keeps moving forward, and that's all he can do. So for Altrigo to not go forward while they have the same kind of gold, no real big gold advantage for Rebellion, I feel like it was a bit of a waste. But Niall is still having an advantage. He's still, leading when it comes to EXP and gold. And Altrigo can play this route, right? This split push route. And it is kind of working.
Yeah.
Got to be careful, though.
He does. Niall it was 2 levels ahead of Aether earlier on, now back down to 1. But again, this player just shows us his potential, just shows us his quality. being able to farm as quickly as that as well. And let's take a look at the items too. We have Highs on the Moskov with 3 items. Is he ahead at this point? Is he enough to be able to carry in these team fights when they go in for that full commit that you mentioned?
I feel like he has enough items to not be ignored, but when it comes to just being that main threat that can kind of shred the whole team at the same time, he needs at least, like, I think, one more item. You know, like a Malefic Roar or something could really amplify his damage even more. For Matt, it's the exact opposite. Now he has all this burst damage with the double true damage burst with the Thunderbolt and the Endless Battle. And to top it off, he has the Great Dragon Spear as well. So his maneuverability in these fights is going to be really, really amazing. Suelo went for the Blood Wings though, so when it comes to the extra slow from the Ice Queen's Wand, or maybe extra defensive stats from something like a, you know, something like a Winter, like a Brute Force, you know, if he's concerned about the Nile Assassin threat, he doesn't really have it just yet. Going for that safety, for that movement speed-based approach, and with the Purify, I guess he's just thinking that so far, he really hasn't been dove on just yet. So he's comfortable going for just more damage and more impact in these fights.
I get that, but what about Wishing Lantern on him? Is that something that we typically see?
On the Yeet, not so far just yet, but with how long these fights are going, maybe it can be a valuable item.
We'll see.
Poke. Little by little, you know, trying to poke the enemies down. Rebellion are actually going to just be committing. Owen with the conceal into the back right now. The Primal Rat coming in from Cars. Owen gets a massive implosion, but that is in heavy spin actually to respond it over as well. Nice displace Aether. Confidence Spear of Misery. Cars now able to actually walk back on the Suelo, who has that real rubber blade. Nile diving deep, getting caught as well. Highs going on to Aether, a messy fight. And this time it is heavily in favor of the 3 faces.
That was so good for Alter Ego. 4 members taken down. A Lord on the way. This tower in this mid side is going to fall. Arashi, break it down. What happened there?
Alter Ego were able to use that Lord to force a full-on direct fight. There was no chance for Rebellion to go back and forth, and sway low. His impact was completely negated right there. He wasn't allowed to scout, he wasn't allowed to poke or slow anyone down. The fight happened before he knows it. And we talked about his vulnerability for the aggressive items, the Wishing Lantern, the Glowing Wand. You can see there, Nile almost one-shot him, and the chase was actually so good. It was only unfortunate that Nile went with the Finch Poise to get extra distance, but he jumped on Cars instead of on Sway Low. He could have gotten Sway Low in there as well.
Unlucky for Nile, but a kill is a kill and a win is a win. That's a 2,000 gold lead. This time with the Lord, they're able to actually utilize it as an advantage. And now, in the later stage of the game, we are seeing why Rebellion's comp isn't that good, I would say. It's good, it's a very conditional composition. Again, if Alter Ego engage the normal way, it's great. But if Alter Ego attack from different angles, it's chaos nonetheless. And Alter Ego strives from that with their composition, especially in the later stage of the game.
Like we said earlier, a front to back can really favor Rebellion because they can poke everyone down. And even if they force an engage, the heavy spin is available. Even if Alter Ego play around the heavy spin, the Purify still is available for Sway Low. So he can kind of stay in the front and be that bold poking tool for the team. But if he's not allowed to do so, and like we said, with the maneuverability, if a Spear of Destruction comes in from the side, from a 90-degree angle, if Nile comes in and skips all of these tanky frontline members, they still fall. So in theory though, Rebellion, when they get into this defense position inside their own base, they actually can play it a bit better, but that's where the Moskov and Roger difference comes in. When it comes to damage output from both these teams, the Moskov will be able to do a lot more damage. So that is where the dynamic is right here. It's almost a contest between the poking of Sway Low and the DPS of Highs in these fights, especially when he's approaching or to achieve full 6 items with the Malefic Roar and the Wind of Nature as a result of the previous fights. Sway Low already has a Divine Glaive though, so the burst damage, again, especially with the Wishing Lantern, that Void Blast, the first skill of the Yeve, it does an insane amount of damage right here with the scaling. So there's a chance that they can maybe do a lot of damage before, but if Alter Ego wait for the right moment and engage decisively, this can be the beginning of the end for Rebellion.
Is that okay though? Is that okay to, like, you're 2,000 gold behind at this point and you don't really have any tools to work around? If you go full aggressive, full physical attack, especially for MATT, wait a second.
That's free. Owen is the one pinned down, but he has the implosion. No, he doesn't. Actually, he does. He can go for it. In the back, he decides to use the flicker defensively. X-Win gonna be taken down. Niall able to find a tempest of blades to the back, and Nino just gets all of it there. Roundel dealing with the front. Aether falling down to Niall. Only King MATT is left. He gets a kill. That's a shutdown. But now what can he do? Nothing. It's even Roundel who gets the kill back. Rebellion have been wiped out. Alter Ego utilizing the holes in Rebellion's composition to take control. Niall will just tank the crystal damage of Winter Crown. Fu! Alter Ego 1-0.
Here it is. Alter Ego lead this best of 3 series 1-0. And unfortunately, Rebellion, with the composition that they brought, with the reactive composition and the reactive strategy, it did not work this time for Alter Ego. They read it like a book, they adapted, and they were able to find and work around it in this first game.
Look at the tempo that Alter Ego were pressing onto Rebellion as well. Towards the end right there, you can see that they were flustered. They were scrambling to try and find something. They didn't get the Lord. They didn't get the information. They went for the pickup onto the Tigreal, and with a 2k gold deficit, a mere 2k gold deficit, they were unable to take out the roamer during the whole duration of the heavy spin. There was definitely miscommunication, hesitation as well in the movements of Rebellion. And again, like we mentioned, against a team that plays with tempo, that plays with surprise like Alter Ego, that is a fatal situation to be in.
1-0 lead here with Niall on the Ling. That was also one of the ways that we were talking about for Rebellion to try to capitalize on Alter Ego's holes in the game. Try to outdraft Alter Ego with either having a wider hero pool, but in the end, they decided not to take the Ling, to give it away to Niall, the guy who is very threatening on these flashy assassins.
I think threatening is a bit of an understatement, man. On these assassins, he's always been really, really good. And in this current meta, the maneuverable assassins, I think they were also partially, flustered on how to actually deal with the split push threat as well. Because earlier you saw that Niall was really setting up with the full item advantage to really just keep splitting and maybe go for 1v1s against Aether, against anyone who can really stand in his way. That's a late game level 15 full item slot Ling. You can just leave it alone to make plays. So they went for something a bit more risky, and it did not pay off.
It didn't. Disciplined, objective gameplay coming in from Alter Ego was ultimately what led them to win that game. And another thing that I noticed is by the end of the game, in the particular team fights, it felt like everyone kind of knew what Nino was trying to do. But they ultimately was able to turn that around as well and find that loophole with the Tigreal implosion in the backside. It was really good. Really good adaptations coming in from Alter Ego.
It was weird because again, we talked about how the scouting would be better for Rebellion and for Alter Ego.
Yeah.
They have more threats, so they can kind of set up first. And that's exactly what happened. They got to the Lord first, they were able to set up their traps, and you saw Suelo desperately. He used both skills, skill 1 and 2, Void Blast, Void Crystal, to really open up all the bushes, and he was finding no one, right? And because of that, we talked about the win condition. How do Rebellion win? They wait for Alter Ego to engage and counter it. And there, in that final fight, they were the ones engaging. So Alter Ego got the perfect counter right there. And to make things worse, Owen didn't fall. And he had the Immortal still even. So all the way till the end of that fight, that final fight near the Lord, Owen was just there as a constant threat.
Exactly, so there were many ways, too many ways for them to actually defeat Rebellion. Because in the early game, yes, when most of the fights are going to be template, when most of the fights are going to be front to back, it does favor this composition for Rebellion. But this is the same comp that they've been utilizing in the last 2 matches as well, and it's the same problems that we keep on seeing. There is no initiation at all from the team. You simply can't, because like you said, when they do go for an initiation, it's what the comp is built for. So when they ultimately go for it when they're ahead, they're the ones losing out.
It's so unfortunate, it really is, and it was also unfortunate that Rebellion let this Ling go, right? The player of the game goes to Niall, 417 KDA, a TP of 79% and an 884 GPM. And even from the beginning, despite them not having the first turtle, they were able to recalibrate themselves in that game, getting the option to be able to pick up that second turtle, and eventually they were able to utilize that to their advantage.
Great presence of mind there from the player of the game, Niall. And here's the highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold, where earlier Cars use the Earth Shatter, not on the heroes, but on the minions to get that level 4 advantage and surprise Alter Ego there along with Suelo. There are moments like this where you're seeing, man, Rebellion, they got the right idea, they have the right mindset. And here, they were able to set up first, they were pressuring the turtle, so Owen is forced to make the move first. That was the key win condition we immediately highlighted from the beginning. But afterwards, it's just so much more important for Rebellion to play it safe before the neutral objective, because they need their full force to be ready to contest the initial control, to be able to force Alter Ego to play their hand like this. Unfortunately, towards the mid to late game, Alter Ego were the ones who were able to get better skirmishes, better pickoffs around the map, and that is why they were able to win up in the setups. And Nile, for the most part, because of the lack of engage, the lack of crowd control, they let go of the Ling, and they also have no real way to counter the Ling. That's the big problem right here. You're using the heavy spin, the Purifies to deal with the Tigreal, to deal with the Vexana. Well, when that happens, look at what Nile does, right? Jumps in the back, basic attacks Suelo several times before even doing anything. That's because the Ling is just completely left out. And unfortunately for them there, they were able to get that kill onto Nile, but still, afterwards what happens? As you can see, they lost a fight initially, and so they were late to the party to that Lord Pit, and it's just not along with their win condition. So the fight was lost not during the fight, but before the fight.
It felt like there were a lot of expectations on the shoulders of Xwin, right? What was his main task there? Was it to cancel the Tigreal? Was it to help out and pin down Nile? It wasn't exactly clear.
The answer is yes.
And so he got confused. And then the entire game plan just kind of, scrambled.
Exactly, man. Yeah, are you going to be playing defensive, aggressive, utility?
Yeah.
And the answer is just yes. All to yes to all the above. And it's just not realistic.
Yeah.
So I do think that with better execution, there was more potential. We could have seen more from this lineup. Like we highlighted, in theory, in a base defense, they would have done better. But again, they walked out and went for the Lord despite the fact that they were already late. They were already at a disadvantage. It won't guarantee them to win or to do better, but I feel like it's better odds, right? So I think game plan wise as well, when it comes to how they want to play the early and late game, defensive or aggressive, and who is responsible for what, I feel like Rebellion needs to make some adjustments for sure. Looking at the item builds though, Nile with the Immortality and the Winter Crown, it doesn't need the extra damage because all the backline members are so vulnerable. So extra outplay potential and survivability becomes something that he can afford to kind of spend on. Highs on the Moskov as well. Went for the trade on the Wind of Nature, by the way, all to the Winter Crown. Because at that point, that was the decisive fight. They knew that if they beat Rebellion there, they have good chase, good slows, but at the same time, they can't really move backwards that easily as well. So they committed onto that fight, and for Alter Ego, that decision paid off.
It really did, man. You can see here as well, damage dealt. It was Suelo, the carry. Doing a pretty good job on the Eve, but unfortunately with this meta, this is why the Eve is most of the time struggling in the games, right? There's so many angles from which Alter Ego and most compositions can attack from. When you're a front-to-back hero like this, when you have a very template ultimate, right? You just use it. It's usually comboed in with a massive CC tool. Yeah, once someone gets behind you, it's tough. Nile, Nino, Owen, even Highs can all do that. Only Roundel technically would be caught in the real front to back. Who's all the way in the back. And he was. And he's the only guy to get caught, that got caught. I really feel like that could have been a Valentina. If they had gone for the Valentina, then they didn't even need the Akai. Then they wouldn't have needed the Akai, because then there wouldn't have been a Tigreal. And even if there was a Tigreal, Implosional, take it away. Even for the Akai, I think like the Jawhead was open. If they wanted to get early control, similar to the Akai, you get early control. It's just different, the ways of control and neutral objectives, right? You deal damage, you pick off. Akai is more of like a heavy CC to disengage.
And I think it goes back to the fact that they are playing a lot of comfort picks, right? I mean, Alpha is great, but second pick great? I don't know about all that, There's ways for the Roger to come out first, like you mentioned.
Roger first, yeah.
Exactly. So it seems like they were tunneling on comfort picks. The Akai for Xwin, right? The Yi for Suelo, signature picks. And you have to understand that there's situations where it can work. Like you said, Mirko, the Yi. I'm a Yi fan. She is my most played hero. But right now, when I play ranked, I rarely pick the Yi because it really is difficult to make work, and you have to make sure that you have the right circumstances to really get the full benefit.
What's that?
No, this is a no.
What is that?
No Eve.
No Eve. Very situational, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, Rins played it, yes. But Rins played it against a Juicin. Yes, some of the other players played it, but it's against a Juicin. It's certain conditions.
Yeah, but you know what's not conditional?
What?
my love for the Samsung.
Ooh.
Whatever it is, right?
Whatever
Z
Samsung?
series, A series, S series, but particularly A series is what has been catching my eye quite a bit, especially with the color that it's in.
Lemon line.
Arashi, you
Shout
love
out Shevin.
lemons. Tell us more about this phone.
Shevin also loves the lemons, by the way, so I'm not alone in this boat. But the new Galaxy A series 5G, man, is just so good. And especially, I think what's great is that the phone, you know the specs are great, but the bonus package, right? If you get the full package, you get MLBB skin and diamonds. What? You get gaming headphones, and then you have a 25-watt travel adapter and the silicone case, as well as a sticker pack with a total value up to 1.4 million. Wow. That's the package, bro.
Music to my ears. Where do I check it out?
Well, make sure you just head over to samsung.com/ID or just come over to your nearest Samsung store. They got great storefronts right here and get an awesome gaming experience with the Galaxy A55 5G, man. Go to the nearest mall. And every single time you see a Samsung picture, the shops are really nice, man.
You
Scan the
hold
QR
it?
code down below to actually try to get this. But yeah, man, in a world where most brands have, kind of removed these things when they sell their phones, Samsung says, no, here, have more. I really appreciate it, man, because having an adapter, having a plug is very important. Yeah. Samsung understands that. Not a lot of other companies do.
That's true.
That's just facts, bro.
That's actually kind of true.
why
So, get an awesome gaming experience with a Galaxy A55 5G, whether it be in navy or whether it be in lemon. What's your color? What's your flavor?
Flavor.
I mean,
Does it taste like lemon too?
yeah, you can try.
I mean, lemon flavor, that's cool. What's navy flavor? Is it salty?
It's
Is
a
it the taste
mindset.
of the ocean? What?
It could be.
What is it?
It's all about mindset.
Oh, it's all about
It's all in
about
here,
mindset.
bro.
It's all in your mind. Oh, hey, speaking of the Galaxy phones.
Boom. Look at that
Wow.
quality, bro.
We can take selfies like that?
It's the future,
I
man.
think you can take selfies like that, for a long time now. That's not new,
Not
right?
if you don't keep up with the times, Mirko.
But not to that quality.
Yeah, definitely not with that quality. I agree with you. Team Galaxy Zone for all you Samsung lovers out there. If you have a Samsung phone,
Or
I
a
haven't
TV.
tested this technically, but you maybe a Samsung device, any device, right? Could be
Yeah.
Blender.
Hey, maybe, exactly. But you guys can go and sit down right there with a lot of the players, brand
Ooh.
ambassadors, super fans
What's
in the
that
Galaxy
merch?
Zone. And this
merch.
That's Alter Ego merch. But we're not focusing on the merch just yet. We're focusing on the hair because this is the hair cam by Head & Shoulders.
Oh, you're right.
Trevin's in the building.
Oh my, keep him out, man.
He's popping out of nowhere. That's crazy, man. Hair cam by Head & Shoulders. With that Tigreal. We haven't had that bottle with us for a while. We got the Gato Kacha one, the lemon flavor, as Goni mentions it.
Yeah, but mine's at home, so it has been with me.
Oh, that's where
the
it went.
entire
You
time.
took it away
That's
from
where
the
it went.
desk.
I'm sorry.
All right.
It's okay. You can have the Gatot one.
I have to mention though, talking about the
Anyway,
Samsung Galaxy Zone.
The merch was lit.
I have to mention again that Eterna is actually really good at taking selfies with the back camera like that. But in this day and age, sometimes it's just not necessary, Eterna.
It's not?
Yeah.
I don't have to go through that hassle.
No. Another Samsung product got you covered, if you
I
know what I
it.
mean.
I know it, and
There's
I
a
wanted
Z,
to.
and I think you can flip or fold it.
I like the flip
Interesting.
one.
You like the flip one?
Yeah.
You know what the players like?
What?
They like the S series because look at that. They're still playing with the S series here with the Giga performances.
Giga performances.
It's not just a mega performance. It's not just a kilo performance. It's a giga. Maybe in the future it'll be a tera performance.
Terra
Wow.
performance.
Then
I
after
can't
Terra,
imagine.
They might actually add another. 'Cause
Unit?
Yeah, because
I thought,
storage will.
what's the next one?
What's above Terra?
Peta.
Let me
Petabyte?
just ask Galaxy AI real quick.
Might be a petabyte.
Petabyte?
I think so. Might be wrong though.
Is
You're
it?
wrong.
What is it? What is
Mercury's
it?
confirming?
It's a petabyte. Yeah. It's a petabyte, exabyte, zettabyte, yottabyte, and brontobyte. Wow.
What?
Brontobyte.
I can't wait to get.
We're getting Jurassic with that one.
Hey, maybe
That's literally what I was thinking in my head.
in 5
when
years.
you said Bronto.
In 5 years' time, we'll get a brontobyte.
Okay.
5 years?
And then maybe we'll get a T-Rex bite. You know that caster from
hey. Yeah, the NA caster, T-Rex.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, before talking about all these advances, we gotta talk about whether or not Rebellion can advance their strategy as well, man.
Let's see. What do you think they need to improve on?
Definitely in the drafting phase, we've highlighted some issues. I think, really, you know, sometimes we talked about how Alter Ego, they kind of overthink. Some of these coaches with a big brain, right? Like Coach Aldo, they kind of overthink Even the draft. BBB. Exactly, BBB overthinks the draft a bit. I think for Rebellion, they gotta think about it a bit more.
They're
right?
thinking outside the box. They gotta think in the now, man.
Wait, so Alter Ego are overthinking?
Sometimes they overthink.
And Rebellion are not thinking hard enough.
Sometimes they overthink their opponent's draft.
Oh,
for Rebellion,
okay.
they gotta think about the opponent's draft a bit more. Because I feel like they're really focused so much on their own draft that some issues, again, like the Ling, like some of these picks really shouldn't be let go without contest, you know? So that is somewhere they can start. And afterwards, I think the coaches, with the long time they had right here between the games, need to try and drill into their players. Like, okay, dude, the late game, you gotta do this. You know, you gotta play for the base. You gotta play for the setup first. And if you don't get it, you know, let it go, right? Get that step-by-step process into the players.
And into the drafting phase.
Yes.
Right, so presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G, and with Rebellion now on first pick. The Ling has actually still been left open, so Zaz being picked up now for Rebellion and Alter Ego very quick. Another Ling in for Nile. They actually opted for the Fanny Hayabusa and the Hylos Ben. And for Alter Ego, they went for the Chip, the Phobius, and the Jushin. Alter Ego pick in the Ling as well as that Aurora.
Already a great pick to match the clear, match the prowess in the early game. Rebellion, they went for the Zaz pick, and it is a strong pick, but I feel like at this point in week 5, a lot of teams already also know how to play around it. So it's not really that crazy of a first pick, and technically, if you think about it, the Zaz suffers from similar issues that the Yves does, right? You got good slow, you got spammability, but for the most part, you have a very one-dimensional ultimate, and right now, especially if Alter Ego stacks up on the crowd control once more, it's going to be a dangerous spot for Swalo to be in.
And I also think that the Zask has a big limitation in the wave clear again.
Yes.
It's a problem. Aurora should be able to clear faster, but whoa, talking about fast, these are fast drafts, guys. Moskov, Edith, Alter Ego go for Charizla, Mirko.
Oh my goodness, this is the first time in a while that we have seen Matt on the Moskov. He's still sitting at a 0% win rate on the Moskov. I thought for sure it would be Roger Edith, not the Moskov Edith, but it seems Mr. M wants to play the M hero. Matt on the Moskov, the double M, Marksman, Matt Moskov, that's a quadruple M.
Wow. Quadruple M approach here.
Matt Moskov,
for
Marksman.
Rebellion.
Matt Moskov, Marksman.
Yep. So it's the approach. Can Alter Ego beat it though?
It's a
right now for
it's
Rebellion,
easy as well.
It really feels like they're stacking up on the DPS, but that's where it gets kind of questionable. With this Terizla pick, with the body of Smith reducing the damage, these sources, the Primal Wrath, the Moskov and the Zaz Nightmare Respawn, it kind of will take a long time to really deal with the Terizla. And we all know that Terizla, if you can't burst him down completely or lock him down, that's sustainability, man. He's going to be tanking that damage while swinging around, healing back up.
And for Rebellion, this should be a Harith and Roger ban, right? Both of them really do good with a Ling, Aurora, and a Terizla. Really good synergy there. And technically for Rebellion, there's no possibility of the gold lane Lunox anymore with the Moskov pick here. They actually still go for the Cho ban, so much respect over towards Owen on that Cho. Man, the next Cho god of MPL ID. Owen getting so much respect over from Rebellion.
Eterna still feels a bit reluctant to go with that mindset, with that idea. But for Alter Ego, Tegriel and Grok, they have great engage tools of their own already. Technically, now with the Frigid Glacier, that could be enough engage potential for Alter Ego. Now they can kind of stack up and find other things, more damage, more maneuverability perhaps. We have to see, man, for Rebellion. After the Cho ban, are they hinting at a potential assassin coming up? Concerned about the Cho maybe locking one down?
Yeah, it should be what they're looking for. But again, Harith and Roger are still up for grabs, and Alter Ego will be able to take it away. And for their last pick later on, okay, they ban out the Harith. The Roger's still up for grabs. Alter Ego will probably last pick it though. Now maybe they go for Jawhead first, right? I think it's either Jawhead here, or there was another roamer I was thinking about, but I completely forgot now. What
are you thinking they're looking for? Tankiness? Engage potential?
Engage.
Technically, Ruby's still open.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Ruby or Jawhead.
Oh man, Ruby Terizla? Ooh, that's a nasty combo.
That's a Jawhead.
It's going to be the Jawhead though. More of an aggressive approach. And technically, it's great for Owen that likes to kind of separate from the pack and try and look for opportunities. It's a bit of like a different version of Cho, technically, right? Yeah. You can kind of displace someone towards your team. Rebellion, how are they going to respond to this?
What does X-Win want to pick up, right? I mean, do they want to go for the Akai again? With a Grok and the Ticker being banned out, okay, they go for something a little bit more versatile, right? The Arlet gets picked up alongside with the Julian again in for Ryota.
Ryota, okay.
Interesting.
Should be Roger, right? I mean, if it's not Roger, what? They want to go carry with the Aurora? Technically, you can utilize that freeze to deal damage. Highs.
I think maneuverability becomes valuable right here because technically they don't really need a lot of crazy DPS because Rebellion's composition, they aren't exactly that tanky, right? Edith, Arlet, and Julian, for the most part, they kind of are susceptible to getting bursted down. And that's where I think it's a bit concerning. They're relying on a lot of these big AoE tools to really get an advantage. But if they don't land it, if Alter Ego split apart, it's going to be confusing for Rebellion to decide which target to go for.
So who is it? Is it Lunox?
Okay, carry Roger.
Carry,
It is
okay.
carry. Okay. There is a lot of mobility technically for the carry, despite the fact that, in a sense, she is a very all-in type of hero. Her cooldown on the dash is actually a lot shorter than a lot of the other mobile marksmen. I believe it's only really beat by the Moskov Miracle. I'm not sure if you can confirm that when it comes to like the marksmen, who has the most, the shortest cooldown when it comes to the jumps, the mobility tools.
What, carry versus Moskov? Yeah, Moskov gets the resets because he gets the basic attack down,
Exactly, right?
So
not,
reset.
Aside from Moskov, not a lot of harder heroes can beat carry when it comes to the cooldown of the dash.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's not a bad option at all.
Okay, we'll see if it works out. And this time around, Rebellion do have a little bit more tools to work with the Arlet, with the Edith once again, and now with the Julian as well. So here it is. Will Alter Ego be able to look for a clean 2-0, a clean sweep against the Blue Bulls? Or can the Blue Bulls force a game number 3? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between Rebellion Zion and Alter Ego.
Welcome
Let's
to
see
Mobile
if
Legends.
Rebellion has it within them to actually get Matt his first win on the Moskov and their second win in MPL Indonesia. Remember, the record now is still 1-6 for Rebellion. If they get a win here, they'll be one ranking ahead of Evos. They'll be dropping Evos down to 9th.
Wow. That volatile in the standings right here, man. Season 14. Although, if you look at the battle spells for the side of Alter Ego, only one Purify. Roundel very happy to risk that Aurora passive instead of going for a Purify. And look at this, the early game for Rebellion with the Julian, with the Edith and Zask. They're really clearing a lot better. And this is where there's going to be a bit of issue for Alter Ego as well. Because the Jawhead can clear, but generally when it comes to the mid lane clearing, I think right here with the Edith and the Zask, Rebellion are going to be able to actually roam a lot more actively compared to game number 1. Looking at the emblems by IndieHome, Wilderness Blessing for both the Aurora and the Jawhead, whereas for the side of Rebellion, you can see that X-Win went for the tenacity. So tankiness becomes something that he really wants. He knows that he's going to be able to actually help with a clear advantage, but he wants to be able to survive longer in some of these skirmishes.
What about the gold lane here? Matt and Highs both opt for tenacity, but there's a little bit of a difference in that second talent.
Yeah, the firmness and tenacity for Highs. It's common in the... Ooh, hang on a minute.
Great read with Onward there. Owen to be slow. Oh, Ejector to get him out of the Tempest of Blades. Oh, anti-synergy. Now Aether will be able to survive. Niall's going to be caught in the bad spot. Still able to make the most out of it, though. Ejector out of the Tempest of Blades. You hate to see it, but Rebellion love to see it.
It happens, man, when you play that Jawhead. Like I said, you can see the Rebellion is rotating a lot faster, and for Alter Ego, they know that they're going to be playing it a bit more defensive, and we'll have to see, man. The Jawhead becomes a bit of a weird situation right here, because he wants to be aggressive, but you saw earlier, ejector backwards was my negative synergy instead, so Alter Ego has to wait a little bit.
Just tap it.
Maybe the mid game is where they can actually use that power potential.
Oh! X-Win again, man, with the Onward. Roundel flickering out. Cars, good final slash now, getting the resets on the minions too. Roundel, that ejector to save him. Good job, X-Win getting hammered down by Mr. Knee of House No. And now it's the Vengeance proc. X-Win should die. Oh my goodness! He regen just in time. Nino definitely regrets not getting the last hit in. And Alter Ego lose out on the turtle and lose out on a possible kill on X-Win.
I mean, we see the instant difference when Rebellion Zion gives something a little bit more active for Cars, right? Him on the Arlet did a lot in that skirmish, did a lot in that team fight, was able to push back Alter Ego and mess up that setup that they initially had. So it's a big win in for Rebellion for the first 3 minutes of this game.
You can see that, oh, Nile, such a painful situation to be in, man. Just not really getting a lot of opportunities to go in. And you can see X-Win, a lot more active. He knows that the danger is really less prevalent for now. Later on, the ejector into highs blitzing you down combo, especially with the Aurora lockdown, can be dangerous, but for now, right? Rebellion can really abuse the lack of damage, the lack of all-in potential for Alter Ego, and they really have to. It depends on what they can find here before it comes to that mid-game, maybe like the 8 to 10 minute point of the game.
Even in the EXP lane, right? That's something that we're also waiting for. The fact that Cars is on an Arlet, the fact that he's able to mobilize a lot quicker than the Charizla also plays dividends as to how Rebellion have been able to control the course of the game here in the first 4 minutes. And you can even see, look here, already a very aggressive invade coming from X-Win.
Getting the knockups on Nile. But he will still be able to get it, you know, with a penalty zone. Alter Ego not actually going for this, but that's a lot of damage on X-Win and Owen. X-Win still able to pop in the front. Great shit from Roundel to freeze them. Cars still with a vengeance. Oh, with the reset, the final slash. Going back and forth, giving Swalo some space. Aether running Nile down. Where is he gonna go? Aether just slashes him, takes him out. And that should be worth it. They shut down the main carry of Alter Ego, even though it costed them 2 kills. 2 kills for a deny, but for the most part, Nile was still able to get that orange buff though. So it really isn't as, you know, as fatal as it looks, but Rebellion is still having the gold lead right here. They want to be active. Fortunately though, Nino will be able to have a lot of presence here in this next turtle fight. The Rebellion has a lot of crowd control to work with. Alter Ego, they gotta split and risk getting picked off if they want to try and do something. Owen with the Ensemble Force, that's a good enhanced sword. Owen now caught in the midst of it all. Quick to Glacier, finding 2, X-Win flickering out the safety cars with the vengeance now getting Owen. Well played, good enhanced chain over to Nino to knock him up as Cars jumps in again. Finds the final slash, Cars going wild in the back, getting frozen as well. Aether with the enhanced sword escaping, and it is an RBL win. Nino. No.
Oh no.
1 swing, 2 swing, stun, enhanced chain, Aether picking him up, 1 last shot, and he gets it.
Oh, a big win here for Rebellion. The fact that they were able to pick up that newt, and then they were able to pick up a lot more kills afterwards. Alter Ego have not been able to find a moment to come back from this.
They're not having the space to really position and set up properly. We talked about how Owen was just so good at doing that. Now he's the one pressured at every single turn. And this is the MPL ID Extremer program we have with Rebellion, Deristain.
Oh my god, he doesn't even notice yet.
Not yet, man. That's the delay on stream. He's like, come on, Rebellion. You got the turtle. You can do it. You can do it, guys.
Wait for it.
I want to see the moment.
Wait for it. Anytime now.
Any second now.
All right.
Any second now.
Maybe now?
The anticipation is killing me.
2, 1, boom. And there we go.
No reaction.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay. What did you prepare?
Oh, Mr. King Kadir, Audi.
No,
King NATT.
Matt.
That's a creative approach at the MPL ID Extremer program.
But do you know that you're going to be featured?
I guess they'll just have a lot of pictures ready.
Oh, okay, so you're just anticipating that. But back to the game here, Heiss picks up that golden staff, and Swalo's in a very precarious position there, perhaps looking for a little bit of an advantage before they go in for the newt. But facts are, Aether is a level 11, so he's 2 levels above of Nile right now. Does Alter Ego want to go for the contest?
You gotta try and be a bit more proactive, actually, if anything, because Nino has left that lane pushed up by Cars. There's gonna be a lot of damage on that turret. Alter Ego, they can't really afford to let it go without trying to find something. But look at that Nightmare Spawn just zoning everyone.
Ooh. Penalty zone, connecting on a 2. Owen still. Oh, it's actually him who takes it. Now Frigid Glacier on a 3, freezing them down. Ice cold from Alter Ego, despite being down. Way low. With a march forward, Matt with a blink. Cars with a final slash. Good Purify over from Heiss, now targeting Swalo down. It's Heiss wins the world. Cars in the vengeance, stacks again. Matt with the spears, and Cars with the kill. Swalo able to walk up forward, giving Matt some space to go for a possible siege. Roundel
trying to go for the defense, gets Matt frozen, and will be able to stop this turret from being taken.
Ooh, 2-4-4 trade there, ladies and gentlemen, as Rebellion once again had a little bit more control when that happened. Initially, Nino started that with the penalty zone, right? But what happened after?
The rest of the team tried to follow up, and they landed an amazing Frigid Glacier onto 3 members. But again, it's still early on, and Roundel isn't exactly snowballing. Looking at his items, he has a glowing wand, and that's about it. He didn't even go for any aggressive choice in the boots. Went for the magic resistance boots instead. So he doesn't really have a lot of the burst damage required to really make that play a decisive one. Same thing can be said for the carry, right? Still 2 items, not really at the 3rd item, Power Spike. If that was a later, more itemized Alter Ego though, that really could have gone differently. Rebellion, they're doing great at elevating their early game pressure, but they're gonna be careful to not take fights like that the longer the game goes on. That could be the comeback condition for Alter Ego.
Seems for Rebellion, it's the slow game again. They have a lead already. There's no real reason to be vulnerable, put yourself in a vulnerable spot. Alter Ego have actually sent a lot of their members down below. I don't know if they know. Unstoppable Force, Max still able to displace himself. Oh, Spear of Destruction to displace himself even further to get a better position as Swaylo gets Owen. Meanwhile, Aether still up top, getting a tier 2 for free. It's Cars in the mid lane as well. Alter Ego are getting out macroed by the Bulls.
That was so clutch though, that was so clutch. Alter Ego, they were looking for a pick onto Matt, and the fact that Matt was able to maneuver out of that, and the fact that everyone else from the members of Rebellion were active doing their particular jobs, it just made more sense for Rebellion now to be able to pick up this objective uncontested. However,
Frigid, they're gonna all in on Cars? Cars is very happy taking that damage. Now Matt can actually utilize those resources being down to go for more.
That is Cars with a Thunderbolt and a Dominance Ice. Not even, just the mantle for the magical defense, and it's able to tank up all that damage, showing again that Alter Ego is severely behind when it comes to the damage potential. They have to understand that. They were winning and they were pressuring game 1, but game 2 is completely different. They have, in a sense, a better late game composition. They gotta take it slow, man. They have to know when they can actually afford to go for some of these fights. Roundel!
Good one by Cars. Onward, now penalty. That is X-Win! That is the roamer! They've used all the resources now to re-engage. It's gonna be Swaylo free in the back, dealing so much damage. Owen will be taken down. And Swaylo, Matt is still in the bottom lane farming. They get X-Win, but that definitely was not worth it.
these decisions being made in for Alter Ego, it's a big question, right? It looks like they're getting desperate, they're getting hasty with the calls. What do they do? It looks like Rebellion, the Blue Bulls, are knocking on the base now.
Oh, free base turret up top because Owen is down and they have no ultimates. This team relies on abilities to fight. Roundel needs the Frigid Glacier, Nino needs a penalty zone. Without that, that First Lord base turret.
It's just, you know, to turn tables for Rebellion. Now they're the ones forcing Alter Ego to make rash decisions, and it really hasn't been working out for them. You gotta wait out, but with 7k gold difference with a conceal on Cars.
Cars, final slash and the flicker over to Roundel, displacing him but not able to find it. X-Win with the flicker forward. Cars going to be punished because of that. The Primal Rat inside of the base. X-Win falling. What just happened? They dove the base turret.
Overzealous, miscoordinated. They came in disjointed, not at the same time. And we talked about this. Alter Ego, they have a composition that can punish mistakes like that. They went for a Tara dive against an Aurora. And if you didn't know, that Frigid Glacier comes out instantly. It's not channeled, and now Alter Ego are going aggressive.
Unstoppable force. The Dominator's the set gets used up there. And Swaylo just recalls.
Ooh. All right, a moment of calm here for both the teams. But you just know, right? It's a matter of time. You can see Aether wanting to be aggressive here on this Julian. He's going for a very defensive build, by the way. And then he'll still go for the purple buff.
Oh,
now gets it.
He doesn't.
Nope.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Aether is going to be able to pick it up, actually. So Nile is going to be able, is going to be forced to function without that purple buff. And similar things are happening now with both of these teams, right? They're making really hasty decisions. They're going in for very aggressive plays, and it eventually leads the opposite of getting more of an advantage. You mentioned earlier on that Alter Ego needs to be active, but I don't think this is what you meant.
Ooh, that is a lot of resources down. Now they can actually go for the re-engage. Swaylo's alone. No one wants to re-engage. No one wants to go in.
Nino?
Disconnect. Oh, X-Win. Oh, penalty zone cancel. The Earth Shatter coming down. Nino swinging the hammer down. Rebellion still don't want to go in.
What's going on here? A hesitation from both teams. Cars gets taken out. Now with a man advantage, there's potential. Highs has the win of nature though. And the issue right here for Alter Ego, by the way, is also the fact that Nile is just so behind. Only on 4 items, building the 5th. Has Claws, Berserker's Fury, and the BOD. So he can't really go and split push because Matt, King Matt, already has the Wind of Nature and is working on his final item. Owen though.
Whoa! Wow, with the moves, Aether getting caught, and now it's up to them. Niall, Champion of the Blades will escape the damage. Set still in the midst of it all. Deals some damage. Hyde is the one to pick it up. Niall picking up the Blades, trying to run away, but getting zapped down. With the Bitch Boys, he is able to get out. X-Men taken down there with the freeze and with Roundel. Oh, getting the kill. Nino looking for the punish. Carson final slash. Niall on the wall. Niall now not in the line of dawn anymore. Roundel flicker forward. Matt flicker backwards. Oh my lord. It's another comeback from Alter Ego this time.
1-for-3 trade, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego pick up the Lord as well. So they have a 2-member advantage and they are going in for the kill. That was a very interesting team fight to say the least. But Alter Ego have come out on top of it.
They got the Lord, they have the item power spikes. Rebellion kept going for trades. It was a 7k gold lead. Now it's down to 1. With the Lord marching down to negate the base tower advantage. It's 14 minutes to go. Any kill right here can also be leveraged by Alter Ego to find something more.
We have a game fact though by GoPay. Edith has become the most picked hero for X-Win while playing in MPL ID and MPL MY with 4 picks and a 75% win rate. Let's see if it drops here. So far, that lead that they initially had has fallen, and not even a 1k anymore. It's 400. It's basically equal, even at this point. And look at them looking for more.
Man, these Earth Shatters have no cards with a final slash. Pin?
Ooh, a bit of a duel there. Not really working just yet. Rebellion barely able to hang on. Actually able to hang on to multiple turrets, but the waves are still empowered here, marching towards the outer turrets of Rebellion. Owen.
It's just a zoning. It's a zoning ejector. Oh, he gets a Nightmare Spawn, the little Johnny.
Oh!
It's called Theory Ancaman, guys.
Yeah, it's a threatening, it's a threat
theory.
Exactly. TT in MATT. It's a threat theory.
Ooh. All right.
That's intense.
Rebellion now has recovered, but now, see, now if they walk in and get hit by a 3-man Frigid Glacier, that is an Aurora that now has a Blood Wings, wait, hang on a minute. The Blood Wings, the glowing one, Divine Glaive, and the Wishing Lantern on top of that. You cannot take a 3-man Frigid Glacier with this many items and expect to still come out on top decisively. And that big, massive advantage that King Matt was able to get against Highs is now completely gone, man. Now, even in a 1v1, the true damage is going to be a lot more useful, a lot more decisive in deciding how that fight goes between Matt and Highs.
I think it was a big mistake, right? Oh, man. And now Rebellion, they have to think about this a lot faster. They need to come back from this. What is the option here? Do they go in for a pick? Do they go for a team fight? What's the strategy now? I mean, because technically in team fights, Alter Ego, they have the Aurora for that damage. They have the Aurora as well for the setup. They also have Nino.
Ironic as it is, I feel like Rebellion needs to do what Alter Ego did in Game 1. Come from multiple angles, and if they can threaten, even if they don't get the pick off, if they can threaten Roundel and Hides enough, they can get an advantage as Owen recklessly rushes forward, doesn't find anyone though.
Nope.
It was the right time for the Lord play, but look at this. The wave on the bottom side is pushing for Alter Ego, so they can play with this.
The slow push built up. Alter Ego now actually starting up the Lord here.
Oh, Swalo gets the litho though. Good vision. Both of them just waiting around. We'll have to see, man. Alter Ego, they're gonna opt to actually tank up some of the turrets, and they're gonna see Matt soon, and that's where Owen will most likely make a move.
Owen's looking for a flank. Unstoppable force over to Cars. Doesn't find the ejector. Good flicker out by Cars right now. Retreat battle. Sway low. Gets it. Okay. No, fight all in. X-Ray with the final rad flicker, but now Niall assassinating him. Aether enhance forward. Not with a winner cross. Aether, that is suicide.
What? Was it a misstep? Was he looking for something? But either way, that's 3 members from the side of Rebellion taken out. Again, you can see Alter Ego The light at the end of the tunnel. They're looking in for that push, despite Rebellion picking up that Lord.
Don't follow the light. This is the first time you'll ever probably hear that. Don't follow the light. They followed the light and they lost the fight. They only lost a base tower. It's for their troubles, though. 3 members still down, but with the waves not really set up properly, Alter Ego can't go for more. They're going to be able to clear this Lord almost immediately with the late game damage. Nile at this point, you see that he also has a lot more impact. He's caught up, man, with the Malefic Roar and the Endless Battle. A lot of burst damage and basic attack damage as well. With the Rebellion, they're trying to use this wave pressure to try and find ways to enter and maybe, once again, find a crazy fight. Find just something crazy enough to pull them back into this game.
They're so lucky for Suelo. Because if that Lord wasn't stolen by Suelo, that would have been GG for Alter Ego. The amount of things that Rebellion
and Suelo
did.
got it.
Exactly.
Not Aether, not Nile.
Exactly.
He's just carrying from the down low, sway low. Man,
Mr. Low.
2.5k gold lead for Alter Ego, but we are approaching territory where it doesn't even matter. With our Winter Crown available, though, Roundel now can attempt to make even more aggressive plays, but they gotta keep it neat. You have to make sure that the Aurora, that the carry can actually do all that damage, and they have to actually make sure that Nino can land a massive penalty zone. That's part of their win condition as well. He's going for the Athena shield on top of the Queen's wings as well. So all he's trying to do really is to be tanky enough that he doesn't get immediately bursted down. If he can delay just long enough, if he can get that penalty zone down so that it kind of disrupts the movement from Rebellion, I think he feels that it might just be enough to really get his team the edge.
I mean, it should be, right? There's no purifies from the side of Rebellion. I mean, technically Suelo can jump into the Dominator's Descent, but other than that, it could definitely be one of the ways that they can look for a proper team fight.
I feel like right now the big factor is that Nile has already caught up and he is a assassin against a quote-unquote split push marksman in King Matt. We might see a potential 1v1 duel here between Nile and Matt, which would be poetic. But with 15 seconds to go, both teams are just playing it a bit more clumped up together. In fact, Rebellion are the ones that still understand that they want to stick together, right? And help each other out on the off chance that Nile shows up, tries to commit some violence.
Looks like Rebellion, though, is going to have the better setup, right? They're there first. Nile is looking for that far lane push. I don't know if Matt wants to go there. And we might see what you mentioned, that 1v1. Oh, commitment from Rebellion here. That's concealed.
Ice pops in the ultimate. Wants to go in. Oh, Dominator's Descent. Oh, they're trying to outthink each other. X-Wing going to be ejected back to the team. Good final slash over. Good purify from Highs. Escaping Nile with the assassination out of time of the blaze. And the penalty zone locks him down in the back. But Nile gets caught by the chain. Buys the immortality in time. Highs still breathing in the back. Frigid Glacier coming down. Good winner crown from Nile. It's a freeze. And Aether will fall. Cars is next in the chopping block. Sway low. His first death. And his probably last death of the game. Now it's MATT versus the world. Can he do it?
King Highs, man. King Highs. 4 members taken down from Rebellion again. Alter Ego. Matt shows himself on the map, but it doesn't look like Alter Ego wanted to go for the end here. They're looking for the Lord instead.
It was a tag team play. They sent Rondo back so that Nile can come to the Lord. But King Matt, can he do it? No.
He doesn't have ult.
The Lord falls to the hands of Alter Ego. Is that the beginning of the end? Is that the final Lord?
Technically, they do have a few seconds, right? Carson will be up in 10. Suelo will also be up in a few. Rebellion can reset and look for it.
Oh man, they do have all the DPS available.
Do they have high ground though? Do they have the clear?
Zask, Moskov, Julian. DPS. They don't have big AoE, but they have a lot of ways to shred this Lord down. The Moskov, the Zask, the Eden even with the Primal Wrath. They have ways to kind of shred down this Lord, but can they do so while still avoiding a big play from Alter Ego? They haven't even been able to do so in a normal team fight. Let's see how this plays out. Lord still there, Owen. Unstoppable force over to Cars. Good ejector over. Cars still has immortality right now. The zone locks him down. Nile in the back as well. Utilizing the chaos to go for the blades. Not able to get all the blades. Nino with the winning crown. Does he bite immortality in time? Nino taken down. Matt still 3 hitting. And it looks like it is just going to be 2 for 2 for now. Alter Ego unable to end.
Wow, Rebellion with an amazing defense. Did you see that? It was groundbreaking, man. All the odds were stacked against them there. and Alter Ego still unable to push. And remember, it could have been paramount for Alter Ego as well, right? Let's say Rebellion were able to take down more than 3 members. They could have turned that completely around. They could have gone for the straight push.
Well, take a look at this, man. Straightforward engage by Owen. Cars dashes out, actually gets pulled back into the freeze, but look in the back line, right? Sway low once more. This guy's in the back and stops everyone. Buying time, buying space for King Matt to output that late game Moskov damage. Alter Ego, like we said, against a team that wants to play it straightforward, that wants to play a front to back. They really should have maybe approached from multiple avenues. But no, they went in straight for the straightforward play, and Rebellion, with all the damage output sources, were able to clear the Lord and win the fight. 5k gold lead, but Alter Ego, it's still looking shaky. They're still down a base turret. And for Rebellion, the base turret that's down is the base turret that's in the center, that can be controlled relatively easily. So they are still, in a way, on top.
Yeah, and on the flip side, Alter Ego lost that inhibitor turret on the far lane of the Lord, so it should be pushing in favor of Rebellion. That's something that they can set up. Looking at these items now, has anything changed in the past few minutes that we should keep an eye out for?
If I see correctly, I think we might have seen a bit of a swap from cars, if I'm not mistaken. But for the most part, they're just approaching that the carries are approaching their item swap threshold. When it comes to the roamers, though, they're building in the final item, and they're still going. Then they're still focusing on getting a bit more physical defense. At this point, at 24 minutes, the main threat has to be that gold lane. Roundel and Swaylo has been able to do crazy things. When it comes down to it, you're seeing that it's all about whether or not Highs and Matt can find the space, can find the ways to just come in and do some damage. Look at this, Rebellion. Once more, they are the ones in control. Alter Ego, can they make it confusing? Can they get the shred? Can't Nile split push up top? In theory, they should be able to. No purple buff. Oh, they fight with no purple buff. Nile doesn't have the purple buff again. Ejector connects on X-Twin, but he's still able to place around good penalty zone to lock them down. The primal rat is still there. X-Twin taken down. Time of the blade. Used up. No purple buff. No problem, it seems. But again, Aether goes in with the enhanced sword to the wrong side. Matt now with the Will of Nature against the world. Kiting away. That's 1. That's 2. That's an immortality. Roundel not able to survive. That's a freeze. Matt! So able to get away. Nile buys the winner crown. Highs buys the rose gold. Nile is godlike as he gets rid of Aether. Can he outplay King Matt? Immortality down. No winner crown to be seen. Dodges away from the belly zone. Matt's almost trying to look for it, but Highs gets the fade away. It's a monster kill for Highs. Nile in the base recalling. It's a wipeout and Alter Ego against all odds. 2-0 clean sweep against the Blue Bulls.
Alter Ego come back from this, and they break the amount of sheer disappointment that the fans have for them, right? They break that. They do the unthinkable. They pick up a win for themselves. They pick up a victory for themselves. And hopefully it will be enough to bring them forward in the second leg. That momentum shift for Nino, for Highs, for everyone on the side of Alter Ego.
In those final moments, man, it still seemed so close. King Matt clawing the defeat away to try and get something for his team, anything. But it just wasn't enough, man. It was a slight margin, the slightest of margins. But Alter Ego has done it. Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. Alter Ego coming back from that. They just team fight and they won. Nile had no purple buff that last fight. Rebellion could not withstand the damage and the lockdown. And in the end, maybe there was a bit of hope with Matt's able to space, able to kite, but at that point, that's where the gold lead mattered most for Alter Ego. It's because they kept on swapping these items that they got an advantage in the final fight. If it wasn't for the immortality swaps, if it wasn't for the rose gold swaps, maybe Matt would have been able to get a triple kill there.
A nightmare for the Blue Bulls. El Familia's dominance over RBL in both MPL ID Season 14 meetings. So it's safe to assume that Rebellion have not found a win in the past 2 meetings against Alter Ego.
Fortunately for them, no. It hasn't really been working out for them just yet. This was that final fight. You're seeing so many things happen at once. Even Roundel with that Frigid Glacier. The side, just reads upon reads. And honestly, it comes down to, I already feel that Highs was able to actually shred down Suelo before that fight even really broke out. But the margins were just so small.
It really was. It really, that's this moment. We thought that maybe King M-A-T-T could have done the unthinkable. But the unthinkable did still happen today. Alter Ego on stage with an interview with Bude Clara Mongstar.
Alter Ego kembali berjaya. Melihat pembukaan mereka dengan 2-0. Leg kedua sepertinya cerah nih Nino.
Alhamdulillah di awalnya udah baik.
Awalnya baik. Awal yang baik ini atas dasar apa nih?
Atas dasar ngobrol bareng sebelum main MPL sih. Kita selalu banyak ngobrol sih. Kayak kemarin kalah juga ya merasa terpukul banget lah kemarin. Jujur kekalahan kemarin merasa terpukul banget. Jadi kayak pengen ya lebih baik aja sih di leg kedua.
Kekalahan 2-0.
Iya.
Menjadi tamparan keras untuk kalian.
Tamparan keras, apalagi digoreng kan, udah gosong banget ini.
Sudah gosong?
Sudah.
Dan mengakibatkan Alter Ego.
Sudah gosong sama tim yang kemarin, ya adalah gosong banget.
Gosong banget, tapi Alter Ego yang gosong makin serem atau makin apa nih?
Harusnya makin serem sih, soalnya kan anak-anak juga kayak apaan sih kita diomongin terus gini kayak pengen dibuktiin gitu loh anak-anak. Gak mau dihina terus lah. Gak enak kok dihina, dihujat, kayak gitu tuh bener-bener gak enak. Cuman ya kita juga gimana cara ngelawan itu gitu loh Bude.
Berbenah.
Iya berbenah.
Dan ingin menjawab dengan prestasi.
Harusnya iya.
Waduh, dinantikan Nino.
Ya,
ini Alter Champs dari tadi, wah sudah bahagia sekali nih akhirnya. Setelah 2-0, 0-2, sekarang 2-0 lagi. Dan 2-0 kali ini tentu banyak sekali yang membicarakan bagaimana pertempuran kalian sebelumnya di leg pertama. Menangnya tuh 2-1, sekarang 2-0. Bagaimana ini? Siapa yang mau kasih tahu kita? Ada mungkin? Oh, kenapa? Owen apa Rondal ayo? Gimana? Owen?
Kenapa?
Rondal.
Owen.
Kan kembar. Kan kembar. Bagaimana? 2-0 ini sebelumnya 2-1.
Mungkin karena kita habis kalah sih kemarin, makanya sekarang lebih panas.
Berarti dari Alter Ego-nya?
Iya.
Namun, dari Rebellionnya sendiri bagaimana kalian melihat mungkin hari ini? Dibanding dengan leg 1?
Lumayan jago sih hari ini dibanding leg 1. Karena ada rawang baru juga kan dia. Tadi juga hard game juga kan kita 20 menitan.
Bener juga, itu momen comeback siapa yang bikin tuh?
Hais.
Oh Hais.
Ya.
Momen comeback, bagaimana kamu bisa menciptakan momen comeback itu?
Caranya bunuh Suelo.
Suelo yang mencuri Lord kalian?
Bukan, tadi dia ada monster yang sangat mengganggu Zasnya.
Monster dari Suelo.
Ya.
Karena dia mengganggu, jadi habisi dulu.
Ya.
Fokus utama, Suelo. Setelah kelar,
bantai semuanya.
Selesai. Hancur semuanya. Kamu melawan mantan timmu hari ini. Apa yang kamu bisikin ke teman-temanmu untuk memulai leg kedua ini?
Main percaya diri aja, sama main kayak di latihan aja, main yang bagus. Bantai-bantai udah.
Bantai sudah. Singkat padat jelas. Performa dari mantan timmu bisa dibilang di season ini sedang tertatih-tatih juga.
Ya.
Sebagai mantan tim, adakah kunci kemenangan yang bisa di-sharing untuk tim Rebellion? Karena kamu kacamatanya udah berbeda nih.
Ya.
Dari sisi lawan.
Mungkin Rebellion butuh Franco-nya Audi TZ.
Audi?
Ya.
Audi CS?
Ya, karena dia punya Franco power sekali.
Franco harus dimunculkan. Itu saja?
Ya udah itu doang.
Baik, namun ada pesan gak sih untuk mantan timmu nih?
Semangat aja, keep it up. Semangat, udah.
Semangat dan keep it up. Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang Audi, lawan hari ini bukan Audi, ada X-Win yang dilawan. Bagaimana sih apa bedanya dan ngelawan dua-duanya adalah leg 1 Audi, leg 2 hari ini X-Win. Bagaimana kamu melihat perbedaan kedua Rome dari Rebellion?
Sama-sama jago, cuma lebih jago Audi soalnya dapat 1 poin dari kita.
1 poin yang kalian kehilangan gak kalian kasih untuk leg kedua.
Iya boleh.
Apa sebagai roam dari tim Alter Ego? Apa yang kamu fokuskan ketika melawan tim Rebellion?
Kalau kemarin deep talk sama Gustian sih suruh mainnya lebih pede aja.
Deep talk. Yang penting pede, namun kepedean Nael. Bagaimana Nael? Masuki leg kedua. Untuk Alter Ego yang suka naik turun, naik turun, naik turun. Bagaimana kalau dari Nael sendiri leg kedua ini?
Kalau leg 1 kan kita udah sabar. Kalau leg 2 kayak gas.
El gas dong nanti.
Ya, kalau leg 1 udah stop lah sabar.
Nggak ada kesabaran lagi, Alter Ego mau ngegas, gas. Namun nextnya, wah di depan mata minggu ke-6 akan ada mantan Nael. Geek Fam di depan mata. Leg pertama memang kalian menang. Kalau leg kedua menurut Nael sendiri apa nih proyeksinya?
Menang lagi ya harusnya.
Menang lagi. Geek Fam yang leg pertama dan Geek Fam yang akhir-akhir ini sama nggak sih Nael?
Mereka jago sih, cuman kayaknya terlalu fun aja sih di in-game kayaknya ya. Cuman mereka jago banget, cuman kayak di in-game tuh ya kurang respect kayaknya.
Di in-game itu yang akan kalian maksimalkan kah?
Bisa.
Ada yang mau kamu samain gak sih untuk Geek Fam?
Baloy jangan main hero aneh-aneh.
Baloy jangan main hero aneh-aneh. Dan kemenangan hari ini menutup match kalian di minggu kelima. Ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin? Nino. Itu loh Alter Champs yang minta, No.
Apa yang disampaikan buat Alter Champs? Gak tahu sih, soalnya aku dihujat terus sama Alter Champs. Gimana ya? Gak apa-apa dah. Intinya makasih banyak sih buat Alter Champs ya. Walaupun ngehujat gue ya gak apa-apa lah, hujat gue aja. Gue juga pengen berkembang gitu, bukan kalian juga yang pengen menang. Gue juga pengen menang. Makasih aja sih. Ya kita juga tahu performa kita naik turun, cuman ya pengen naik terus sih, gimana caranya ya kita bakal cari sih ya. Doain terus ya.
Doain terus, percaya proses, beri dukungan positif dan juga mungkin bisik-bisik sedikit ya. Biar makin gosong, biar makin panas Alter Ego. Kasih tepuk tangan untuk Alter Ego, gas. Itulah dia caster, kemenangan 2-0 yang begitu memukau. Pembuktian dari Alter Ego.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongstar, for that interview with the victors Alter Ego. And in that interview, they mentioned that they're not gonna, they don't want to be sabar anymore, or patient anymore, but they want to be El Gas.
Gas.
El Gas.
So if you guys don't know, right now Nino is El Sabar or El 123. Some pretty negative names, but maybe El Gas could be
it's not that
his
bad.
saving nickname.
It's not like it's like not like insulting.
It is.
Wait, El Sabar is not insulting. It's not like saying like he's.
It depends on the context. It depends on the context.
Yeah,
the
okay,
context we
fine.
know of when he used to spam the Sabar emote. Yeah. No, I mean, at the very least we can say he means well.
Yes.
Right? But looking at some of the highlights here for the player of the match, who could it be, man? Looking at the plays here, all around the neutral objectives. You see Highs got that one as well. Who do you guys think it's gonna be? For game 2? The player of the match, right?
Player of the match. I voted for Niall.
After the first match, after the first game rather, yeah, probably just Niall. But game 2, oh man, oh no. The O-Mans come in from Mirko. Turns out, who is that man? It is Niall, player of the match presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. 8-3 and 8, a rough start for the Ling. The notorious Ling we were hyping up in game number 1, shut down in game number 2, but slowly but surely made that progressive route to finally getting back on top and making great moments happen for his team as well. I feel like overall though, you can give honorable mentions to a lot of the other players as well. It really seemed like a group effort, and it's El Familia. So, it's almost like, of course it is, right? But Niall, of course, is the standout player, and especially you can see that the team once Nile was able to kind of recover and get several more items, immediately they seem more confident. Here's some of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. And early on, there was that negative synergy moment coming through, and that was one of the first factors that kind of made him lose out. He didn't get that kill over there as well. And every single time he goes in to try and make a play onto the turtle, it's just too difficult. There's everything thrown out, spammed into the Lord Pit, into the turtle pit as well in the early game. So he wasn't able to really get that much value, that much impact. And to make things worse, his team really felt like they got it. They kept going in aggressively. So even when he's behind, the team isn't really available to kind of buy time for him as well. But once he was level 15, look at this, man. Immediately going in, pressuring Suelo. Tempest of Blade still buying some time, but not getting that retribution though. But again, it's just full chaos and he's able to make it out. So it seems like he caught up at this point, and for the whole team, it's kind of a group effort once more. A bit more on the same page.
You know, despite the mistakes that were made and despite the discipline issues, I do want to, you know, mention Hive just a little bit, right? I mean, he was able to dish out the damage in a lot of these team fights that we're seeing now. Like the spacing that he goes for was effective. And, oh man, this is the beautiful Matt moment.
King Matt trying to prove himself. You see the vision, right? You see the possibility.
Yes, we do.
Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, man. And even if it was enough, Nile's still in the area. Man, that's a great effort though.
This is where the gold lead really played dividends for Alter Ego, right? They were able to swap so many items. That's what created a tough spot for Moskov.
Talking about golden moment. Let's take a look from the mic checks. UBS, go.
Mid ada wave juga nanti, El.
Arut di gua.
Santai guys, nunggu atas guys. Santai, jangan buru.
Arut gak? Ini Arut sama gua. Dia konsil, Arut flicker.
Edit.
Edit dulu, nggak apa, orangin.
Gua free,
semua. Nice.
Edit, let go.
Nice.
Betul. Julian combo, miss ke gua.
Winter.
Nice po.
Guys, strike mid.
Ayo, boleh.
Ayo.
Lordnya ke bawah kok, aman guys.
Saatnya nggak sih guys kita? Minta dulu. Sabar.
Gas nggak sini? Woi, Weng.
Sabar, Cok, kasih gue main, Cok.
Aman.
Gue lempar edit. Gue lempar edit. Arut flicker.
Nih, jaki yang ada.
Gue
Jaki flicker.
Dia winter. Gak ada skill Julian. Klaskal. Mati.
Main sama gua.
Bos kap di gua guys.
Main sama gua.
Gua clear bawah.
I'm a little bit disappointed. I didn't hear the sabar.
You heard Santai though.
Oh,
Exactly.
in the beginning?
He's changed his vocabulary,
Santai.
No more sabar, but Santai is chill. So
I
he's not
thought
patient anymore.
it was El Gas now.
Yeah, they lied to us. Lying in our faces.
Well, in the
So
interviews,
rude.
they gotta keep their cards close to their chest, man. But like you mentioned, Mirko, the item swaps coming in, you saw a bunch of rose gold meteors pop up out of nowhere in that final fight. And like you mentioned, Eterna, I think we can give a general shout out to Highs on the carry. The moments where we see that the team kind of fall behind is always when Sway Low comes in and that Nightmare Spawn, the Dominus Descent, is able to kind of zone and buy time and deal damage. That final fight and a couple of fights in between there, whenever it comes out right in front of him, Highs just shreds it down immediately.
Yeah.
And the calmness to do that while skill shots and AoEs are flying around kind of made sure that Swaylo's impact gets mitigated.
He said that in the interview as well, right? He mentioned it on stage. He's like, the only thing I did was always look for Suelo. Suelo eliminated, gas everyone, bantai everyone.
Exactly, and even I think there were some moments where Suelo was kind of forced out of the Dominus Descent without even getting a chance to kind of jump out of it. That's how much late game damage is available. And looking at the gold difference over time, dang. What can you say, man? It's a gradual slope.
It's definitely tough, right? I mean, truly, Rebellion through their lead. They really didn't need to go for those crazy plays in the mid lane. Once they got that base turret with the first lord, that was already really, really good for them. 7,000 gold lead, we were talking about that. That was such a big gold lead for them. They could have just played it slow. Because it's not like they get outscaled anyways in the later stage, like super outscaled. They didn't have to end the game by 13 minutes. You know, they could take their time, wait for the enhanced lord, get another base turret, and even if they can't end there, wait again, get another enhanced lord. It's an 8,000 gold lead, a 7,000 gold lead. That was a throw from Rebellion, man.
There's no other way to put it. They were kind of maybe they're anxious about the game going longer and longer. They were kind of, I don't know, pressured to really try and end things early, right? Get it out of the way, you know? But that's where those moments are the ones that get you, man.
It is. Is this a Rebellion thing though? Is this something that you've seen as a trend for Rebellion? Them having the lead and then they kind of make mistakes in the mid game and then they lose control?
Mainly it has been because of the draft though, right? Again, they get Akai, they get Edith. Early on, neutral objective control, but then as the game goes on, no initiation tools. But this is the first time I think that we've seen them throw the game with this kind of lead, with this kind of comp.
So maybe it's not the draft this entire time? Is it something to do with their comms? Is it something to do with, I don't know, their activities?
Maybe they were having issues discussing it, right? They weren't using a reliable platform like the Kia Discord, the official destination for gaming and esports. Drop into that Discord for all things gaming at fandx.io/Kidia or scan that QR code because now we play at Kidia Gaming and maybe now we talk about in-game discussions as well.
Ew.
That's where what they need to kind of do, right? Get it out of the way properly.
Let me just join this Discord real quick.
All right. You just need to scan it. Yeah.
It's gone.
Your Samsung.
Well, we gotta.
You just tap your monitor.
It's back. It's back.
Oh,
On
that's
cue.
so sweet. Thank you.
Producer, you're the man.
I use my Galaxy A series, you know, to open it up. Here it is. And I'm going to join that Discord. Boom. It's loading. Welcome to the Kidia Gaming Discord. Exclusive
so cute.
updates.
Oh, it comes with a welcome message?
Yeah.
There's a welcome message.
That's interesting, man. Most Discords just drop you in.
That's true.
And you're just forced to
It's like
select a
move to
role.
app.
Exactly.
There you go. Kidia Gaming, accept invite. There are 4,893 members right now. But accept that.
That's a lot of members.
There you go. Now we just have to go through the verification process, but all easy. And then we can have discussions with you guys. Come and join me in the Discord too.
Yeah, go ahead, because maybe you can discuss about something else there.
What?
Maybe you can discuss about, money, the future, financial planning. Especially now that UBS Gold has released their epic collaboration limited series with MPL ID Season 14, which is available at ubslifestyle.com, UBS e-commerce, as well as, when you decide to purchase it, the limited edition, you guys can also get your hands on a free skin.
Every purchase.
Win, win, and win.
Win, win, and win.
Win in life.
In life, absolutely. Get free skins with every purchase of limited editions. Not just the katana, not just the ring, but even, the purchase of the investment, the gold that you have, the small grams as well, the one you see down below there. You can get free skins while you invest, man.
And it's pretty convenient. It's in a very compact package. And technically, right, it's kind of nicer to look at. It's not just a blob of gold somewhere.
Exactly.
It's in a card. It looks pretty premium. I
It
gotta
is
say.
premium.
As
It
someone
is.
who has seen one, who has one actually, it's pretty premium.
I've been collecting it since the first time they started collaborating, right?
Oh yeah?
What season was that?
Season
was it
10.
Season 10.
I have the Season 10 one, I remember.
Yeah.
Wow.
You have your Season 10 one too, right?
10, 11.
I believe so.
Hey, we should have all gone one.
I should have gone more.
Me too.
It's like the...
There was a vending machine.
Biggest regret.
Exactly.
outside.
That was
That's where
cool.
I got it.
That
That's
was
where I got
cool.
it. There was an UBS Gold vending machine
It was
outside.
like 300K IDR. But I think there's still a vending machine outside, but not for UBS Gold.
What is it for?
But Campina rather.
Oh, okay.
The double choco crunch vanilla
That one
chocolate
is my
is
favorite.
amazing, by the way,
The double
guys. So
crunch.
please check it out. They also have the caramel ice cream with double chocolate, and it's super crunchy. It's super enjoyable. You just put it in your mouth. And, experience the excitement of mabar or makan bareng, eating together with a Tropicana Double Crunch. Hurry up, get it at the booth or the vending machine because we gotta say, it's God level.
God level.
God level.
I think before this, I never really recognized that how much I want texture when I'm eating ice cream.
That's true. I
ice cream
agree.
is ice cream, right? But
I
then
agree.
I tried Campina. Oh man, that texture makes a whole lot of difference, dude.
I
Ice
ran to
cream?
the media room and I
Uh-huh.
stole like 10.
Yesterday, right? You and our talent manager, our makeup artist, stole like a whole lot of ice cream. And hey, it's okay because sometimes stealing is okay.
Thank you, Campina.
Sometimes. Mirko has a box of ice cream in his house as well. We don't talk about that though. Y'all didn't hear it from me.
You know what? Since
But
you said
let's-
that, I might brawl you, Arashi.
Okay, don't brawl.
Brawl
no
me?
fight, don't fight. Wait, did you say brawl?
Brawl.
You mean
Yeah.
like brawl with the best?
The best,
Arashi.
yeah, the best.
Oh.
Are you talking about, you saying we're not as good as the pro players? Is that it?
I don't know. I guess you just have to test that theory out.
That's a fair point. Because, you know, to all your friends attending at the MPL Arena, every even week, right? Every even week, there is a
But it was
brawl
odd.
match with pro players.
Odd or even?
Well, find out. Come to MPL ID.
That's true.
Real quick, man.
That's
if you guys
true.
want to see, then you must see with your own eyes. The GoPay booth outside at the MPL Arena. It's not outside the MPL Arena. It's outside of this, you know, arena right there in the activities booth. You guys can go and check it out when you register and use the GoPay app. There is a lucky draw for a chance to win a golden ticket, and that ticket will grant you an opportunity to play with the very best. Hazel was spotted out there. Another time it was Audi, Mr. CS Man. Another time could maybe be. Oh yeah, or Kyrie was what I was thinking about, you know? Oh, wait, he's actually there. The god in the jungle. Wait, you saw him? He's there.
Oh my god, imagine brawling against Kyrie.
Oh, imagine getting destroyed. Wait, he's going to be on your team though, right? In theory? Are you going to be playing against him?
I don't know how many people are there. One,
is it a
two, 3, 4,
5v5
5?
or is it just brawling with Kyrie?
I think it's brawling with Kyrie.
Wow, so you go up against some random scrubs online and you have Kyrie in your team.
That's unfair.
That's
an
easy.
experience,
It's
though.
an easy win. You know what they should make? Ranked together with them, because then it will just be an easy win. You get free points basically.
Mabar VIP.
Mabar VIP. Yeah, that's true. That would just be Mabar VIP.
Official version.
Yeah, those
But,
guys
like,
were very lucky,
For
man.
free, essentially.
Those guys were very lucky. They got to play with Kyrie.
For free.
You know how I got to play with Kyrie? At M3, the only time I got to play with Kyrie was when Wolf gave his phone to Kyrie, and Kyrie was playing with his phone, and we were all like, wait, why is Wolf so good on Cho?
Why is Wolf so good on Cho?
Yeah.
Let's ask the audience. But it looks like they're answering a different question this time around. So maybe for
Answer
later.
the question, man.
Maybe later. Thank you, Toran's IG. How can Rebellion bounce back in the next match is the question. His answer is Rebellion might need to prepare a strategy or refine their hero lineup and rotation gameplay to avoid being disorganized.
Fair point.
Thank you.
Fair point.
Agree?
I have to agree. Yeah. Their hero lineups, we talked about that in game number 1. And game number 2, the rotations, right? The decisions. You know, sometimes you don't have to do something. Sometimes you have to do some things. It's important to know which is which. You know, you can't get it twisted.
Do you agree?
I mean, yeah, hero lineup, sure, for game 1. Game 2, though, it was just that last decision. They gotta get the decision making down to a T, especially in situations where you're ahead by 7,000 gold. It should be harder to throw the game than it is to win the game in MPL when you have a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, especially with the meta just forming. We'll take a look at their upcoming matches, upcoming schedules. We have Geek Fam and Evo's Glory next. What do we feel about this? Do you think Ultra Ego still have a chance to claw their way into the green zone?
I feel there are a couple of loopholes, and against Geek Fam, loopholes are dangerous, right? The loopholes become tunnels when you're up against Big Brain Beloit. It kind of scans and analyzes and geeks out over it, literally Geek Fam, right? So I think it's a bit dangerous. Against Evos, though, I think that really depends on Evos, right? We have to wait and see more from this team, but as of right now, I feel like Ultra Ego has a good chance there.
It's sold out, by the way.
It's sold out,
sold
right?
out,
So,
though.
here as well, look at this. Rebellion versus TL. Oh,
It's all
man.
G, guys. I mean, not for Rebellion, but
Yikes.
like...
Oh, this is a tough match for Rebellion, because TLID are the opposite of Rebellion, right?
Yeah.
TLID are decisive. They know when to end games. They know when to take and capitalize on. Though, don't punch them in the face.
But
That
you can
would
buy
just be
tickets.
assault. That's what I meant. Huh?
Maybe buy tickets, that's okay?
Yeah, buy tickets, come over.
Okay.
There are some of those matches that are still up and available for you guys to come and join and buy tickets and watch.
The Rebellion versus TLID
Yes.
one, there's
the-
still tickets available
and the
for that.
Ultra Ego one.
Yeah. Come to the TLID ones, though.
Okay, you don't even come to the TLID ones.
I do.
No, not when Yaoi's not playing.
I was there yesterday.
That's because you thought Yaoi's gonna play.
Anyway, use GoPay to get a 10% discount. Because, you know, tickets start from 85K, you get a 10% discount on top of that. It's just so much value. But ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game numero dos, we are going to go on a short break. But it looks like Bude Clara Monster is up on stage. Let's see what she's doing.
Ayo.
Ini kalau aku
Opal, Opal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Yuk, Opal. Bude sih premium tadi ya.
Nah, itu loh Bude.
Dapat premium.
Itu loh.
Asik.
Yang kayak gini-gini loh. Aduh, hai.
Opal, ini kok Bude dapat premium? Ini ada acara apa nih? Kamu premium juga, kita bakal dapat apa?
Benar, jadi spesial untuk hari ini versus RBL ya. Nah, jadi Altermas itu lagi ngadain yang tadi gue bilang kemarin tuh yang ada clue-cluenya itu nih. Dapat ini, kalian bisa langsung tuk. Nah, itu nama gamenya Dart ya. Kalian tuh bisa mendapatkan produk-produk eksklusif dari Altermas secara apa? Secara gratis.
Buset.
Dengan tap-tap gini aja deh, premium langsung sikat.
Berarti tadi udah ada banyak yang dapat Altermas dong?
Udah banyak itu yang dapat, udah banyak.
Berarti hanya dengan gelang saja?
Bener.
Berarti punya tiket untuk nonton, boleh langsung bermain.
Langsung.
Lalu kalau dapat premium bisa main dart.
Main dart.
Terus bisa dapat
nih.
Apa?
Nih produk-produk ini.
Buset.
Dapat ini.
Buset.
Tuh.
Banyak banget.
Merchandise Altermas. Kita hari ini soalnya menang, makanya kita baik hati.
Widih, ini buat berapa orang nih?
Terserah. Mau berapapun.
Berapapun?
Berapa orang pun. Alter Ego lagi banyak duit, santai aja.
Keren. Ya. Kalau di sini kayaknya sih dari Alter Champs lebih banyak duitnya juga. Mereka nggak mau belanja aja langsung.
Oh bisa. Bisa langsung dapat potongan harga. Kalau kalian bisa langsung belanja di MPL Arena, kalian dapat potongan harga spesial dari Altermas. Ya, jadi buat Alter Champs semua yang banyak duit, belanja aja langsung ke sini ya, sikat ke MPL Arena.
Boleh. Kalau yang di rumah nih?
Kalau di rumah langsung bisa lewat e-commerce. Ya, banyak tuh produk-produk terbaru dari Alter Ego. Ada nggak nih displaynya? Oh, udah dibeli tadi. Ya, udah dibeli. Yang warna pink, yang premium tuh, yang keren-keren tuh pokoknya langsung aja sikat. Yang online, jangan lupa tuh di e-commerce-nya Altermas.
Ini semuanya pasti superfans langsung nyikat nggak sih?
Bener,
Habis 2-0.
Habis 2-0. Aduh, hai terlalu easy untuk di hari ini. Iya.
Beneran?
Iya
Tadi
bener.
match hari ini terlalu easy?
Ya karena sebenarnya Alter Ego tuh bukan levelnya lagi lawan Rebellion gitu loh.
Lawannya apa tuh?
Lawannya tuh kayak Onyx, RRQ harusnya.
Oh.
Jadi ini nggak masuk hitungan, RBL ini nggak masuk hitungan ya.
Carinya yang peringkat atas?
Peringkat atas dong. Ya, karena bukan standar kita untuk lawan Rebellion.
Kupikir bakal langsung sebut ini, AE Brand.
Itu belum, nanti dulu itu. Kalau itu nanti dulu tuh, ente kadang-kadang.
Indo dulu?
Ya, Indo dulu nih, Indo dulu.
Tapi kamu pede emang? Tadi kamu nyebutinnya kok udah RRQ sama Onyx sih?
Pede. Kita harus pede bisa pergi ke Bandung ya. Ke Bandung bukan untuk liburan, tapi untuk bermain di playoff.
Benar.
Ya, benar.
Betul, bermain di playoff. Emang bisa nih kita ke Bandung?
Bisa, insya Allah bisa Bude. Selagi mereka saling percaya, selagi mereka punya apinya itu, bisa itu pergi ke Bandung, rame-rame kita semua ke sono.
Rame-rame, kalau dari Alter Champs gitu, apa sih harapan-harapannya? Pasti kan pada bisik-bisik ke kamu, Opal, ayo dong, ada harapan-harapan apa nggak sih?
Harapan dari Alter Champs itu sebenarnya nggak banyak sih, dia butuh kepastian aja tuh deh.
Ya.
Karena sesuatu hal yang dikasih harapan gitu tuh kalau belum pasti tuh percuma juga gitu loh. Ya, jadi Alter Champs tuh kemarin bisikin gua, kita nggak butuh harapan Bang Opal, kita butuh aksi nyata dari Alter Ego, udah itu doang.
Wah. Jadi buat ini superfans yang ingin bergabung untuk ngedapetin kepastian.
Benar.
Di tengah-tengah harapan, bergabunglah bersama dengan Alter Champs.
Benar sekali Bude.
Biar pusing, makin
pusing.
Tapi happy bersama yang penting.
Happy
bareng.
2-0.
2-0, kata penutupan untuk match hari ini Opal?
Untuk Pandi dan Upi jangan datang ke sini lah, cukup gua aja untuk bisa membantai RBL, sorry ya.
Ciao. Sudah, begitu saja. Kita akan langsung ke match kedua sesaat lagi. So, dadah. Mana dartnya?
Kita main langsung.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome.
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet Anda
aja beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah, download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan. Menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan. Karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
MPL Arena, balik tepuk tangan.
Selesai dapatkan 2 fokus back to back.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko. Klik Indomaret.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen pentulen.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon back to back.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood. Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all in. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Memasuki match kedua di hari terakhir minggu yang kelima adalah pertempuran bagi dua tim yang pernah membawa nama Indonesia di M5. Dan saat ini kita akan menantikan bagaimana pertemuan kedua mereka di leg yang kedua. Inilah dia, Fnatic Onyx dan juga Geek Fam. Dari semua super fans pasti menantikan bagaimana kedua tim ini menjawab tantangan dari satu sama lain. Karena mengingat di leg yang pertama, Geek Fam berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan yang cukup dramatis dengan 21 poin melawan Fnatic Onyx. Namun kalau boleh diingat, Fnatic Onyx mereka tak bisa dikalahkan 2 kali dengan lawan yang sama di season lalu. Akankah di season ini bisa terjadi lagi? Fnatic Onyx harus menjawab itu semua. Namun sebelum kedua tim ini menjawab tantangan masing-masing, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua super fan yang telah hadir, yang ada di rumah, yang lagi nobar-nobar, dan khususnya kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Munton, presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet, GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome berserta dengan WeDrink. Dan juga suppliers kita ada Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy's Choice, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Dan support yang terus mengalir untuk kedua tim ini, di mana kita sedang mencari tahu dua tim masih suka mengutak-utik dari segi line up. Gameplay pun tentu berubah. Namun bagaimana dengan perjuangan Fnatic Onyx? Akankah ini menjadi mode mengejar upper bracket untuk Fnatic Onyx? Dan Geek Fam pun memberikan tentu saja perlawanan lagi dan menundukkan Sang Raja Langit agar bisa naik ke klasemen terbaik. Kali ini berada di posisi nyaman bukan menjadi pilihan tentunya. Semua ingin menjadi yang terbaik karena kita sendiri sedang mencari tim terbaik untuk berlaga di M6. Mengingat kedua tim ini pernah mengharumkan nama Indonesia, berjuang atas nama Indonesia. Kali ini kita harus melihat perjuangan mereka terlebih dahulu di leg yang kedua. Melawan satu sama lain, inilah dia pertarungan antara Fnatic Onyx dan juga Geek Fam.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second game here, our second last match. We have Geek Fam going head-to-head against Fnatic Onyx. This was a matchup that was once crowned as one of the top twos for quite some time, but now it's a little bit of a different scenario for both of these teams with Fnatic Onyx and their shaky journey here in the season. But the same can be said for Geek.
Yeah, Season 12 Grand Finals, it was Geek Fam versus Fnatic Onyx. Fnatic Onyx still with Boots at the time, Geek Fam still with Niall, who was playing for Alter Ego just earlier in game number 1, match number 1 rather. And remember in the XP, it was still Mr. BBL, Big Boy Luke.
Oof. Big Boy Luke. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the English broadcast with me, Eternal, alongside with Mirko as Arashi. Now, coming into this match, Mr. Analyst, how are we feeling about this? What do we think? 2-0 Onyx? 2-0 Geek, 2-1 Onyx, 2-1 Geek.
I feel like there's a possibility for a 2-1 Onyx type scenario, personally, but it depends. You know, Geek Fam right now in this season in particular is so volatile, man. I gotta say, they were looking really, really good in the beginning, and then they had a huge dip, and then they got back on their feet. So it's anyone's guess at this point. But before anything, we have to talk about the formula, the lineup first. How this match goes on, is it a 2-0, 2-1? Can depend on this lineup choice. With so many options to pick and choose from right here, you have to consider, right? In theory, I think so far Chadera and Veldora has been the preferred lineup for Geek Fam. And for Onyx, might be Kyrie and Rez. But you never know, right? In the span of like a single day, things might have shaken up already for both these teams.
Yeah, on paper it looks better for Kyrie, right? 10 games, 70% win rate, 10 games for Albert as well. And these are the two teams that have shaken it up so much that we're not really sure what we're going to be expecting for this next series. Are we going to get Chadera? Are we going to get Masako? Are we going to get Veldora or Gobs? Lutpi, Rez, Albert, Kyrie?
All of them?
A lot of different
Just all of
lineups.
them?
All of them together, right?
All
maybe
of them together.
Becomes a football match with all of them in the
like
lineup.
mid-game, they'll pass their phone to the other guy.
Hey, maybe. I mean, we've seen, you know, mid-game, well, not mid-game, but post-game substitutions, you know, after game 1, after game 2. But yeah, for Geek Fam, I think based on the lineup that they deployed last time around, I was up against RQ, it was actually Veldora with Chadera. So is it safe to say that it is their best lineup, Veldora, Chadera, over Gobs, Masako?
Well, if you're telling me like they were going up against RRQ and they feel that not their best lineup, I'll be surprised as well. And honestly, I feel like it has to be, right? There's more potential, more flashier moments with some of the other options, but for the most part, Chadera and Veldora seems to be the one that's more consistent, something that they can kind of build on and allow Beloyski to be the one that's a bit more volatile and a bit more surprising. Whereas for the side of Onyx, we'll have to wait and see about that later, but you saw earlier, Chadera there, 1v1 against an assassin, having the guts to play it safe, but then pull the trigger on aggressive plays like this, diving in 1v2. That's the kind of moments, the kind of calculations in a split second that you want to have on a gold laner, right? Because you need them to be volatile and aggressive, but only when necessary.
Yeah, I think for the longest time, Chadera was known to be a little more safer as compared to Marquee back in the day, right? Which is why we saw the Marquee Chadera swap out. But here it is, Chadera, number 6 in the gold per game in the gold lane, number 6 in the damage per game in the gold lane, and number 8 per kill per game in the gold lane. Not necessarily the best of stats out of the 9 teams. He's at number 6 and number 8. What's been going on here with Chadera this season?
Well, it's unfortunate for Chadera because he hasn't really had as much playtime as we usually see him get, right, in the season, because he has obviously been swapping back and forth with Masako, and it does feel like maybe early on that safe style that Chadera brings to the table isn't what Geek Fam were trying to utilize, isn't what Geek Fam have been trying to achieve with the gold lane in general for that role. That's why they opted to go for Masako for a lot of the games, and in the end, maybe Masako is a bit too 50-50. So now they're going back with the reliable gold lane, maybe playing towards that top side of the map first.
That can be a valid answer, because Veldora likes playing the aggressive style as well, and he's a bit more used to that compared to the more enable type kind of heroes that can just only engage and tank it up. So I feel like they have flexibility, they have potential to shake it up a bit, but I think then that the question becomes how to balance it out, because we talked about this for Onyx actually, right? If everyone's enabling, then no one carries. If everyone's carrying, no one's enabling. You gotta have a balance. And I think Beloyski is good at adjusting. So I think if whatever choice they went with, there has to be some discussions already done backstage. And now we talk about Fnatic Onyx right here and seeing their potential with Rez coming through. I think everyone agrees that Kyrie might be better. Although Albert has proven himself to be a bit more aggressive than the last time that he shows up on the Land of Dawn, where everyone was complaining about how he was so passive, so reactive, and in a meta where the jungle should be proactive and a bit of a playmaker as well. And Rez, he's doing that adaptive style that Boots used to do, right? Just be in the front, make sure that your team gets the prio, gets the space to try and make plays happen, and you can make a single moment happen with your ultimate, and that's about it. You let the rest of the team do the work. And technically with the team dynamic, it kind of works out.
It does seem like for Fnatic Onyx, with the different styles at play with Rez or Lutpi, Albert or Kyrie, we've seen that with Rez, it's actually just the old Fnatic Onyx playstyle. Back when they didn't even have the Fnatic in their name, it was Onyx Season 11 and 12, where they actually just played with the two side lanes to enable the trio mid. And so far with Rez, that has been the case. Meanwhile for Lutpi, there's a little bit more ways that you can tackle the game, obviously, with an aggressive XP laner that wants to carry the game. But honestly, looking at Fnatic Onyx play with Rez, it just feels right. It just feels like the real Onyx is back.
It feels like he's maybe the heir of the Sky Throne here. I like that title, heir of the Sky Throne. #1 total damage per game in the EXP lane. #2 kills per game in the EXP lane. And #4 assists per game in the EXP lane. What do these stats tell us about Rez?
It tells us that he's actually a bit more aggressive than you would give him credit for. A lot of people seem to think that Rez, all he does is just roam around, clear waves, and roam around. But you can see that in the damage dealt, he's actually quite significant. So it's subtle. And that's because everyone else on Onyx is just that flashy. Back to what Mirko was talking about, the trio mid. I mean, dude, Albert or Kyrie mixed with Sans and Keyboy. Come on, there's a reason why they're so notorious and why there are so many edits online for crazy highlight moments for them. They are a crazy, I don't know, shining trio mid lane. And sometimes the subtle approach on the side lanes, it really makes the whole thing click together. I think I can agree with Mirko on that. But I do wonder if the idea for Onyx is to have that playstyle ready, but also a chance to kind of bring in Lutpi out of nowhere. And that could be a bit of a secret weapon. The same way GeekFam were using Marky the last time around with, when he was in the roster.
It's definitely possible. Something that they can use up their ace sleeves. But at this point, do they still want to rotate things around? Is that okay for the stability of their playstyle and their gameplay?
Yeah, honestly, it really feels like they shouldn't anymore, right? We're already in Leg 2 now. Maybe leave the experimentation in Leg 1. That's it. With the Leg 1 matches concluding, maybe it's time to actually go back to what they're known for, what they're strong for, and what they've been getting, the results at least from the experimentation, right? With experiments, you get a lot of the different results, and now utilize those results, get the best lineup possible. And it does seem like it might be Kyrie. It shouldn't be Albert. Albert isn't wearing the jersey. A bit of a, you know, maybe a spoiler there, as you don't really see Albert ready up. He has a jacket on. Lutpi is also...
But also Rez.
Okay, that is a toss. That's why for Albert, he's not wearing the jersey, just the jacket. So, I mean, technically he could just walk up with a jacket. We don't need to see the jersey.
That's also true.
Gives us a hint. Meanwhile, yeah, I have no idea who's gonna play for GeekFam. Maybe it's Gobs Chidera, maybe it's Gobs Masako, or maybe it is the classic Veldora.
If you want to use the pattern of what you said earlier about the jackets, Chidera's not wearing his jacket.
But he is wearing the jersey.
Yeah, but everyone else is wearing their jackets. So it's just...
Beloy wasn't wearing his jacket.
No way Beloyski's not
Veldora
playing.
also.
You know how Beloy and Chidera walk on with swag though? They put the jackets on their shoulders, bro. They don't wear
That's true, that's
like
true.
we casuals. They just, you know,
They're professionals. They're not casuals like us.
So no spoilers today, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. You're just going to have to wait for the official team lineup. So, but so you think it's...
Veldora Chidera
Veldora
and
Chidera, Kyrie Rez?
I think I agree with that as well.
I'll agree too.
Okay, all right.
I'll agree too. I'll be the yes man.
No Lutpi?
I don't think so.
You think Rez is better than Lutpi?
That I don't know. That I don't know. I mean, people are saying, they're really talking him up, saying that Rez is very similar to Boots, saying that he's been very consistent with his performance, but I guess we'll have to wait and see in real life here right now. As we take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the official team lineup for Fnatic Onyx. There it is, Rez in the EXP lane with Kyrie in the jungle, alongside with Sans, Keyboy, and CW. No Albert today, and we also do not see Lutpi. Is this the main five that Fnatic Onyx are going to be sticking with? As we welcome them onto the stage.
Though it's not Boots in the lineup anymore. You see the glimpses of the Sky King that terrorized, that conquered MPL ID and the world just last year. Still, with the god in the jungle, Kyrie. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, Fnatic Onyx!
Coming in confident with what can be said one of their stronger lineups that haven't proven, that has been fielded before. We'll see what they can do, man. Are we going to see development, changes coming in from Rez, the new face, or are they just going to fall into line with the good old Sky Kings style that we have come to know and enjoy?
And on the flip side here for Geek Fam, we have Vildora in the EXP lane, Vincent jungle, a boy mid lane, Beloyski in the roam, and it's going to be Chadera this time around. So that's a choice that Geek Fam has opted for. Let's see if it works out for them.
The Kingslayers failed to defeat the Kings of Kings, but today they are up against the Sky Kings that they were able to beat in leg number 1. This time with a different lineup, no Masako, but still with Vildora. Let's welcome Geek Fam!
As you can see, 2 members have their arms in the sleeves. This is just how Geek Fam rolls, man. Cool, calm, collected, now scheming, finding a way to exploit potential weaknesses. With changes come loopholes, with loopholes come opportunities in the face of the greedy man, Beloyski, as our Marshal Daenang brings in the big brains, Bluff Z and Coach Jab with Adi and Dora DSP.
They're both forces to be reckoned with on either side. Either way, both of these coaching staffs have found a lot of success in the past, and the question is whether or not they're going to be able to replicate it this season. A lot of things have changed this season, and I'm wondering, we haven't really spoken too much about Beloyski, right? When we're talking about Geek Fam, a lot of the plays center around this man. What do you think about Beloyski this time around? Do you think we're going to be expecting some crazy picks coming from him? I think he already swayed away from the Gatot.
I think if it's the Hellcurt, Natalia, maybe, because that was exactly what they were able to utilize up against Fnatic Onyx. Knowing that maybe going up against Keyboy in the traditional roamers isn't really too smart of an idea. This is probably the best at utilizing those traditional initiators.
And looking at the rival showdown right here, like you mentioned, Mirko, total assists 219 for Keyboy, number 1. But close behind in 192, it's Beloyski. 1 or 2 good games can swing this stat back and forth between both these roamers. That's where it gets interesting. Even looking at the average KDA, by the way, despite Beloyski having a notoriety for going with these aggressive, with these assassin roamers, Keyboy has him beat at number 5 with 4.47 KDA right there.
That's a big jump. Number 5 and number 6 only behind number 1, but it's 2 and it's 4. The difference of that KDA is interesting. But of course, you know, those stats, I understand on paper, maybe Keyboy seems like the preferable roamer, but the stats can't really explain the level of impact that Beloyski has in the game.
For sure. It's not only about his own performance, it's what he does to the team. What kind of opportunities that he allows his team to have. And of course, even outside of the game, this man it's no secret that Beloyski has been a key factor in nurturing, in training, in improving the team overall. Looking at the most pick and ban heroes, the Roger sticks out. It has been a subject of a lot of discussion of Geek Fam, whether or not it's critical to get a jungle that is not exactly an assassin in their hands. We'll just have to wait and see. Because if you look at the rest of the stats, aside from the KDA, still pretty close to each other actually between Geek Fam and Fnatic Onyx.
I'm wondering whether or not the stats for first pick and second pick are similar too, right? So we're going to take a look at that. First pick selection will be Geek with a 50% win rate on both blue side and red side. Supposedly Onyx has the better win rate on red side.
Yeah, they have a much better win rate on red side. I believe the red side, we'll get to see it. I think it's 80%. Meanwhile, on the blue side, it's down to, what, 40% for Fnatic Onyx. They might have risen since we last saw them, but I guess we will just see right here. A Geek Fam, though, by the way. Yeah. Man. Yeah, it has risen 90% to 40% for first pick versus second pick. And this is one of the reasons Geek Fam was able to actually beat Fnatic Onyx. They put them on blue side. They forced Fnatic Onyx to take blue in their first time meeting. But now, it does seem like, you know, it is going to be a different approach, or I believe it is Fnatic Onyx that are the home team, so they get to decide in game 1.
Okay. in theory, being first pick Geek Fam can kind of force Fnatic to kind of respect a lot of the special, weird, unnatural almost heroes that Beloyski can use. But we'll have to see. Coach Yeb, this man is known to not only take a single layer of approach, he always goes in for some bans, but sometimes he lets some bans slip through, and when you least expect it, he comes up with an unorthodox solution. So for Bluffsy and Beloyski, you gotta be careful right here as he goes straight into that drafting phase.
Here we go. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Fanny Hayabusa banned out by Geek Fam. Fnatic Onyx go for the chip and the health card here on red side.
Still no Roger ban. That's usually what we see up against Geek Fam. Maybe Fnatic Onyx are just going to respect Beloy. And it will be the juice in from Geek Fam. They definitely want to try to leave this Roger open, knowing that Geek Fam, they find a lot of success when Vincent gets the Roger. And with Chidera, usually when they play with Masako, when you see the Roger, it is going to go to the hands of Vincent. Never mind, we're just not going to be talking about that because it got banned. Phobius, I think, should be.
It should be, with how much impact, with how decisively Geek Fam wants a team fight. And Veldora, now he has options, right? Does he want that Phobius? Does he want that Hylas? Turns out Phobius, I think it's a bit too annoying. And remember, we keep rehashing this, but Professor KB very boldly proclaimed, if you have a Phobius, that the Hylas struggles, man. But Fnatic Onyx will be taking away that Julian possibility from Vincent, and they get the Hylas as well. So when it comes to the rush coming through, Fnatic Onyx, they can't do so, but they have to try and get the right tools to deal with this Phobius as well.
This is the approach that RQ went for too up against Geek Fam in game number 2. They ban out the Roger, pick up the Julian, and force Vincent to go for the Nolan, or actually just a Ling, right? Any other assassin except for the Julian, any other jungler except for the Roger. Those are the two comforts for Mr. Vincent. Now that the Nolan has been shown and the Moskov, this does put Fnatic Onyx in a good spot to try to counter that gold lane, or even better in my opinion, to punish the Vexana. Punish the Phobius with Vexana. Get a pick for Sans.
Crowd control lockdown for the all-in dive hero. I was thinking that usually damage, burst, and a lot of shred maybe, something like a carry, really is difficult to deal with as a Phobius that can only move forward, can't really kite back in and out of the range of the basic attacks. But as you mentioned, the crowd control is just so good from Vexana. It's layeredable, technically, with 2 long-duration crowd controls. It can be used to stop the Phobius, but Fnatic Onyx, they're going with the Zask.
Yeah, they don't pick up the Vexana just yet here. They're actually opting to go for Zask instead of the Vexana. I mean, technically it depends, right? The Vexana has been a good tool to try and outmaneuver a Zask. I mean, technically Fnatic Onyx can go for the ban here in the second phase if they do want to eliminate that presence and that pressure, especially against the Hylos. Sometimes the Vexana can have a option of the she has tools to kind of maneuver around the Hylos. But yes,
I think for Fnatic Onyx at this point, right, they got the Zas, so they gotta play for the Zas. They ban out the Fairmiss and Aurora, perhaps, and for Geek Fam, we know this Hylos is not gonna go XP, I believe. It should be a Terizla and Arlet ban for them to try to limit Rez and try to force him on the Hylos, because we have never seen that from Fnatic Onyx. We have never seen Rez on the Hylos.
To live is to
not a hero he is comfortable with, and we haven't seen a lot of heroes, period, from the guy actually, so Terizla, even they narrowed down. Geek Fam seems to be buying into the idea, Mirko. But I'm wondering if there's any kind of idea for Fnatic Onyx for the gold lane, right? And if Geek Fam want to respect that, because again, damage output against the main front line is a big factor when it comes down to a front-to-back fight. Unless, of course, Geek Fam aren't really planning on that. They have a lot of mobility tools, and they have a Nolan as well. Now, Fnatic Onyx, they ban away the Ruby, though. So they are the ones concerned about just being grouped up and comboed.
if you're talking about the gold lane, I mean, Harith has been a really good option for Fnatic so far. How does the Harith fare against this Moskov, and is it an option for Fnatic Onyx to go for?
Against the Phobius, the Harith against the Phobius, it really seems like it's the same issue with a Harith against a Hylas. If you're snowballing, then sure, you have a lot of damage. But if the game gets tough, if the game gets even, I believe something like a carry would be ideal. That was what I was thinking about as well. But Geek Fam, they denied completely. No real tools available, unless... Now, at this point, they're already also heavily stacked on magic damage. Something like a Natan that can shred also isn't really available any longer.
Yeah, and it does seem like Fnatic Onyx will need some physical damage.
Exactly.
They can go for the safe choice, which is the Arlet Flex. They can utilize that all the way to the end and then pick up a Beatrix later.
Ooh.
I think, Geek Fam, I think this could be an Aurora Kaja angle. Maloyski going back to his roots and combining together. If it's not Kaja, maybe we might actually see the Franco. But against Nightmare Spawn, the Nightmare Spawns of Zask, it is going to be really tough. But yeah, Aurora Kaja, a really good pick-off composition for Geek Fam if they actually decide to go for it.
If they do decide to go for it, they need some kind of crowd control to help out there too, though. If they go and jump on someone, it could be a chance that there's going to be the whole lot of Onyx just rushing through. And speaking of physical defense, they go for the Brody instead actually here. Not opting for the Shred, but more for the burst damage and lane domination technically, if this is played correctly by CW.
They can go Tiger then. They don't need to go Kaja anymore.
Let's take a look at this Crush region data though. Hylos has 100% pick and ban rate in MPL Mena.
Wow.
Season 6 with a total of 7 picks and 21 bans. So it has been a very popular pick so far. I'm wondering what the win rate for Hylos is here at MPL ID, but it looks like there's no Kaja this time around. The Grok does get picked up, however, and will it be supplemented with who in the mid lane?
Aurora makes sense, can stop the whole thing in combo, but Vexana, they want something a bit more aggressive, and it is a boy on that Vexana. Keep in mind, a bit of a signature pick. Final pick for Onyx right here. Revealing, is it going to be a different EXP laner? A surprise in the hands of Rez, or is it going to be something for Keyboy instead? Putting the Hylas in the hands of Rez, as you were predicting, Rico.
Yeah, should be Arlet or Edith, really. For Fnatic Onyx, they go for the Edith here. Oh no, whoa! Hylos first time to... I thought that was for sure the Edith. No, they go for Lolita up against the Moskov and Vexana. Oh my goodness, this is the first time that we see Hylos on Rez. Let's see if he's any good on it.
By all means, it's not a hero that requires a lot of big mechanics. It's a hero that requires a lot of thinking though, right? The timing on when to go in, when to use the Glorious Pathway. By all means, Mirko, like you mentioned, this is a very enabling sort of playstyle. You farm up, you rotate, you lay out the pathway for your team to do the rest. This Lolita though, this is a bit of a curveball, man. You can bounce back some of the spells from Abori, the Terrify, which is one of the most important ones. The damage from the Moskov as well. Instead of tanking it, you can reflect it. That's great. But those are the only two things that he can do. Maybe the Nominant's Blast is what he's looking for here.
Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the lineup rating, the lineup index, very similar, but a little favoring more towards Fnatic Onyx. It all depends on the execution now as we enter the Land of Dawn for the first game in our highlighted match of the day. Geek Fam versus Fnatic Onyx.
Welcome.
Match of the day in the Land of Dawn. We go. Fnatic Onyx. Sky Kings versus Kingslayers. A battle that we have seen multiple times before, but for Geek Fam, it's always different every season because they've always had different members. And now it's another variant. They were able to beat them with Masako and Veldora. Now it's Chadera.
And speaking of difference, usually we see a revitalized Lolita, revitalized Hylos. No, Vengeance Hylos. A lot tankier in a short burst of time, but lower cooldown on that playmaking tool, that battle spell. Whereas Keyboy has a good old clicker, so playmaking, as always, is his priority. Moves by IndieHome, though, show that tenacity is still, of course, for Rez on the Hylos, but the the weapon mastery from Sans hints a bit at the late game angle, especially with a early game, with a burst-heavy gold laner. I guess Sans will be picking up the slack later on as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's very unique to see the weapon mastery on a Zask, and I guess that's what they're going for, right? But with Brody against Chadera, will Fnatic Onyx be able to look for that early game pressure that the Brody is notoriously usually able to have?
And look at the positioning here. CW freezing the lane. Chadera immediately gets put in a weird spot as Keyboy waits around, man. This is a calculated trap. Would it pay off, though?
Bottom lane as well. It's a bit up and clear. Chadera definitely getting bullied out of this lane. Big smack in the face too. No Purify for Chadera. He opted for Flicker.
He did get that the gold card right there, though. He wasn't denied from it. So still pretty okay. Chadera is used to playing in a quote-unquote losing matchup. But look at this rotation, man. Instant clear with that Grok with the Phobius reaching level 4. Geek Fam make the play.
Veldora actually has a Demonic Force proc, goes in onto Kyrie, will be able to get him to use the Enhanced Sword. Vincent gonna be chain CC'd here, but still, good retribution by Vincent. Eternal Guard to knock two members up. Rez, even with the Vengeance, cannot survive, and Veldora is a big smack in the face to Keyboy. Kyrie can only just get the purple buff as Fnatic Onyx trail behind in the early game.
Ever as reliable, Vincent on that retribution, and understanding that there was no contest, it does make sense that Geek Fam take control over this early portion of the game, especially with the immense wave clear, right? They have Beloyski on the Grok, and they also have a boy on the Vexana, so they were able to set up a lot quicker, and hence Fnatic Onyx being caught quite behind.
Especially with a lot of members not reaching level 4 just yet in the game overall. The fact that they have a Phobius that's rushed into a higher level means that they have multiple ultimates, free ultimates, because there's no cooldown technically on that Infernal Pursuit. So Geek Fam use it to its full potential. Right now, playing on the top side.
CW is actually falling behind her Chidera. Is this something that we expected? But wait a second, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, and then round blast. Oh, bad flicker. Good Terrify though. Beloyski has the wild charge. He flickers forward. Goes for the wild charge only onto Keyboy. I don't think there's going to be enough damage to take him down. Vincent is walking up, unable to get in range in time. But yeah, an uncharacteristic miss from Keyboy.
He was having the angle on the Aluminum Blast a bit too far right, as if he's expecting a boy to move forward there. Not really angling it towards a boy's own turret. He flickered through to try and get the pick up, but it didn't land. That was a great outplay by Sans though, the reaction time to get away from the fracture of Vincent. But for now, Geek Fam have all the control, man. They still have a lot more damage, a lot more wave clear, and when it comes to just the brawls, they have a lot more spells spammable in these fights. So Fnatic Onyx are taking it easy, and they're making sure that at least the key members like Kyrie are keeping up in EXP and gold.
So what's the plan now for Fnatic Onyx? Because technically Geek Fam, if they continue on this pace, the fact that they have the control over the neutral objectives at the moment is okay, right? Because at the end of the day, they do still have Chidera on the Moscow, but for Fnatic Onyx, what are they waiting for?
Ooh. They're supposed to play with the gold lane, but B-Boy. Oh!
Moving on blast, this time no flicker. Veldora still doing a good job. Now popping a vengeance, jumping onto Kyrie, buying a lot of time. Eternal Guard popped in, good in has sword. But Beloyski wins it out with the power of nature. Kyrie gets caught in the midst of the team fight. Rez, can he try to turn things around? A Tortapot memory, not enough to take Beloyski down as Veldora jumps back in with the Infernal Pursuit, stunned down. Spear of Destruction connected to the back. Will Chidera go for it? Veldora getting the stacks again, and Fnatic Onyx again are still behind. Look at Chidera munching on that turret down below. He should be able to get it.
He got a turret, they got the turtle, and they've got the kill as well. 3-0 in the first 5 minutes for Geek Fam.
Uncharacteristic plays coming in from Fnatic Onyx right here. A more reactive draft, a very aggressive playstyle though. The Numinous Blast used up almost immediately. And look at this. Veldora alone has no opposition right here. The fact that Geek Fam were able to negate all of that DPS, all the shred potential from Fnatic Onyx, means that Veldora can just walk up like this, and worst case scenario, he'll be forced, he will get taken out, but it's gonna take a lot of time.
So it falls back to the question that I really wanted to ask earlier, Arashi, before they went in for the turtle. What's the plan for Fnatic Onyx?
In theory, it really should be to play with the Brody, right? Get the winning lane a bit more aggressive. And you saw that the rotations earlier from Fnatic Onyx were kind of banking on that working. Keyboy going to the gold lane again and again. But now you can see that Chidera, especially after taking the turret and taking all that gold on the bottom side, is definitely having a bit of quite the advantage when it comes to the gold.
Yeah, and again, right, that's why I'm not really that big of a fan of the Brody pick here. It's good in lane, yes, in this matchup. It's a good matchup. The Brody does beat Moskov, but knowing that CW is mostly a weak side player, you can really see that he hasn't been able to utilize the winning matchup. And again, Fnatic Onyx, yeah, they've been playing around XP so much that they didn't play around the top side of the map at all. And now Beloyski can do whatever he wants, walks up, gets out. He does lose out on the flicker, but he buys that Radiant armor, which is going to be great against Kyrie and Sans.
That's peculiar, because earlier Chidera, if I'm not mistaken, he was able to get the first item first. Faster than CW.
Exactly. Oh, Beloyski. Oh, forcing out the flicker. Rez already no mana. Popping the glorious pathways. Veldora jumps into the back. A boy still able to kite and peel for himself with the Eternal Guard. Rez pops in the vengeance, but that's not going to be enough to get away from Vincent. Veldora, on the other hand, is having a field day on this Phobius. Jumping back and forth as the Dominators of Set is able to get the kill on a boy, but Sans will be traded back. Vincent on the Nolan, on the Assassin.
2-1 traded out. Vincent does have the EXP lead, and not really sure if Fnatic Onyx want to go for the contest, and it looks like they don't. Keyboy and CW retreating, and that's going to be a perfect turtle for Geek Fam.
It's so weird to see this like play out. Fnatic Onyx, they're going for this approach where they're trying to match the impact, the pressure coming from Veldora with the Hylos, with Rez diving in the back line. And to his credit, he got a boy quite low, forcing a flicker out of him as well. But without any follow-up, it's just not possible. They're trying to match the shredding of the Moskov using a Brody. And it's just not going to be working out, especially with the potential for Veldora to dodge out from a lot of damage using that Infernal Pursuit.
Very confident predictions, by the way, boys. 2-0 for Fnatic Onyx. It sure ain't looking good for them right now.
Well, Mr. Pulung definitely, you know, enjoys his moments, and this is one of them. But man, again, for Fnatic Onyx, what's the idea here? It's almost like in these fights, if everyone dives together in the back line, like Sans with the Dominus Descent, and maybe even Kyrie, if they jump together, they can absolutely take out a boy. But they're now playing more around the EXP lane, and look at that, Vincent.
Just to steal, the wild charge is used, and then they go bot. Chidera is a turret eater on the Moskov. You would expect that from the Brody, not the Moskov. Level 11 to 9, that is a 2-level diff for the scaling marksman versus the early game marksman.
Which is why everything that Fnatic Onyx were banking on is going wrong, right? They were banking on CW, winning the lane. That wasn't even entirely true. And now as we get into the mid-game, CW is far behind. Veldora, though.
All good, and it's a turret up top. It's a good trade for Geek Fam.
Wow. It was all just a distraction, Arashi.
Pressure one side, make plays on the other. Wishing Lantern very early on. Second item for a boy. So not even the Enchanted Talisman. He knows that the fights won't really go that long anyways. And even if it is going long, a boy will be forced out. So he goes for the extra bit of damage to ensure that when he drops that Eternal Guard, it will have impact.
It seems like Fnatic Onyx at this point are really looking for anything. Anyone that they spot, they'll try to poke down, they'll try to go for. But this is the main problem for the Hylos as well. Rez is already down in mana. Again, Beloski can just recall back. And Fnatic Onyx, I don't even think they can threaten the Lord take. They're 6,000 gold down. There is no way.
Kyrie's 2 levels below as well. So if we're looking for that 50-50, despite... I guess they're banking on Rez, right? I guess they're banking on Keyboy as well. If they can find a proper moment, maybe they'll have a chance.
Oh. The Terrify, they bait out the Vengeance. That is a green light for Geek Fam. They can go for the Lord at this point. Rez won't be tanky enough to do anything, and you can see it. Rez is already stepping back a bit.
This is the Thunderbolt, so he's going to be scaling a bit more. But Fnatic Onyx, they have a wave pushing down, already taking out one turret. I think you're banking on Geek Fam spending time and effort on the Lord, and they're going to try and go for a pick-off, for a play onto Chidera or a boy. Keyboy is trying to find some information. Is that possible, though?
But the Vincent still up top, holding that angle. Both teams hovering over it. Vincent will be spotted. He will be able to get a bit of damage onto Rez. Both teams disengaged. They know they got to handle the wave down below. That is a massive wave. CW with a flicker forward. Vincent trying to run away. The Torn Apart Memory is not going to be enough, but is very, very close to taking Vincent down.
But he gets out, right? At the end of the day, he gets out. And even if Chidera wanted to... Okay, he used his ult earlier. I was going to say if he wanted to re-engage, he can utilize it. But he is going to be able to clear. And they bought a little bit of time now for yet another setup from Geek Fam.
Ooh, here we gotta be careful with the usage on the Bulwark, man. A boy and Chidera are timing their spells when it's off. And Rez now is shredding Beloyski, but the Lord is getting shredded down as well.
Keyboard trying to create an opening. Good Eternal God with a Terrify. That locks Kyrie down. Rez in the back, not able to survive even with the Vengeance. That burst and the DPS is too much to handle. The horse down. The tree wins this time.
Oh, the Lord is marching a 7,500 gold lead. It was a wonder what Rez was doing in the back line. I don't think he even used his second skill.
The Law and Order and the Ring of Punishment, there's only so much he can do right there. Yeah. Walking forward, doing damage by all means, but without anyone to really secure the kill, it's a very kiteable Hylos against this composition. And looking at the items, man, 3,400 gold ahead is Vincent on the Nolan. We did say that he can be a bit vulnerable on these assassins, but whoa!
What a read from Beloyski! The enhanced sword read out by Vincent too. Masterful stuff. 3-1-2. BBB. Big brain Beloy. Keyboy getting dismantled by Chidera as he goes for the siege onto the base turret. Veldora just zones them in the back. What was that? Fantastic read from Beloy, and they might just end the game off of that. Kyrie 18 seconds down. No Keyboy as well. That's a Terrify onto Rez, who still doesn't have the Vengeance. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Vincent walking up, getting the fracture, zoning Sans away. 12 minutes is all it takes for the Kingslayers. Big Brain Baloy.
Complete control from Geek Fam in game number 1 to lead this best of 3 series. It looks like Onyx were banking on a plan, but that plan was not able to be executed, and Geek Fam were able to walk all over the Sky Kings.
Rarely do we see the Sky Kings fall against dominant, against a team that's performing in a dominant fashion, let alone a 12-minute game. What was that, dude? Geek Fam, the draft was so good. They kind of cut off all the loose angles, not allowing Fnatic Onyx any chance to come back. And even in the game, in the Land of Dawn, that read onto Kyrie, what was that, dude? Geek Fam with some superhuman instincts.
BBB. Holy BBB. In the drafts as well, really solid by Geek Fam, and you can already see the inconsistency of Geek Fam. They are truly inconsistent. They can lose against the bottom of the barrel, but then win out against the top dogs. This is Fnatic Onyx that beat Pikachon. This is the Fnatic Onyx that was on a roll.
They're number 3 on the standings, right?
They are. They are.
They're number 3 on the standings, and
doesn't matter.
Technically, Fnatic Onyx, they were on their comfort side.
Yes, actually.
90% win rate.
Not anymore.
Let's drop down for sure, and Geek Fam say, haha, 50-50.
Exactly, we'll take those odds, man. You talk about being inconsistent. As long as we're consistent in the right moments, we'll take it. Man,
they're a playoff team, really. They're really a playoff team, right? That's what you want in the playoffs. You want to be unreadable, you want to be crazy, but I can't believe it. Baloy, you big brain boy, you.
So it's not Key Boy.
Where is the miracle boy? Where is the spicy boy? That's
it's not Key Boy.
Said. This is Key Boy.
It's Big Boy.
It's
Baloy.
Big Boy, Baloy, and a boy.
So it's safe to say that size matters, because Big Boy, man, he just came in there and asserted his dominance, dude.
The brain.
That's crazy.
He's Big Boy Baloy.
Well, I mean, first of all, though, let's talk about some of the drafts there. Again, Brody out of nowhere, America. What do you think of that? What was the idea? Being a marksman player yourself, do you think it was it's a bit of a risky situation, or do you think it was just a bit too idealistic even?
Yeah, I think both. It's very idealistic, and I think it's not a bit risky. It was very risky to play, because either the Brody snowballs, like we saw from Natco against Pikachon Alpha in Game 1, or the Brody becomes useless in the mid to late game. We saw the latter, unfortunately, and it was due to Fnatic Onyx. I mean, obviously, also picking the Brody there, in my opinion, that was greedy. If they wanted to pick the Brody last pick, I was saying, okay, maybe Beatrix last pick, right? And then they go for Arlet first, utilize the flex, and they didn't utilize the flex. Hylos and Rez, very clear that they were not ready for that kind of pick. And I've been saying this, we've never seen Hylos on Rez. So the fact that he got the Hylos, this was the test, and he failed the test so far. Maybe they can try to reroute, but again, when you have a Brody, it gives an opportunity for the opponent that hasn't picked up a roamer to go for these big moments. Either Tigreal, I was saying, or they went for a lot more dive, which is the Grok.
And it paid off, but the player of the game here, partially due to the efforts of Baloyski still on that Grok that we're talking about, but the player of the game that was just decimating the whole backline was Veldora on this Phobius, man. Let's take a look at some of the highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. All the way from the beginning, the huge wave clear in the mid lane immediately means that you can see he's just on the way there, jumping around, doing damage, surviving, not even taking damage technically. The sustain is just so insane on this hero, and the fact that you have no reliance on anyone else is so good. You can see that there were some moments here where like Sans was blocking the territory, was blocking spells using the Nightmare Spawn. They're trying to make things happen still, but it just wasn't enough. Rez is just zoning the backline, zoning a boy, but at that point, after dropping the Eternal Guard, after dropping the Cursed Blast, his job is done. So the way that Onyx were approaching this is already countered by the way that Geek Fam were approaching the execution as well. They made sure that backline were relatively unnecessary, not critical to the outcome of the fight, and they're allowing this Phobius and this Nolan just come in and become the deciding factor there. Because you can see that a boy was threatened every single time the fights do break out, but impact-wise, he was still doing better than Sans technically if you're trying to calculate the impact from damage and crowd control.
I personally think that the tempo got really messed up after that first turtle, right? It looked like Fnatic Onyx were banking on being able to pick that up. This was the amazing play coming in from Baloyski, the premonition that he had that Kyrie would go for that. But yeah, that first turtle, And it felt like Rez wasn't properly utilizing his role as a Hylos. And that was what gave Vincent the ability to pick up that turtle. And then afterwards, it felt like Fnatic Onyx were scrambling to pick up the next neutral objectives that they were forced in, but they were already quite behind. And it looked like they were really confused after that.
At that point, it was a 10k gold lead, so even with the
10K.
best team, you know, 10k gold behind with a Zask, with a Lolita, with a Brody, not a lot of ways for them to clear that Lord. And Geek Fam understood that and immediately just steamrolled through, went straight at them.
And this is why a lot of teams put so much prio on the Vexana right as the Phoveus gets picked up, because the Vexana allows you to stop that from happening. You can just burst him down or chain CC him to a point where the rest of the team can follow up and the Phoveus becomes a non-factor. They went Zask. That in itself was already like, okay, they're trying to outplay the Phoveus. But then the last two picks, really, it was risky. It was a gamble. It was a very big gamble.
And me personally, with the Zask, if you're banking on being able to have control in the early game, the Zask is not as great as doing that.
Yeah.
Right? Because this was a Zask and a Lolita versus a Grok and a Vexana. So even if you have that winning lane in the gold lane, but you can't utilize your mid to try and have more pressure around the objectives, it's quite difficult to look for that success.
No chance, man. I mean, look at what items is available. I mean, for Geek Fam, they were snowballing. They're going for all the damage possible. They weren't really looking for a lot of sustained fights. That much is clear. But for Kyrie, for Sans, for Keyboy, one item built up, you know, for each of them in the inventory slots. And we talked about this. Their power, their ferociousness comes in from the trio mid rotating. Now you're losing in the skirmishes because Lolita Zask, how are you guys supposed to skirmish with that? They're losing in the wave clear as well. So effectively, despite how the side lanes in theory can, you know, help enable and whatever, the mid lane was completely shut down, man. 0 damage to turret for Fnatic Onyx. Were you expecting to see that, bro?
And by the way, I mean, like, the Grok is a natural counter as well against the Lolita, right? This was one of the picks that we always see when we saw Lolita back in the meta. And they picked the Lolita into the Grok. They saw that and they said, yeah, we'll try to deal with it. Phoveus, Nolan, and Grok can all deal with the Lolita. And yes, I get it. You want to try to bounce the Terrify back, you want to try to bounce the Moskov hits, but when 3 of the heroes can actually just dive and make it super hard for the Lolita to even stay in position, it's tough. It really is, and we saw that from Fnatic Onyx. Hopefully they're able to adjust, but I think high chance is they're going to stay on red side. Therefore, maybe ban the Phoveus. This is why it's tough to go up against Geek Fam when Geek Fam are on blue side.
Exactly.
You have to ban the Hellcurt and the Chip. And technically the Roger even, it's...
I think on either side, right? If you're going against, you know, Geek Fam, you have to...
the Hellcurt.
Exactly. That extra ban that has to be respected is what makes things so
hard.
Annoying, bro.
BB.
Valoisky.
Even maybe 2 sometimes. Valoisky.
You remember last time they had to ban Natalia and Saber, right?
Yeah.
See, 2 bans.
That was
in the
wild,
first phase.
If you count the Hellcurt and Chip, that's 4 to Beloy.
Oh my god, you're
and now
right.
we have Gatot.
The most respect banned.
We even saw the Ruby earlier.
Yeah, even the Ruby for the last ban for Fnatic Onyx, man. I don't know. Now they're trying to listen to the guidance, to the leadership. And maybe if they use the Airbuds 4 from Oraimo, they can do so even better, man.
Experience the power of hero sound and LED digital display visualization in collaboration with MLBB, all with Airbuds 4. Go ahead and check it out in the official Oraimo store and get yours now, ladies and gentlemen, because all the casters are already decked with it.
All right, we're suited up with Airbuds 4.
Yeah.
And we can see the visuals too, man. We got
that's why they went Brody.
Why?
Brody's on screen for Airbuds 4.
Oh.
Was it worth it though? The Brody pick. Man, let's go back to the Hylos
I mean,
pick for a second.
Airbuds 4, I would say yes.
I guess, okay? We make decisions, right? For Onyx, it just did not pay off.
Remember, it is a best of 3, so it's fine.
I think a certain caster we know would say like, it's the first game, bro. They're trying stuff out. You see their bans? Hellcurt, Roger, Faramis, and Ruby. They're trying to see what options Geek Fam has.
I can hear that.
If you cut off
someone
some of
backstage
their main options.
In the town room. Someone with like the initial G, ASG. He's been saying that a lot.
The big G's.
Big G. But yeah, man. I mean, that pick, right? RQ versus Geek Fam. Remember, RQ picked up the Julian, banned out the Roger against Geek Fam. That was the game they lost. go for your comfort picks. Don't over-respect some of these opponents as well. I mean, for Geek Fam, we saw that he was exposed as well, Vincent. Just the Roger. The Julian isn't a crazy threat in itself. You can still outplay it, but they still tried to deny the Julian away.
I think the question of synergy gets raised there as well. Again, Hylas that can run forward, and then a Lolita that wants to stay there and charge up the Numenon Blast. A Lolita that, can't really go too aggressive, and a Julian that needs some kind of setup to maybe hold someone in place for the damage. I mean, synergy is important, and if you want your head and shoulders to work the same way, the right way, you gotta follow Chevin's favorite segment with the hair cam by Head and Shoulders and use one of those products, man. Lemon flavor is what we're seeing right here.
Itchiness, dandruff, yuck.
Can't relate.
Get out.
Nah.
Ew. Brother,
Ew.
Brother,
Yes, that.
Yes.
So, if you guys want clean, shiny, smelly goodies hair, go ahead and check out Head and Shoulders.
Smelly goodies.
Smelly goodies.
So are you trying to say it's good? Like smells good?
Yeah, smelly goodies.
Because smelly is different, right? Smelly goodie,
But
however.
smelly goodie.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's all about the context.
It's all about the context. You can see.
Smelly goodie.
Smelly goodie. That's a new term.
You have to make it
I've
rhyme
never heard
too.
that before.
Is there a chance, though, by the way, going back to the game for a little bit, that if Rez was a bit more knowledgeable, experienced on these Hylas, he could have been a bit more annoying with when he moves forward and backwards?
I agree.
Because there are some times where it really seemed like he was moving forwards and he's stuck, it's like a car that has no brakes, right? It
I
just
agree.
keeps moving forward. And you're like, if you move back, maybe you can do some baiting, some zoning.
It felt like he went in and he was like, now what?
He's in the zone. The Team Galaxy zone, maybe. Always in the front. Exactly, right? By Samsung Galaxy here. I love Samsung on the phone. Of course, she does.
We love Samsung too. My favorite Samsung is the Galaxy A series with the lemon lime.
It's
You
your
like
last favorite?
you a navy guy or a lemon guy?
I think I gotta go with a navy, man.
Navy guy. Okay,
Gotta
so a little
respect
bit
the
more
lemon.
So Navy's better than lemon,
mysterious.
Arashi? Navy's better than lemon?
No, I think you have to respect the lemon, you know?
Respect the lemon, but he's a navy
Does
guy.
he follow you?
I don't think he does.
That's a flex.
I guess you're an alien now.
Ooh, wait.
What?
So if you don't get followed by lemon, you're an alien.
That's not
I'm
what
an
I was
alien.
referring
Alien.
to.
Am I an alien to him? Is that the idea?
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, you're alien to me.
that's
Foreign.
sad. But you know what's foreign?
What's foreign?
I don't know either.
I thought you were going to say yeah, because he's from the Philippines, right? He's a foreigner, technically.
So Kyrie too?
I was testing you.
I thought we claimed him.
Yeah.
I thought he's Indonesian now.
Yeah, they are.
Alright, so he's not foreign. He's
Especially
domestic.
Kyrie. Kyrie has been enjoying his time in Indo. Oh,
Is
yeah.
that why? You know, I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
Oh, I have no idea what you were going to say, but I'm glad you didn't say it.
Anyways,
Moving
how
on.
do Fnatic Onyx come back into game number 2, right? So we're talking about drafts. We've talked about that a little bit. But what about execution? Was there anything off about their execution, or was it just purely a draft problem?
I feel like maybe it's in association with the draft problem. Because like with Keyboy, again, maybe it's because of the lack of synergy with the Hylas. Because remember, consider Keyboy, right? The playmaker. Even on a defensive reactive hero like a Lolita, you've seen him pull off some hidden Numenon Blast, some good flicker plays. But right there, it seems a lot more scrambly. So it already seems a bit more uncomfortable on that pick. On top of that, maybe Rez just wasn't opening up the map adequately enough, dominantly enough, for him to actually get those bushes, those key bushes, to really get the surprising Numenon Blast. But overall, I feel like it comes into synergy. Because individually, you saw plays being made. Like we saw earlier, even in the final fight, if you caught it, by the way, Sans went in aggressively with the Dominator's Descent, and he landed like a 4-man stun. So there were moments like that. But overall, without the right synergy, right? These are just segmented moments, and it doesn't really compile itself to a victory for Fnatic Onyx.
Speaking of victory, it looks like Geek Fam are going to still be first pick. So Fnatic Onyx, with that loss, still want to go for red side.
So it was
Against
saying,
Geek.
was their stats 53% and 50%?
Yep.
So they have
Should be.
103% total?
103% total, yes.
Hang on a second.
And here
That's
it's
not how the win rate works, buddy, man.
That's not how it works?
That's not how percentages work.
I was never good at math, bro.
Clearly.
Right. So Onyx now down to 80% though. A single game right there, and they're down 10% in their percentage. Certainly discouraging, but Coach Yeb built different.
CCY.
Let's see what is the idea here. What is the response? Because again, with Coach Jeb, sometimes he goes with the bans, sometimes he goes with the different instructions for the execution. And seeing a lot of talks in the back room there, maybe, right, there's some execution tips as we get into the drafting phase.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Once again, both teams have opted to go for the same sides, Fanny and Hayabusa, the ban and Jushin. So exactly the same 3 bans that Geek did in game number 1. But let's see Fnatic Onyx change. There is no change. Geek can pick up the Phoveus once again.
Small changes. That is the way Coach Jeb operates. He doesn't really do anything too crazy. 1 or 2 picks switched around might be it. Now with the Roger still banned away, the Julian comes to mind, but this main problem, this big Phoveus threat that has been an absolute menace is still there. Now Fnatic Onyx, can they go for the Hyla? Still they do!
Yeah.
They want to try and secure something in the XP lane though to ensure that this can be moved over. No! What?
I thought for sure it's Hylos Vexana.
Maybe Vexana later on?
Vexana last pick, that would make sense, but now for Geek Fam, yeah, they can go for the Nolan. Again, they have to go for Nolan. They have to go for a comfort pick for... Oh, honestly, we've seen the Alpha too, right? For Geek Fam, maybe they want to swap things out, but if they broke, usually you don't want to fix it. Moskov and Nolan should still be. No changes.
Yep.
Oh boy. This is the change. It shouldn't be Zask. It really shouldn't. Or they change the last 2 picks. No Brody, no Lolita, and then they still keep the same lineup.
See how that plays out. If our theory that Rez is uncomfortable moving back and forth, it holds water, then something that can be a bit more aggressive, that can be more all-in together with the Hylas can be a solution here. But again, Coach Jeb, you never know what he's thinking, right? Possibilities are just so out there. Is it going to be a change in the mid lane, or are they going to show something else first? Maybe the roamer even. Vexana.
Vexana, is that going to be the change?
Oh, the carry!
They go for carry first, so I don't know. What do you think about this? Do Fnatic Onyx just not want to utilize this Vexana again? I mean, how do you think that they're going to look for a counter onto this Phoveus?
I think the carry is a counter to the Phoveus. If you've seen Phoveus go up against the carry, it is difficult, man. You can shred it so much. It depends, of course, on how the laning phase goes. But I was making a lot of noise earlier in game 1 in the drafting phase when Fnatic Onyx didn't have a lot of solutions to shred down the Phoveus. Because technically, it's just a more mobile, more damage-heavy Hylas that doesn't really go with the same kind of battle spell. So now with the carry available, they ban the Zask out. And technically, if GFM don't respect it, then Fnatic Onyx can still pick up that Vexana if we're going with what Mirko's theory was. Not a bad adjustment from Coach Jeb.
It's still possible unless Geek ban it here.
Exactly.
But it looks like they're going to go for the Charizla instead, right? Taking and eliminating options. So maybe they saw the exact same thing that you guys were talking about earlier on, right? Maybe Rez wasn't as comfortable on the Hylos. Maybe they're forcing this Hylos to be flexed to get another hero for Keyboy. But with the Faramis banned out here from Fnatic Onyx,
if they ban the Faramis, they pick up the Vexana. Geek Fam is left with what? An Aurora maybe? It has been used very well, by the way, to counter the Hylas, slow everyone down, stop the advance, zone them off with the Frigid Glacier. The final choice, though, is going to be a Kaja from Geek. They're concerned about that combo, right? Kaja carry.
You're right, with the carry being picked up, it was a good eye, but there you go. The Vexana and the carry. So these are the small adjustments coming from Fnatic Onyx, and now the heat is kind of on Geek now. Do they go for the same thing? Do they go for Grok and a different mid laner, or do they go for something completely different?
Among the plains
exists it's gonna be Eve actually. Wow. We just talked about how it's situational, Mirko.
Yeah.
No assassins, no big mobility tools. This is one of the situational moments, and with the Ruby not banned away, it is going to be a Mathilda instead. So they want to play this kiting game. They want to try and get away from the initial glorious pathway, using all the dashes that all 3 members can go. And technically for Geek Fam, they can use this Mathilda to get Phoveus out of danger. The one-dimensional nature of this Phoveus has now been augmented.
But if that's the case, if they want it to be mobile, why pick the Eve?
Because the Eve has a movement speed burst technically, and you can kind of slow everyone to slow the pursuit. That could be it. We're just theorizing here though.
Fnatic Onyx, I feel like now should be the Arlet for Rez. They should just get a comfort pick for Rez, right? Because again, game number 1, the high lows, it just definitely felt like it was not the best pick. Or they can actually go Grok XP.
The Grok, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking, the barriers will stop all this movement speed from making any difference. But, oh, what? What?
Choki boy?
Is it back?
What? Against Nolan, it makes sense, but the Mathilda is right there. It's, it should be, yeah, Keyboy on the Cho. That's Cho boy.
Cho boy's back.
That's quite surprising, man. That was not one of the heroes I was expecting to show up right there. Man. Okay, so now they have a very front-to-back style, but now they have that mobility. They can go over walls. They can hide around and kick someone in front. And if it lands onto the right member, it'll be great, but with 3 purifies, man. Keyboy, how are you gonna maneuver around this?
That's a lot of respect given over. I guess they have to play with the timers now. And it looks like the lineup rating does favor Geek heavily. So, ladies and gentlemen, with the odds stacked against the Sky Kings right now, will the Kingslayers once again prove the moniker true? They lost against RRQ last time. They lost against the Kings of Kings last time. But this might be their moment of redemption. Welcome to Game 2. And let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Our Geek fam is Greed, or Beloyski rather. The nightmare of Fnatic Onyx, the Sky Kings.
Already being a nuisance very early on, abusing Mathilda's multi-dimensional kit. Kyrie, though, will be able to clear no problem. Rez, by the way, switched over from the Vengeance to the Revitalize. Already maybe a moment of learning from the previous game. But that's just interesting, man. And we talked about what ideas Fnatic Onyx might go for. With the Cho, now they are more aggressive, they have more playmaking potential, and they have the clear advantage too. So now the mid lane trio can be more activated. If you take a look at the emblems by Indie agility, along with the tenacity for Sans. He knows he's going to be targeted, he knows there's an assassin, but he also wants to be able to rotate fast. So instead of going for the Wilderness Blessing and foregoing that tenacity, going for the agility, an interesting choice as for the same way, Rez with the Wilderness Blessing and the Firmness. So the opposite. Foregoing the tenacity for the Wilderness Blessing, but then not getting the vitality or agility for that Firmness.
Okay, but they're going to go for a trade there, a little bit of damage being brought in. CW very aggressive as well with the talents earlier on. Did you get a little sneak peek into CW's talents?
He was just going with the Wilderness Blessing, trying to roam around and be fast. And I think he needs to be. At this point, all the pressure coming in from the Mathilda, from the Nolan, Keyboy's job right now is basically to try and screen it, right? He can stay in the front, in the bushes, and he can gain vision for his team and have a relatively safe time getting out. Because there's a lot of hard CCs for the side of Geek fans.
Okay, looks like they're going to be able to clear first, and so the setup is faster. But Keyboy's not yet level 4.
Not just yet. He is quite useful though, even though it doesn't have level 4. Does seem like though, as Fnatic Onyx don't really want to go for the skirmish just yet. Beloyski's not level 4 either, and Mathilda should be a bit more useful with the guiding wind there to escape, and the blooms as well onto Keyboy. He was doing some damage though. Kundo, Rez moving forward, Veldora trying to do the same thing against Kyrie, but it goes onto Rez instead. That's a Purify already, and Rez has done a good job this time around with the Revitalize. Real world manipulation locking him down though, and that's first blood over to a boy. Sans force a flicker out, does have the Eternal Guard, pops it in. Veldora still going out of the Spear of Destruction, hit from downtown to give Veldora an easier way into the skirmish, and he's still there. Way to drag on the flicker now with the Vengeance as well. That's a guiding wind to get Veldora out clean by Geek Fam.
What is Veldora on? I mean, it has been a big highlight, a hallmark for all the Phobia's players today. The fact that he was able to get out, get in without even losing his life, that was exceptional coming from Geek.
Oh, that's Rez with the stun. Veldora, there's no way you run from this one.
Caster Curse.
Exactly,
Just stop talking about him, man.
I should stop.
Overstate is welcome right there. No Vengeance available as well. Going back to the lane, so great play by Fnatic Onyx. But you can see earlier, they are the ones really struggling with the Phobia still. Despite having the Way of the Dragon and all these tools, I wonder what the idea is for Keyboy if he's approaching that Phobius. Does he want to kick him back and allow CW to shred him down? using it as a makeshift Divine Judgment? Or does he want to kick the Phobias away from the backline and maybe give some breathing room to Sans and CW?
I don't know. I guess that's a big question here. Now it looks like, Fnatic Onyx, very aggressive into the purple buff.
The guiding wave still there, actually bringing Veldora into the fight. The real world manipulation has immobilized them as Veldora is able to zone them away, and Vincent will be able to catch that purple buff, take it away.
Very aggressive real-world manipulation usage coming in from a boy. And we haven't seen him use this hero too much, but I mean, this kind of adjustable, this kind of adaptable hero really kind of suits his style. And he likes playing these long-range heroes as well, because his distance management, I think we've highlighted more and more as the season progresses. But he's really good at just identifying potential threats and maintaining that distance.
So I guess that's what the Eve was picked in for, right? And it has been a problem for Fnatic Onyx so far. The fact that he already has the glowing wand as well is going to be interesting. Wait a second though.
B-Boy walking back, Rez able to escape, good Terrify down. Rez gonna be taken very, very low. Pops into Revitalize, but gets taken out by the Infernal Pursuit. Kyrie winning the retreat battle. Veldora on the Infernal Pursuit. Not able to get any more sacks. Kyrie, good immobilization. Loiski taking a whole lot of damage. Has the guiding wind to escape. It does seem like GeekFam should and will only get that one kill.
That's a 1-for-1 trade, Arashi.
Still pretty good. And for now, GeekFam are just confused on what to do. Ooh, look at this.
Veldora brought back in the real world manipulation. Veldora pops in for the pursuit in time. Good way the dragon lock him down. Though Veldora still chasing. And he gets him under the tier 2. No problem. Sans for Veldora. That is a trade he'll take all day.
Ooh, look at Kyrie though, eyeing a chance. Spying Baloyski. Revenge for game number 1.
You can't do what the BB does to you. Oh, CW! Flicker and the second skill to get that fade away.
Oh, okay. So it's all just battle skirmishes, trades in left and right, a little bit of revenge, a little bit of heat coming through for both of these teams. But we get to take a look at the items here. Vincent unable to get that tower in the top side.
Not just yet, only a Hunter Strike, not really snowballing as hard as he was, but for a boy, immediate glowing wand, going with a single mana crystal to help with the mana sustain. He has the Impure Rage to help with that too, but he goes for the glowing wand because he understands the amount of healing coming in from the side of Fnatic Onyx, from the Revitalize, but also for Keyboy on the Cho. With the Shunpo shielding, you're gonna try and make sure that he can't really get in there as annoyingly as he usually can. But you're saying earlier, by the way, CW, again, the carry, sometimes just really good in the early game, but he's doing a great job shredding down Veldora, so Veldora's got to itemize to try and deal with this carry a lot sooner before it gets too late.
I mean, right now he's already at 2-0-0, has picked up another item, that Golden Staff, already in his pocket. Meanwhile, the rest of the Fnatic Onyx members are focusing here to set up properly for the turtle in the top side. And there it is.
Oh my.
1v1. Do they want to go for this?
Man, W is aggressive. He's angry.
He is.
Walking in and using the fadeaway play, but look at Baloyski though.
Again with the circle. Oh no, Sans! Oh no, it's Veldora that gets brought back under there. Good vengeance with the dragon to lock him down. Now with the immobilization as well. The real world manipulation is free. Kyrie still there to deal enough damage as Keyboy is able to flicker out, but Veldora for the turtle. Vince is still waiting there, going for Rez, doesn't land the fracture.
Ooh. So it's a bit of an exchange here. Instead of GeekFam getting zoned away by Rez, they put a trigger first, but whoa!
Terrify, not connecting, good sidestep. 1v1, a boy versus Kyrie. A boy walks away.
Both teams just going at it, man. It's so good. But looking at the items, by the way, Veldora only has a Radiant Armor as of right now. He's completely ignoring the CW, and maybe they're intending of using some skills, some spells to zone him away, but if CW gets his hands on Veldora, he's going away real quick.
He is gonna disappear real quick. Right now, did he get it?
Yep, he did.
Oh no.
Vincent, man, wow. Proving again that on the Assassin, he still has potential.
That's the thing about GeekFam, even from game number 1, right? They were able to play the cross map really well. Distracting here and there, picking up turrets here and there, picking up more objectives here and there, and Fnatic Onyx, they seem like the ones that are a little bit falling behind, but obviously they are still waiting for CW to get to that power spike, and you guys can actually get some free skins while you wait as well, right? With every purchase of the limited edition Benedetta Electo Katana, you guys can actually get a free skin with it, so don't forget to check out Ube as gold later on. But speaking of gold, Kyrie picking up yet another item.
Right, with the Feather of Heaven there, more basic attacks, a bit of extra sustain as well. Great for these prolonged fights, especially if he doesn't have to dive in with the enhanced sword. If he uses the enhanced sight or enhanced chain to really seal the deal on the Veldora pickoff, that could be a great approach right here. That's the flexibility of this Julian, and Beloyski has the Purify, doesn't even use it. Wait, a dragon baited out, and now a boy has free reign to go and poke them down slowly but surely as the Lord number 1 spawns in the Land of Dawn.
Kyrie's a little bit behind right now, right? He's at level 12. Should be able to catch up, I think. But is it going to be enough time? I don't think they have enough time.
Ooh. To the back, this time onto Vincent. Vincent's able to escape. Rez pinned down to the wall. Meanwhile, Veldora in the back versus 4. No way, the Dragon with the vengeance. He's able to buy a lot of time. And that is a 1-for-1 Rez for Veldora. CW, dealing some damage back onto Beloy, but he does still have that guiding win. CW's chunk. Kyrie walking up. Keyboy try to go for something. He knows that there's a Purify still in the hands of a boy. It's too risky.
So unfortunate for Veldora. The DHS was picked up right before they went in for that Lord.
A full-on power spike, 3 items for CW. Now comes the real test for the side of GigFam. See, Veldora building in towards a Dominance Ice to kind of lower the attack speed. But sometimes against Carry, it might not even be enough. Ooh, as you can look at the zoning, the scouting, ooh.
Look at that, Rez coming in with the stun. Oh, wait. A boy didn't get the guiding whistle, able to Purify out. Rez gonna be baited in towards the spike. Veldora! Amazing infernal pursuit. Not going for more. Vincent walking up. Keyboy getting the G-Kun down. The real world manipulation forcing him to flicker out. Vincent diving deep. Sounds of the flicker. Vincent with a dodge on the Terrify. GigFam win it out. It's 1-for-0. They baited enough resources. Oh, Keyboy chose the wrong bush to recall in, and Beloy spots him out. GigFam free Lord.
Wow, man. The 3 Purifies. A Chadera was jumped on, he gets out. A boy was jumped on, he gets out. Everyone gets out. And that's before even Beloyski gets involved in the picture. It's such a difference in impact here between the Hylas and the Phoveus, because the Phoveus can actually threaten a solo kill. Whereas Rez on the Hylas, yes, he's tanky, yes, he's faster, but when both teams want to be in that Lord Pit, who cares about the speed, man? The damage and the tankiness is what you need.
I guess maybe they were trying to bait out the Purifies earlier on from Rez, but even then, the GigFam, they're so disciplined with their resources that they didn't even have to go for that. They utilize it, really was able to shut down Keyboy's kill pressure, and this is the results that we're getting, right? This Lord is going to be able to pick up a turret in the top side. Beloyski looks like he's looking for another moment. Chadera, I believe, is at his power spike now, Arashi.
With a 3-item power spike off his own. He is shorter range though, and technically with the Vexana around, with Keyboy and Kyrie waiting around, he still is at a lot of risk. But he's out of that laning phase where CW was being hella aggressive in the 1v1. 3k gold behind, but in theory, having more DPS with the carry. Now for GigFam, it's just about zoning, right? If you can zone the carry and the Vexana out of the fight, then they can get a free fight. Whereas for the side of Fnatic Onyx, it's just not that clear-cut. Especially now with the Ice Queen's wand by a boy. Whoa, Beloyski!
On to Sans he goes. Sans doesn't have to flicker this time around, but Veldora is able to sustain back up. GigFam went in, and it's them who reap the benefits. They get a turret off of that. Fnatic Onyx could not respond. Whoa, that's a lot of damage, buddy man.
Does he really want to re-engage?
No, don't take it. Don't take it.
No way. Please don't. 5,000 goldie though, still for GigFam.
Couple of turrets falling down as well. 5k.
Keyboy?
It was a game fact by our new application GoPay though. Get it out before the fights break open. Eterna.
Cho has become the most picked hero for Keyboy since his debut, in MPL ID Season 5, with 35 picks and a 57.14% win rate. So it is still 50-50 at this point. I mean, right now, he's not finding as much success. GigFam with the 3 Purifies have made it quite impossible for him to look for those moments. But there are workarounds, right? If they can bait out those Purifies, there is still a possibility for Fnatic Onyx to find that groundbreaking moment, especially on Chadera.
Ooh, CW looking for the damage. That's why the Purify's there. Oh my lord, that is some ridiculous damage, Mr. Baldwinata.
Man, we're just talking about the Purifies as well.
The carry fade away threat, man. You thought you'd get out, but then CW will get the last couple of hits out, and it might just be enough, man. The Purify can't cleanse death. You can't take away the black and white screen when you get taken out, so the best crowd control still remains in the hands of CW. Can he get it out though? Well, Keyboy now go for like another play, a distraction, or can he find Vincent, maybe, right? And secure this Lord, guaranteed for his team.
Chidera able to displace himself. Now Beloy, no Purifier. They're going to be able to find the kick onto Beloyski, but the real world with Blatant catches the Vincent in the back line, looking for the fractured Suns. Able to displace himself again, Vincent. Almost taken down by CW's fadeaway bullets. That's it.
No.
That's the Spear of Destruction. Chidera! Moving forward. He might be able to do this. No! He gets terrified, purifies out. CW knocks him back. Kyrie's waiting in that bush. Veldora still wants to go for more. Kyrie gets the immobilization. Veldora says, come on, let's fight. And Geek Fam win it out. CW and Kyrie cannot open it up. Chidera is life stealing away at the Lord. Vincent should be able to take this. There's no opening. Good job by Veldora again. Disowning them in the back line as a boy pokes Keyboy. Free Lord for Geek Fam.
Well played. Well played by Geek Fam. All they needed to do, they didn't necessarily have to take anybody out. Sure, Rez was traded in with Beloyski earlier on, but the fact that they were able to dish out the damage, the spacing coming in from Chidera as well in the back line to knock these members low, knock Fnatic Onyx low was just the cherry on top. It was just enough for them to be able to zone Fnatic Onyx away and pick up that Lord.
I would say that the fact that they were able to secure Rez in that fight was so beneficial for them. Because for Geek Fam, look at all the mobility, the solo playmaking tools. For Fnatic Onyx, it's all about the front to back. It's all about CW having a wall right there. So without Rez to move forward, Kibo and Kyrie aren't tanky enough to actually scout out, which is why you saw them move forward so hesitantly, just in case Vincent or a boy is really waiting there to go for the pickoff. That kind of guarantees the Lord for the side of Geek Fam and Fnatic Onyx on the defense. They have the high ground, they have the DPS, and they have ways to kind of ruin this for Geek Fam. Can they do it?
Look at that poke from a boy. That was just one. Now another onto Keyboy who has the immortality this time around. And has Lord still up top. And another wave in the bottom lane. That's a charge down. Base turret number 1 taken down up top. Fnatic Onyx on full defense. CW still has yet to pop in the ultimate. The circling eagle. Rez stuck at the real world of manipulation. Immobilized as well as Veldora dives in deep. Has the vengeance. Loses. Or no, doesn't lose the immortality. Pops into the ground. Gets out. Kyrie looking to play. Vincent escaping. Keyboy walking up. Veldora brought in with a guiding wind. Fnatic Onyx can go back into the base, but they have lost Sans in that skirmish. And now there are more resources to siege for Geek Fam. The Kingslayers sieging Fnatic Onyx down. Keyboy in the front of it all. CW taking a whole lot of damage. Forced under the fountain. Kyrie with the defense, but speared down by Chidera. CW and Rez cannot defend. The Kingslayers failed against the Kings of Kings, but not against the Sky Kings.
This is it. This is their redemption. It was all about redemption here, ladies and gentlemen, in our highlighted match of the day. And this is what we get. It wasn't even a 2-1 victory for Geek. It was a 2-0. Their name still reigns true today.
The Kings, cower in fear of the King Slayer. Fnatic Onyx, with everyone considering that they would win this in dominant fashion, with the talents, save for Papulung, voting that Fnatic Onyx will take a dominant victory. Geek Fam maintains their defiance.
Wow. What a statement after losing against RRQ, after having a weird week. That's the most Geek Fam thing that you could ever say about Geek Fam. That is the most Geek Fam thing that you can ever experience about Geek Fam. Imagine being a Geek Fam fan. 1 week, you lose out against the bottom teams and you're like, okay, my team's done, it's over. And then the next week they beat Fnatic Onyx and BTR. And then you're like, all right, they're at the top. And then the next week they lose again and you're like, oh my, what is going on? And then they win against Fnatic Onyx again. 2-0. This is a better performance than last time.
What is it? What is it?
Even Fnatic Onyx themselves said in their own interview, no, we want revenge for that. But no, man, they thought Geek Fam was gonna give it away. It's just not gonna happen. That last fight, CW got really zoned. And Sans, we kept saying that he is one of the more important members, and he was completely zoned out here, man. On the Vexana that we thought was gonna be so impactful, he was just zoned away by the assassin presence, and CW under the fountain. He walks up here, and the pressure alone forces him to go back and heal a bit more, just in case. It was just so tough, man.
It really was, and I'm happily surprised that the E-pick did work for Aboy. So let's talk to them, actually. Let's talk to Aboy. Let's talk to all the Geek Fam members with Bude Clara Mongstar up on stage.
Geek Fam, the Sky King Slayer is here! teman-teman. 2-0, match yang begitu bisa dibilang Geek Fam banget nih. Geek Fam datang di minggu ini dengan sangat mengerikan mendua-kosongi Sang Raja Langit. Waduh, bagaimana ini 2-0 ini?
Jujur gak expect. Kayak main nating tulus aja terus tiba-tiba menang 2-0.
Is this reality, real or fake? Real. Real Baloy. Melihat kedua kosongan ini memberikan telur ke Fnatic Onyx. Tentu berbeda dengan leg yang pertama. Leg pertama 2-1. Sekarang kalian ngedapetin 2-0. Apa yang kalian sudah buat atau kalian lakukan?
Gak tahu sih karena tapi emang kalau musuhnya kuat kita kayak lebih semangat mainnya, jadi kayak mungkin kayak kali ini kita bangunnya bagus juga, kayak kaget juga sih sebenarnya.
Kaget dan katanya berarti lawannya kuat semakin termotivasi dan pada akhirnya kita juga melihat Cadera bermain di sini melawan Fnatic Onyx setelah leg yang pertama. Apa strategi baru nih yang kamu hadirkan? Leg pertama nggak bermain tapi leg kedua apa yang kamu bawa? Sepertinya Fnatic Onyx nggak siap untuk hadirnya Cadera nih.
Nggak tahu bawa apa ya, bawa tombak Moskov kayaknya.
Tombak Moskow menjadi kunci dari Cadera. Namun ngelihat Fnatic Onyx hari ini sepanas itu atau enggak sih Cadera? Karena ini kan 2-0 kayaknya. Bagaimana? Ada tantangan nggak sih untuk leg kedua kali ini?
Panas sih, panas di luarnya tapi sampai keringetan.
Di luarnya, di dalam line of down gimana?
Di dalam line of down dingin sih.
Sejuk ya di dalam ya. Adem-adem aja, berarti lancar Cadera?
Lancar soalnya agak mati kan.
Bede, gimana tuh caranya? Bagaimana kan kita tahu Fnatic Onyx punya player-player yang agresif, punya gerakan yang mengerikan, kamu bisa survive zero death juga?
Karena ada Baloy.
Ada Baloy, Matildanya ya?
Iya benar-benar.
Waduh. Dan kalian saling melindungi, namun di tengah juga pertarungan epic. Buduh, Aboy melawan Suns 2 kali. Dan kamu berhasil memenangkan matchnya. Apa yang ingin kamu tunjukkan kepada kita semua, Aboy?
Nggak ada sih, emang main kayak biasa aja itu.
Main kayak biasa aja, namun biasanya di season lalu, Fnatic Onyx nggak pernah kalah dengan lawan yang sama. Namun di leg kedua ini, kalian berhasil memecahkan dari yang season lalu. Kalian mengalahkan Onyx 2 kali.
Mungkin itu motivasi aku sih, soalnya nggak pernah menang lawan Onyx sebelumnya.
Setelah menang, apa rasanya Boy?
Lumayan lega lah.
Lumayan lega. Apa yang berbeda dari mungkin season ini dari Aboy, dari season-season sebelumnya?
Mungkin roster kita lebih banyak yang berubah sih. Jadi kita adaptasi lagi sama yang baru-baru.
Adaptasi terus menerus. Dan apakah kamu sudah bisa membaca Fnatic Onyx season ini?
Nggak tahu sih, kan belum di playoff juga kan, belum tahu.
Masih stay calm? Masih regular season?
Ya masih regular season sih, aman harusnya.
Masih aman, tapi kelegaan terpancar akhirnya bisa 2 kali mendapatkan kemenangan atas Fnatic Onyx. Namun Vincent juga di sini. Gimana Sen? Melawan Fnatic Onyx dengan Kairinya?
Bersyukur menang. Puji Tuhan lah menang, soalnya kita kan di leg ke-1 ngiranya leg 1 kan kita menang, terus ngiranya di leg kedua mereka pengen balas dendam banget lah. Ya, jadi dikasih 2-0 tuh ya bersyukur banget sih.
Bersyukur?
Iya.
Wow, ini memang memenangkan melawan Fnatic Onyx mengerikan dan pada akhirnya Geek Fam benar-benar menggalak. Dan tapi tadi di 2 game tadi ada nggak challenge terbesar untuk Vincent?
Challenge terbesar.
Battle of Retribution atau gerakan atau nggak ada, santai aja?
Nggak ada sih, soalnya kita di game tadi benar-benar nyatu banget lah. Dari komsnya terus segala macam objektif. Apa yang kita mau tuh benar-benar jalan sih itu.
Semua yang dimau jalan sesuai dengan rencana. Tapi komunitas yang baik yang kalian bisa bangun ini siapa yang dalang di belakangnya nih?
Udah pasti Baloy.
Waduh, memang Baloy ya. Nanti kita akan balik lagi ke Baloy. Tapi Veldora juga, kamu bermain di sini. Berhasil, menang. Nanti kamu gimana sih ngelihat Fnatic Onyx, tim 4P Champions sebagai lawanmu hari ini?
Gak tahu, udah dia main loncat-loncat doang terus menang.
Waduh, loncat-loncat doang. Pakai Popeus ya, loncat-loncat.
Iya.
Tapi emang Popeus sekuat itu ya Veldora ya? Caster bilang ini kuat banget hero.
Tergantung tim sih mungkin ya, cocoknya gimana gitu. Sama tim play, gameplaynya gitu lah.
Gameplay dan team play. Dari Popeusnya Geek Fam. Yang spesial berarti dari apanya dong? Selain dari Veldora juga pastinya yang main. Lalu?
Dari timnya sih, jago tim kita. Teman-temanku gendong semua.
Gendong semua. Tapi Popeus paling seneng kalau apa sih sebenarnya?
Kalau loncat.
Kalau loncat. Loncatan dari Popeus. Dan kita juga akan loncat kepada Baloy. Sang dalang dari komunikasi yang sangat lancar. Membangun komunikasi yang sampai Vincent aja bilang lancar banget. Semuanya berjalan dengan gameplay yang juga lancar. Berat gak sih untuk membentuk itu semua?
Berat banget, tapi alhamdulillah komunikasi kita lancar.
Alhamdulillah lancar. Namun ini kan bisa dibilang leg kedua baru dimulai. 2-0 sudah terlihat. Nextnya di minggu depan Geek Fam. Wah ini yang seru juga ya. Akan melawan sang mantan alter ego. Dan ada juga Dewa. Dua-duanya di leg 1 kalian gagal ngedapetin kemenangan. Melawan mantan. Apa tantangan di leg kedua nih? Kan sudah terjadi leg pertama.
Semoga bisa balas lah. Karena kemarin kan kayak kita dikalahin dan kalahnya kayak menurut aku kayak kesel sama diriku sendiri karena kalahnya kayak kalah on myself lah.
Kesalahan sendiri.
Ya.
Nextnya, plannya untuk melawan alter ego?
Plannya respect aja sih dan kayak jangan pakai emosi dan fokus. Kemarin atau tadi ya, pokoknya ada pesan juga dari tadi tuh dia bilang sang mantanmu, Nael bilang, Baloy semangat, jangan pakai hero aneh atau apa gitu. Dia ada salam, kamu salam balik nggak buat Nael? Iya tapi lu jangan pakai assassin juga.
Jangan pakai assassin.
Ya.
Loh, Nael suruh pakai apa?
Dong.
Pakai lain dong. Wow, pertemuan mereka di minggu depan akan kita saksikan, akan kita nantikan. Namun siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan kita nggak akan tahu akan ada balas dendam atau tidak. Tapi kali ini ada pembuktian dari tim Geek Fam. Inilah dia kemenangan 2-0 dari Geek Fam.
Congratulations once again to Geek Fam. Why'd you stop clapping? You were like clapping so hard. I thought it was for the camera. Yay! 2-0 against Geek Fam. And it looks like next up they are going to be facing Alter Ego again. They're going to be meeting up with Niall. Very interesting.
Be careful, Alter Ego.
Okay.
Yeah, be careful. This is a
Just
very scary Geek Fam. This is a good Geek Fam. Unless on the day BBB decides Gatot Kaca 3 games in a row again, then maybe they could read it out. Maybe.
You never know, right? With Geek Fam, I guess that's why a lot of people are great fans of Geek Fam. You keep it exciting, right? You never know.
Geek Fam or Robin Hood? They steal points from the top and give it to the to the bottom.
Oh.
Geek Fam
Is that
Robin
the strat
Hood.
though? Is that the strat? You know?
Geek Fam is Robin Hood. Huh? Geek Fam is Robin Hood.
Help the rest of the teams catch up. Is that the strat, right?
Exactly.
We stay in the middle and we make sure that those teams can't be as dominant.
Beat Bigatron, beat Fnatic Onyx, and then here, here, alter ego, you know? Like,
I'm mind blown. That's
you get
so
a point.
true.
You get a point. Everyone gets a point.
Big fan.
They're Oprah
Every
now.
season, man. Every season.
It's just so it's so different, man. Geek fam, built different, play different. And man, this is some of the highlights from who is the player of the match. Who do you think it is, man? Which one player in this game had constant impact in both games and was just in the center of the screen so often, man?
Air Veldora.
I can't put my finger on it.
Air Veldora.
Air Veldora?
Air Veldora.
Veldora.
He's airtime, man. He's always in the air.
Call him Jordan. This was that play though. Woof. That was so close, man. Had a lot of moments where it got that close, but almost is not enough. Man, on the screen right here, it is your MVP, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A3055 and 35 5G. Veldora, Air Veldora, Veldora Airlines. Yeah, with Matilda too. The Veldora Trampoline Company.
You're right.
The double airline. It's so broken. You go in and then you have an escape tool. Usually you go in, Povius, that's it. You have to keep on going in. But now it's like, Baloy's right there.
Just the escape plan laid out by Baloyski. Let's take a look at the highlights here by the official gold partner, by UBS Gold. All from the beginning, man. Veldora, what can you say, man? He just keeps jumping on everyone. Even Rez there. The fact that he does not have... He doesn't need anyone to really help out to try and enable the Infernal Pursuit. And again, bro, the no cooldown is kind of absurd, man. He just keeps going in, and you're never safe. Because even if he goes in solo, he has 2 ways, 3 ways technically. If you count the empowered basic attack that knocks you up, knocks you back kind of, you can use the Infernal Pursuit. Skill 2, the second part of skill 2 marks heroes so you can jump on them. And of course, the wave, the knock-up, skill 2 of Phobias. So many ways for you to have an impact solo. And look at Rez trying to match that same kind of presence, trying to be helpful. And here, even walking backwards to peel. You can see that it takes the whole team that long to really beat up on that Phobias. That's before CW is in the picture though. Once CW is in the mix, then the damage is there. But man, the dangers are also ever present from the side of Geek Fam. The assassins coming through, the long range of the Yve also kind of assists in zoning out CW from actually doing a lot of damage. But look at Sans with this timing here. It's almost like a read onto the movements of Geek Fam. Mechanically, timing-wise, there's still great moments from Fnatic Onyx, but the drafts, I think we can agree, was kind of confusing. And with the Phobias being this much of a menace, our team's gonna be forced to respect it somehow, some way, especially against teams like Geek Fam.
I want to know what happened backstage, right? Like, what went down when all these big plays were happening? Especially with the synergy coming through for Baloyski as well as Veldora, which should be illegal, by the way, right? So let's take over to the golden moment by UBS Gold right now.
Petain gak sih?
Yes, sir. Agresif stance ya. Izin serius dulu, bantai-bantai Zax.
Ayo guys.
Missing ya, Hilos guys.
Ini dulu, Sony-nya dulu.
Bunuh.
Gua dapat Kairi.
Ayo.
Sabar, gua nggak bisa ulti. Gua stun. Udah das, dia udah das.
Gua stun Kairi.
Ayo guys, mati.
Nice.
Ayo cobain aja.
Botinya kuat guys, botinya kuat.
Balik.
Gua udah dapat posisi guys.
Dapat plating ke daerah, dapat plating.
Gua lihat Chan, tapi gua nggak ada.
Masuk Chan.
Jangan.
Aman, gua kuat.
Siap tarik gua aja loh.
Pegang bawah.
Siap tarik gua ya.
Sabar ya boy, gua mau tarik nih.
Aman.
Atasnya Batwave ya.
Ya, gak apa-apa.
Konsil.
Dia mau gocok.
Bisa muter gua. Gua dorong.
Lihat guys. Perang.
Gua ke sana. Sabar, ada behind dia.
Ayo dulu.
Gua aman.
Bisa santai gak?
Kalem. Itu nggak ada spell ya?
Chan atas Chan. Aduh, udah ulti. Gas Chan.
Ayo Chan. Mati Chan.
Gua lihat gua.
Ayo.
Gua lihat. Di Julian misinya.
Mati situ sama lu. Boy.
Interesting.
As expected, right? It looked like Baloyski was the one holding on to the comms. There were a lot of reminders. It felt like everything was solid, I guess. Yeah?
Yeah, there were even calls when the Spirit of Destruction hit. He's like, go in, Chandra, go in. And the other guy's like, no, don't. Wait. There's both an angel and a devil within the team. There's someone that says, do it.
Even on the desk.
Even on the desk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Eternal can relate to that very, very well. Let's take a look at some of the items though. I mean, Rez, again, he has the Radiant Armor, the Anti-Cuirass, but for the most part, he's dealing with DPS coming in from Chedera to really melt him down. And with the glowing wand from a boy, it's not a lot of ways for Fnatic Onyx to just maintain that front line. And whereas for Veldora, it's the exact opposite. Only with a Radiant Armor and a Dominance Ice, he was able to just stand in the front. And despite all I've been saying about carry, being able to melt down the Phobias, not when the games go like that, right? Not when he saves the Vengeance exclusively only for the carry. That makes things a lot more difficult. And the range game, a boy, like we saw there in the highlights too, even in the first game, on the Vexana, barely just stepping out of a Numenon Blast range. This guy's distance management is something else, dude.
Spacing. Of a boy. Spacing of Veldora even in these skirmishes because, I would say this Phobias takes way more skill compared to the old Phobias. Even though now it does look more broken. Old Phobias, you rely on the dashes, right? You rely on just the opponents making mistakes and you just tap one button on your phone. You just keep on spamming that one button, the ultimate. Now you actually have to aim. And Veldora does it in a really good way. He gets, second skill is your main tool of damage, technically. Because if you get it on multiple targets, then you get the
you jump
old
like 4
Phobias.
times.
You get the old Phobias, you can just, yeah.
The quick fire, rapid fire thumb.
Exactly.
What he said.
Yeah, there you go.
But to be fair, if we took a look at the highlights again, most of those Veldora plays were on the back foot of Beloyski. He was the one that brought him to the location. If you get what I'm saying, if you catch my drift.
Matilda Airlines.
Matilda Airlines, there it is. So, how do we answer this question, right? How can Fnac bounce back in the next match? An audience, one of you guys have actually helped us with an answer. It's Chrisma. From the 2 drafts, Onyx frontline heroes lack reliable crowd control. Perhaps using tanks and EXP laners with surprise effects and CC might prevent a 2-0 loss.
Okay.
Agree or disagree?
Agree in a way. I'm not a fan of the Lolita, not a fan of the Cho. I think game 1 would have been a better Arlet game. Game 2 would have been a better anything except the Cho.
I was thinking something tankier, something with more crowd control. Because again, I thought the idea was to meet them in a clash, which they did, right? So Rez was kind of doing it solo, and Kibo is like, okay, who can I get? Who can I get? Boom, Purify.
Yeah.
3 Purifies though.
Every
Man,
single
you
time.
can see the respect.
And a Guiding Wind.
Oh, and the Guiding Wind.
They picked it into a Matilda, just like they picked the Lolita into the Grok.
Crazy.
Twice.
All right, so I mean, I agree. I think it's the roam as well. It's not just the EXP lane, but Chrisma, having a, quite a good insight
Thank you,
here.
Chrisma.
Quite in line.
Thank you, Chrisma.
You're good. You should be an analyst.
Oh, I'm in danger.
He is an online coach, like a lot of the people back at home. Online coach.
Yeah.
Could be.
There might be Chrisma right there, but it could be anyone else, The online is a dangerous place.
That's true. It could be like Coach Ducky
Whoa.
with a different name.
That's true. I mean, to
Right?
be fair, this is a random comment that we take from YouTube, so it might actually be Coach Bonchan or even, maybe Few. In his spare time, he wants to
It
help
could.
the ID teams.
Talking about helping the teams, let's take a look at the team that needs help, right? The loser team. Let's take to the interview with Bude Clara Mongstar.
Hai guys.
Hai. Bagaimana Zetsuna? Hari ini 2-0. Nggak sesuai plan dong pastinya.
Ya hari ini nggak sesuai plan aja sih.
Ada apa dengan 2-0 ini? Kenapa?
Ya pokoknya lagi hari kalahnya aja sih. Untuk kedepannya nggak kalah lagi.
Hari kalahnya. Apakah sulit membaca atau menganalisis Geek Fam?
Dibilang sulit, ya normal aja sih. Cuman kita kalah di eksekusinya ya pas lagi di gameplaynya ya.
Di gameplaynya. Namun kita tahu di season lalu Fnatic Onyx nggak kalah dengan tim yang sama 2 kali. Tapi di season ini baru mulai nih di leg kedua mendapatkan kekalahan dengan tim yang sama.
Kalau untuk leg lalu ya kita move on lah. Ini kan leg yang baru ya. Kita juga line up baru juga timnya dan ya it's okay lah. Tetap still have fun juga tim Onyx saya juga.
Oke, dan ngomong tentang line up, ini banyak sekali pertanyaan. Kalian bisa mengutak-kutik player, menggonta-ganti player. Bagaimana sih keputusan itu? Siapa yang akan bermain? Jungler ada 2 pelapis, ada pelapisnya, lalu juga EXP lane ada juga. Bagaimana tuh?
Karena kita kan ini masih regular season juga ya, dan kita lagi mengasah jungler kita kayak kenapa Albert, kenapa Kyrie bergantian gitu. Kayak kita lagi mengasah mereka karena mereka potensinya sama-sama bagus, jadi kita harus ngelihat yang terbaik dan harus mereka jadi terbaik gitu sih.
Ini saatnya berarti untuk mencoba menjajal. Itu kalau dari junglernya, namun kok kita nggak melihat ada pergantian lagi ya di EXP lane? Karena ada Lutfi dan juga Reis. Setelah diganti ke Reis, Lutfi tidak bermain lagi nih, belum kelihatan.
Kalau dulu dramanya Lutfi itu selalu ditemenin sama Boots kan. Nah, sekarang Reis, kemungkinan sekarang Reis lagi bagus banget mainnya dan ya udah kita all in Reis untuk di season ini karena Lutfi season lalu udah main.
Oke, jadi nextnya Lutfi nggak main lagi nih?
Masih main dong, karena dia masih bagus loh.
Masih bisa
Pro
jadi.
player dong.
Oh iya, jadi memang ini lagi difokusin dulu untuk Reis. Lutfinya lagi jadi abang-abangannya Reis.
Betul.
Lagi dikasih jam terbang. Oh, konsepnya memang berarti regular season untuk Onyx adalah masa percobaan kah? Masa eksperimen?
Gak eksperimen juga sih, kita menjadi yang terbaik lah.
Mencari yang terbaik. Tapi apakah meta di season ini yang membuat Onyx dari hero-heronya, dari ininya metanya kah? Agak kewalahan kah atau gimana?
Patch baru ya? Dibilang sulit sih, enggak, cuman lagi emang menyesuaikan aja sih. Kita lagi menyesuaikan untuk di patch baru ini.
Menyesuaikan. Nextnya nih, minggu depan, 2 tim yang sepertinya bakal menjadi tantangan. Lagi di pucuk 1, ada tim RRQ. Di depan mata, di leg pertama, kalian tumbang dengan RRQ. Bagaimana nih untuk persiapan minggu depan?
Lawan RRQ ya. Untuk minggu depan sih keputusan semua ada di coach ya. Saya cuma menganalisis gameplay yang ada, jadi kita tunggu strategi coach siap apa nanti langsung ditonton aja RRQ lawan Onyx di minggu depan ya. Kayak gitu aja sih.
Wow, tapi semangat dong pastinya.
Iyalah, pada semangat dong.
Semangat, balas dendam kah akan terjadi?
Ya, kita main have fun lah, kita main have fun.
Have fun, oke. Kita akan nantikan seperti apa keseruan di Land of Dawn untuk minggu selanjutnya dari Fnatic Onyx. Demikian dari analis terbaru Fnatic Onyx, kita kembalikan kepada para caster. Monggo.
Thank you so much for that insight, Bude Kalara Monster and the new analyst. What was his name again?
Zetsuna, I believe.
Zetsuna, the new analyst for Onyx. Now, he mentioned in the interview that it looked like, you know, it's not a problem from Onyx. The draft was okay, execution was a little bit off, but they are still adjusting to the new meta and the new patch. But it's not a big problem. It's just them adjusting. And when they were asking about why are they changing up the lineups, we talked about it a bit in the pre-show, right? We talked about the layers. It seems like it's because they choose based on who has used Head and Shoulders.
What? That is false. That does not say that, but
Wait a minute.
It would make sense,
Wait
right?
a minute.
You don't want a player with dandruff and disgusting hair. You can go and check it out yourself right here. If you do have dandruff, that's disgusting. But it's okay. It's not the end of the world for you. You can always just get Head and Shoulders. Say goodbye to dandruff. Say goodbye to itchiness. Say goodbye to smelly hair. Now you can smelly goody.
Smelly goody.
It's a solvable problem, guys. Come on. We can't let a solvable problem go unfazed, unsolved.
Come on, guys. Don't be unfazed.
Don't be, huh? Don't be unfazed.
Yeah. Ignorance is not the answer. Yeah, to be fair.
It's also a root of a lot of problems.
Exactly. You know, like you can't ignore. I mean,
Look,
you could just not wash your hair and
we need
ignore
to be
it, but
Geek Fam.
Is that bliss? Really?
We need to be Geek Fam.
You need to be Geek Fam. What does that mean?
Everything in moderation. Always the 50-50. Blue side, red side, 50-50.
Oh.
Because if you wash your hair too much, then it becomes really dry.
Okay.
But if you wash your hair too little, it doesn't
really...
become smelly goody and becomes really oily.
Right.
So, you know, everything in moderation.
What do you recommend, Eterna? What's the best use
the
instructions?
50-50.
Yeah.
Be like Geek Fam.
50, what does 50-50
What does it mean? Just 50% of the bottle.
So we have 7 days in a week.
Okay. How many times
How
did
do
you
you-
wash your hair?
maybe like 375 times.
What?
Because
In
that's
a week?
how much.
You just said that.
That's how much the package coming from IndyHome is, ladies and gentlemen, right? For only 375,000 rupiah, you guys can get internet with up to speeds of 100 Mbps. Subscribe now on mytelkomsel or tcell.id/national.
Oh, such a bad segue.
That was so good.
IndyHome is not moderate in any way for their package,
So
but
good.
I mean, we're talking about shampooing your hair, man.
375
375 times. It's more than a year. It's more than every single day. It's more than once a day.
I wasn't finished, was I?
Okay.
I was gonna say 375 times in 2 years.
So
Which means
you wash every other day.
Yes.
Okay.
That's a very convoluted
you.
way to get that out. But
Why choose the guys?
Yeah.
Don't be
Yeah.
easy
Yeah.
when you can be difficult.
Okay, yeah. For you guys, you can go either take the easy route, tap back a bit and scan the QR code, or type it in yourself, tsl.id/national. But if you guys want to make life easy, this one, actually, you probably don't want it the difficult way. You can just drink and, get yourself some refreshments.
Because it's not you drink. It's not I drink.
It's
It's we drink, ladies and gentlemen.
Me and you, man.
The legendary collaboration between We Drink X MPL ID Season 14. Go and check it out now because it's just everything you want in a cup.
Lord has been
It
taken.
reminds me of my childhood.
Listen to the tagline here, Eterna.
Okay.
Lord has been taken and now it's full cup.
that is the tagline.
I love it.
Me too.
That's cool.
I get it. I completely get it.
But what I like more is, that drink on the right side here in the mix.
Grape!
That's really good.
You like grape?
It's a grape tea.
Wow, grape!
It's wow, grape.
But do you like Tropicana Double Crunch?
I love it.
Oh, I mean, how can you not?
I love
right? What's
eating
wrong
it.
with you?
Depends. I love eating it. If you tell me to drink it,
Yeah, hang on a minute.
that's weird.
That is weird.
You put it in your
Chefin,
mouth.
That's weird. That's you. Chefin.
Technically, drinking and eating is putting it in your mouth.
Exactly. So both are correct. Depends on like the level of
These
What?
anchors that we have in
It's
ID
like
all
how-
have issues.
how melted is the ice cream, right? We need context.
But if it
Ice
is
cream
melted,
is not meant
would
to be
you
consumed. Melted.
Hey,
you must
You'd
keep it
be
refrigerated.
surprised.
Keep it refrigerated.
Okay.
Please.
Anyway.
Please.
Experience the excitement of mabar, makan bareng, or eating together with Tropicana Double Crunch. Hurry up, get it at the Campina booth,
There's one
or
outside.
you can
Or.
ask me for one. But
Where?
but the level of
Yeah, it's going to be melted.
it's melted a little.
Well, if you guys want fast delivery, unlike what she can provide, you guys can go and take your groceries through Click Indomaret because it's going to be a very, very fast delivery. As little as 1 hour it takes for them to bring it to from the grocery store to the front of your house.
Super fast.
Super fast.
Super fast.
Super fast.
So,
You know how fast it is?
a blink of an eye.
That's as heck, boy.
There you go.
It's just so
I just bought
speedy.
something. There you go.
What? Where? When?
Oh, this?
There you go.
bought this?
Uh-huh.
Wow. With the
And
blink
then
of an
and then
eye.
I bought this.
I don't think.
I mean,
they sell that in the grocery store.
Yeah, but the Head and Shoulders though, when you wash your
This,
hair,
though, more believable also.
375 times in 2 years, you gotta get that quick delivery, man.
do.
Otherwise, you don't smell smelly goody.
No, you want to be smelly goody
You
all
just
the
saying that?
time. I was like, yeah, you want to be
Oh,
smelly
I thought
goody
you
all the
said
time.
yeah.
No,
Which
I
means
said
no in Indo.
yeah. I said yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
She said yeah.
Man
Put on a t-shirt,
down.
man. Eterna. Yeah.
No.
Okay. So yes,
I don't
no,
want-
we're seeing the opposite. You know what?
Would you prefer smelly goody?
You guys
Yeah.
just need snacks. You just need food. You guys sound like you're starving.
No, it's because
I am.
smelly goody can also refer to yummy choice.
Okay. Yummy choice. What's yummy
What
choice?
is yummy choice?
You don't know what yummy choice is? Okay,
What's
here,
that?
let's say we're watching a game.
Okay, we're
right?
watching a game.
And there's no food.
Okay.
And then
It's a
like if
bad
you
game.
want to make food, it takes like 15-20 minutes.
Oh, I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly, right?
Game's
Some
over.
games are 9 minutes even.
44 seconds just yesterday. RQ.
Okay, so what if I tell you that there's a quick solution to that? What
What's
if I
the
tell you
solution?
there's a delicious, quick to serve and easy to enjoy meal from Yummy Choice, like
Yummy
the
Choice.
Nusantara menu?
Nusantara. That is Indonesian.
Is it Indo food?
Indo food.
Is it- oh, okay.
Yes.
You can just put it in the microwave. That's like ready to
That's
eat.
it. That's all you need.
Indo
1
food,
minute.
ready.
1
Wow.
minute is all it takes. That's
One
not how.
min. One
that's
min is all it
Yeah,
takes.
shout out. That's a song that Liverpool
not-
uses whenever they win a trophy.
So like
Dua Lipa.
never mind.
Just last season, what do you mean?
Yeah, I know.
What? The disrespect.
I'm sorry, I'm
you know
an
who
Arsenal
never
fan.
wins? Arsenal.
Yeah. Anyway, upcoming match, ladies and gentlemen, for Geek, who did win, will be against Alter Ego.
Who also
A.
won?
Who also won, yes.
Yeah, against A. What?
A.
A won against A?
No, A won against Geekfam.
Oh yeah, there you go. But Alter Ego won today is what I'm referring to.
And Alter Ego
Hey.
won last time, right?
Last time too. 2-1. Come back from match 1 or game 1 where Geek Fam won in 11 minutes with the Hellcurt to a reverse sweep.
That's amazing.
That's crazy.
Amazing.
We should be seeing the next upcoming schedule for Fnatic Onyx later, but there was a little bit of a spoiler. It's the Royal Derby next.
Ooh, man.
Let's go.
Can't believe it, man. But here it is. It is, oh my. This is a tough
these are
week.
bangers, bro.
This is a tough week for Fnatic Onyx, guys. RQ and then TLID just right after. Oh, he's ready.
Whoa.
You know?
If Gani was here, he'd probably just be like, the heck is this? Where's your trophy? I'm unfazed. That's what Gani would do.
You can just feel the sparks flying if Ghani's in this.
Where's your MSC trophy? Where's your MPL trophy? 4-Pete, by the way.
Where your rings at? Where your rings at? Where your
rings? Unfazed.
That's so accurate.
Regular season experimentation. We're gonna destroy you in playoffs.
It's scary how accurate that is.
It's literally.
I know, Gani.
But do you know that there are still tickets available?
Yes, I do. I saw it earlier.
Okay, and because you know, do you know how to buy it?
Yes, I do.
Tell us.
I don't want to. I want to keep the tickets to myself.
Fine. I'll ask Arashi because he's a nicer caster.
Okay.
I think there are different ways of doing it, but if you can use GoPay, man, they got that extra 10% discount. And you get a 10% GoPay coin cashback.
This is my secret, man. I've been using this.
It's only for limited quota, though, which is why Mirko is just so adamant, bro. Tickets start from 85K, and then you get discounts on top of that. So it really is pretty value.
Oh, wow. I wonder if Booty Clara Monkstar knows this.
Booty?
Booty? Do you know about it?
Booty Clara Monkstar?
Does she know about it?
Booty?
Kemenangan 2-0 dari Geek pun jadi menarik Bude kepada 2. Ada di sini, ada Venep, BA dari Geek Fam.
Betul, Bude.
Disapa dulu dong.
Hai teman-teman Geek Community dan teman-teman semua yang nonton.
Venep bawa siapa nih?
Aku ada Kak Daus, boleh perkenalan dong Kak?
Kenalin aku Daus dari Community Manager Geek Fam.
Widih, rame-rame di sini, talent-talent BA-BA udah pada ngumpul. Gimana tadi 2-0?
Deg-degan banget jujur, tapi senang.
Seneng ya, tapi semakin solid dan Bude juga tahu nih Geek Fam Unity tuh banyak banget acara ya. Ada acara apa kali ini nih?
Jadi yang terbaru ini kita dari Geek Fam dan juga Geek Fam Unity bakal adain event terbaru nih dari Geek Fam Bude, yaitu Geek Fam nongkrong di kampus. Jadi event ini nongkrong sekaligus nobar Geek Fam di match regular season.
Tiap ada regular season berarti?
Iya.
Setiap matchnya. Nah kampusnya mana aja tuh?
Kalau untuk kampusnya itu ada di Universitas Indonesia Bude, Universitas Gajah Mada, Institut Pertanian Bogor, Universitas Diponegoro, dan Widya Tama University.
Berarti semua mahasiswa-mahasiswi bisa bergabung?
Yes, dan itu kita juga terbuka buat community yang berada di wilayah kampus itu untuk hadir. Dan itu merupakan 5 kampus terbaik di Indonesia, Bude.
Yap, betul. 5 kampus terbaik di Indonesia terbuka untuk nobar nanti. Dan semua yang berada di sekitarnya Tomo yang datang pun boleh ya berarti?
Boleh dong, Bude.
Acaranya ada apa aja tuh?
Untuk acaranya nanti kita bakalan ada fun match dan juga nonton bareng sama Geek Community yang lain. Terus ada apa lagi, Kak?
Nanti juga ada acara fun match, mini challenge, dan kita juga bakal bagi skin gratis buat yang hadir di watch party itu, Bude.
Banyak banget aktivitinya, pasti seru banget nih. Terus informasi lebih lanjut kita dapat dari mana nih?
Untuk informasi langsung aja nanti kita bisa kalian bisa cek di Instagram Geek Fam ID dan Geek Community, Bude.
Wow, tapi kok nongkrongnya di kampus nih? Bagaimana? Apa yang kalian membuat acara ini? Ada alasannya dong pasti.
Ada, Bude. Jadi kita percaya kalau misalkan kita itu mau mewadahi teman-teman komunitas e-sports di kampus gitu. Karena kita percaya nanti mereka yang bakal melanjutkan perjuangan kita di e-sports ke depannya. Nah, jadi kita mau memberikan kesempatan untuk mereka bisa berproses melalui event ini, yaitu Geek Fam nongkrong di kampus.
Asik, kamu lulusan mana by the way?
Aku fan-nya dari Universitas Pelita Harapan, masih mahasiswi. Bude.
Mahasiswi UPH.
Kalau aku dari lulusan Universitas Indonesia, aku udah lulus Bude.
Wow, ada yang mau disampaikan untuk penutupan?
Aku mau sampein buat teman-teman semua, e-sport UPH dan juga kampus-kampus lainnya, kalian jangan mau kalah sama kampus-kampus yang udah disebutin tadi sama Kak Daus. Nah, oleh karena itu kalian bisa langsung hit me up di Instagramnya GeekFam ID dan juga Geek Community untuk collaboration.
Asik, makasih Vene dan juga Daus. Kita pasti bakal semangat banget nih untuk ikutan nobar dan juga nongkrong di kampus bareng Geek Fam. Thank you banget, tapi kita akan melanjutkan match yang ketiga. Udah pada gak sabar? Stay tune terus untuk penutupan minggu yang kelima.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru, awesome.
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabar.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood. MPL Arena, balap tepuk tangan. Mendapatkan 2 fokus penturet yang
pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood. MPL Arena, balas tepuk tangan. Mendapatkan 2 pompon penturet.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
MPL Arena, balas tepuk tangan. Mendapatkan 2 fokus penturet.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
MPL Arena, balap pembukaan. Telah mendapatkan 2 momen back to back.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First Blood.
MPL Arena, balas pembukaannya. Selesai dapatkan 2 pompon penturet.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 momen best
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian, adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 pompon Venturen.
Pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang otentik khas Jawa Timur. Diolah selama berjam-jam sehingga menghasilkan kaldu yang gurih dan daging yang empuk. Bisa dihangatkan di toko atau bisa untuk stok di rumah. Soto dan rawon daging sapi Indomaret, enak tenan rasane.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Galaxy A55 A35 5G warna baru. Awesome!
Kayak circle kita.
Diajakin mabar di mana tuh?
Circlein aja pakai circle to search.
Wah, langsung ketemu tempatnya. Kalau ini makanan apa ya?
Gampang, circlein aja.
Oh, itu makanannya.
Awesome dan smart kan?
Yuk join circle kita.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau
double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau.
Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
First blood.
Mendapatkan 2 fokus benturan yang
pengen belanja banyak barang kebutuhan tapi malas keluar rumah. Untung aja pakai aplikasi Klik Indomaret. Cuma tinggal klik bisa belanja online seperti di toko. Beli ini, itu, jadi mudah banget. Produknya lengkap, banyak promonya. Gak perlu pusing, bisa pakai alat bayar apa aja. Wah, 1 jam udah sampai, gratis ongkir lagi. Untung aku pakai Klik Indomaret, belanja online seperti di toko.
Kini, Indomaret telah menghadirkan varian baru, soto dan rawon yang wajib kamu coba. Dibuat dengan daging sapi pilihan, dimasak dengan rempah-rempah khas Indonesia, sehingga menghasilkan rasa soto dan rawon yang
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moonton. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Memasuki match penutupan di MPL Indonesia Season 14 minggu yang kelima. Di leg kedua banyak sekali tim-tim yang memulai dengan cukup struggling, namun ada juga yang di posisi nyaman. Namun bersama Bude, mari kita sambut, inilah dia. Pertemuan antara Dewa United dan juga tim Liquid ID. Semua super fans pasti menginginkan hal yang terbaik untuk tim favorit mereka. Dan untuk tim Dewa United, mereka harus memulai leg yang kedua dari posisi 7. Sedangkan tim Liquid ID, mereka berada di posisi zona yang cukup nyaman, zona tengah di posisi 4. Namun mereka tentunya harus berjuang ekstra juga untuk mempertahankan posisi mereka atau malah bisa memperjuangkan posisi yang lebih baik lagi. Dan tentu saja di sini semua dukungan terus mengalir untuk match pembukaan kita, khususnya kepada para sponsor dan partner karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Kadia, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan We Drink beserta dengan supplier Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy Choice, Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Support tentunya terus mengalir dari semua super fans yang lagi di rumah. Siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan di leg kedua ini? Akankah ada balas dendam atau pembuktian? Kalau melihat di leg yang pertama, ada 2-0 nih yang dihasilkan oleh tim Liquid ID. Namun pastinya kedua tim sudah mempersiapkan sesuatu hari ini. Tentu saja menjadi challenge bagi kedua tim. Karena sebagai match pembukaan mereka di leg yang kedua, apa yang akan mereka berikan? Gameplay seperti apa yang akan dihasilkan? Dan siapa yang akan dimainkan? Banyak sekali pertanyaan dari seluruh super fans yang untuk menyaksikan, menantikan pertemuan kedua dari kedua tim ini. Tanpa berlama-lama lagi, sepertinya semua super fans yang sudah hadir, sudah bersiap, pastinya sudah tidak sabar. Langsung saja, boleh, let's go, ready? Siapkan dirimu untuk menyaksikan match penutupan di minggu kelima. Inilah dia Dewa United dan juga tim Liquid ID.
The cavalry and the gods here in our final match of week number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, MPL ID Season 14, always bringing us new surprises and new action for us to follow. Welcome to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know what I was about to say.
You're pretty sure that Liquid's going to win? Is that
No,
what you were going to say?
I don't want to say that.
So you're not sure that the Liquid's going to win?
No,
fan.
because I don't want to curse anything.
Oh. So that's a safe answer.
So you will?
What?
Because if you say you're not going to curse anything and
Yeah,
you
but
curse,
I'm
then
not
you will.
I'm not saying anything. I just...
So
let's
you're
just move on.
Okay.
So let's talk about this matchup, right?
Let's
Let's talk
talk about
about
this
both of these teams. Dewa on one hand is on a 4-times lose streak. Meanwhile, for TLID, they're actually on a 2-time win streak. So it's a heaven and hell battle between both of these teams. One wants to fight for the upper bracket and the other is just fighting for survival into the playoffs.
Yeah, so journey to the playoffs. For honestly, both of them, it's still the journey to the playoffs also, right? Because for Liquid, they haven't guaranteed a spot in playoffs just yet. So they are in the battle for upper brackets. They're going to have to hope that both RQ and Bigatron will drop some games because that is within the condition of them making it to the upper brackets. Meanwhile, Dewa, from Hijume swapping to now Kaze, Watt, Azura, it seems even they don't know what the main lineup looks like just yet.
honestly, there's so many potential combinations we've talked about just today. But for Dewa and Liquid, I feel like we've kind of seen the best potential lineup. And honestly, considering that Dewa were able to give RRQ a bit of a hard time just yesterday, I feel like some people have great hopes for them going up against Team Liquid. But at the same time, Team Liquid, if you're talking about looking at previous games and having confidence, Team Liquid, bro, they have it.
They definitely do. I mean, we see them and their personas on stage every time they go in for the interviews. A lot of people are saying that they might be the new alter ego, and I think they deserve that title, right? All 5 of them are very outspoken. Well, actually, I guess Weedy is the one to, calm things down. But if we take a look into the past, a blast from the past here, Dewa against Onyx. You mentioned this earlier on, Arashi.
Yeah, they're just playing it so well, and despite all the odds, right? They've been proven again and again that the new players coming through from the MDL, they're not just one-hit wonders, or they're not just limited in whatever faction, right? Whenever it comes to the macro decisions, whenever it comes to the hero pool, the mechanics, they've proven again and again to all the doubters that they're a legit contender right here. And for today, they're gonna try and continue that run. And like America mentioned, they have to try and aim for a spot in the top tier of the standings to get to the upper brackets.
And remember, this was a lineup with Mueza, Watt, Ray, Kaze, and Sorizo. So will we be seeing the same lineup today, right? Because technically, Dewa United, they can play around Kaze, they can play around Hijume in the mid lane. And for the gold lane, we have Watt as well as Azura.
Yeah, it really felt weird, Dewa versus RRQ. It felt like it was a battle of blunders, really, from RRQ. I would say maybe it's an experiment. They've already secured top spot. They're up against Dewa. So maybe they were experimenting in the draft, because Game 1, Game 3 especially, were very, very weird. The way they were playing, too. Still, though, if Dewa's only win condition is banking on the fact that their opponents are going to make a mistake, I really don't think Liquid will be making the same mistake. They have been known, especially with St. Lucas, to just go all out whenever they can. And that's what we've been seeing from Liquid, especially with this lineup. Watt even, so many... He's a veteran, man. We respect him as a veteran as well, but the fact that a veteran of this level made a lot of the amateur mistakes that we saw yesterday against RRQ, not flickering out up against Skylar in a 2v1 situation with Mueza, a lot of times engaging, putting himself in dangerous situations and having the what? Or the what moment. The what or what moment, we like to call it. But definitely that's the big question right here for Watt, the man here with a lot of experience, and yet an inconsistency in his deal, in his showing in the Lara Dawn. Whereas on the other side, a new phase and yet an absolutely consistent performance when it comes to the laning phase. Where in a team fight, maybe he can get zoned out, he can get shut down, but you can bet that for Aaron Shiki, if he gets put in a lane, he'll play the lane to his best of his abilities, and the best of his abilities is usually quite good.
So it's a little bit of a conundrum, right, between these two teams, right? On one hand, we have the veteran Watt, whose performance has been quite shaky. Meanwhile, on the other side of TLID, we have a rookie, Aaron Shiki, that has been in top shape, top performance, top tier. And let's talk about that a little bit more, right? Because I think one of our main highlights has got to be these two. As we also take a look into the highlights of TLID, the game that they were able to play against Alter Ego yesterday, Mirko was just... he loved what he was seeing. But what about you, Arashi? What did you think about that game?
Alter Ego Team Liquid, I mean, this was a very fun match. All of action, all across. And you can see that for both teams in particular, I know there's a reputation, but they have no issue taking risks against each other, right? You can see that there's some fights where, on paper, there are some dangerous moments where you would maybe second-guess yourself. But for Alter Ego and Team Liquid both, they're just willing to just go at it and make the decisive play. Now, this is exactly why we talked about how Alter Ego, it's almost like Team Liquid is a more complete, a more seasoned Alter Ego version, where they have the decisiveness, that aggressiveness, and yet they're performing a lot better when it comes to the individual lanes, when it comes to the rotations, and when it comes to the discipline as well, rotating around the map. Which is why I feel like a lot of people really favor Team Liquid and think that they are definitely top-tier contenders, especially with the drafting phase. We just saw in the previous matches becoming so important. The addition of Iron, Fabian, and Widdy, the flexibility of these guys in the draft, and even on the stage, man, that presence, you gotta love it.
That's the Conor McGregor walk. Look at that, the spaghetti arms, the spicy gold laner. man. Yeah, I've been really impressed with Aaron. This guy's been amazing in interviews, in the way that he plays as well, understanding really everything that he wants to do with every pick. It's really insane. The fact that also we were doubting, all right, maybe he's so complete with the Harriet, the Carry, the Moskov, the Roger that, okay, that should be his hero pool. He's a rookie anyways, right? There's no way he's going to be able to perform on other heroes. We saw that. Alter Ego tried to test that yesterday, forcing him on a pick like a Natan. We were like, oh, we're going to finally see Aaron Shiki exposed here. And no, plays a Natan, becomes an absolute god on a Natan as well. This guy's really good. Very, very high potential player.
Yeah, he truly is. And even on screen, right? Even on the stage, Weedy was like, you know, whatever happens this season, of course we want to win. But at the end of the day, we're all still very young. And we have still so much to learn. So I even like that mindset coming in from all these players.
Understanding that they're the underdogs and they're here to absorb all that experience and knowledge, right? And especially what
That is not absorbing.
That's absorbing.
What you're talking about, Mirko, I mean, the global ban system that they have in the MDL certainly kind of pushes their hero pool in a way that the MPL really doesn't, right? And which is why you see them perform so well on so many different picks, and it has to be such a great feeling for Coach St. DeLucas all this time being criticized for a lack of diversity, a lack of flexibility in the drafting phase, and now comes in 3 players with an abundance of resources for him to completely abuse, and you can see that the team immediately looks different.
So let's talk about loopholes, right? We've talked about strengths, let's talk about loopholes now. For TLID, it seems like they have a pattern of always going back to what they know and what they survive on. Is that something that Daewoo United can utilize to their advantage?
Yeah, I think for Daewoo United, honestly, I'm really struggling to think about what they can utilize. I would say utilize the aggressive style that they have. With Ray, it's tough because it's already a different lineup anyways. What I'm talking about is what they were able to do in the first few weeks with Hijume, not with Kaze. Either Kaze changes his playstyle, which is going to be tough all of a sudden, right? Like an impromptu change, or the team plays in a different style, and even then it's tough. One person adapting to 4 others that we really haven't seen is difficult, and then the other 4 adapting to this one guy is going to be difficult as well. I would say take this game slowly. Try to utilize one of these strats and just see how you do, because if they actually want to choose one of the 2 earlier, which one they want to play for, either they play for Kaze or Kaze play for the team, then it's going to be seen next week, not this week. They still have some time here in MPL Indonesia Season 14, so utilize that time. Utilize this as a learning match.
Especially for him in the mid lane here, with all the assassin pressure coming in from the jungle, from what's his nickname again? The Usurper?
The Usurper.
Flava Fave, Usurper. I mean, it's just so much pressure onto the mid lane, and on top of that, even Yehezkiel, he's actually doing a lot better when it comes to that aggressive style in the mid lane too. So your questions about Kaze, I feel like he is up against multiple layers of problems right here. And the issue is that his team doesn't really have a lot of things to be able to do to really kind of alleviate some of that pressure. You saw that their playstyle, in the end, it kind of revolves more around this Mueza, looking for potential plays along with Ray, but a lot of times it doesn't really even involve that mid lane, right? They roam to the side lanes and make that side lane play work, which where we saw, you know, usually Watt, right? They get him to snowball, they get to carrying a little bit, but the mid lane, right? We haven't seen a massive hard carry mid lane performance coming in from Daewoo United.
So do we want that mid lane to be filled by Hijume today, or do we want Kaze? Because if you're talking about aggression, then it kind of falls into favor more with Hijume instead of Kaze. So would Hijume work better in this lineup?
Without a doubt, for me, yes. Hijume was one of the reasons they were able to find so many wins early on, but I'm not even sure if Hijume will play. I think it'll be Kaze.
So let's see who's going to be playing here from TLID first. We have Aran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, Weedy, and Aaron Shiki. This team has found so much success. 5 rookies stepping up with the help of Aran as we welcome them onto the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, hear the charge of the cavalry. Slowly but surely creeping up with a new lineup, and this time it is done. They have progressed, and they are looking to be one of the contenders in Season 14. Looking for the upper bracket slot. The cavalry charges up on stage. Let's welcome Team Liquid ID.
Attempting to use that horsepower to overwhelm, to overtake the top tier contenders in the season right now. Team Liquid ID. Expect aggression, expect wildness, and I expect that they will bring out the absolute massive flexible picks that they have to take down Dewa United.
Do they have it? Do they have it? Can they stay consistent? But on the other side here, we have Dewa. Let's see the answer to our questions. It's going to be Kaze as well as Watts. So no Hijume. And we don't see Azura in the lineup as well. But let's welcome them up on the stage too.
All the way in the red zone, their climb was definitely a bit tougher. Climbing from the depths. Once they were able to make it to the playoffs, they must try to replicate that success with the main lineup being Dewa United with Kaze, not with Hijume. Let's see if it works out against the Cavalry. Let's welcome to the stage, Dewa United Esports.
They're looking for a miracle here. They are looking for an epiphany. Something from the gods would help them in order for them to have that chance, that possibility to still make it and to win in their playoff run.
They had momentum before, but they lost it. Now they have to try even harder to try and bring back that momentum, bring back the speed that they required to really find a place in the playoffs. Begins here already on stage. Our Marshall Daydang bringing in Coach St. DeLucas with Reza actually, Palevi, and Raizan with Belen.
Belen
in the lineup, once known as Erpang, if you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, back in Geek Fam. He was the coach for Geek Fam when they made it to the M5 World Championship. Always with a shadow though, right behind him.
Mr. Belen.
Mr. Belen. Mr. Belen usually has a shadow behind him.
Ooh.
And unlike the name Erpang or Belen, the shadow behind him was always howling.
Always howling. Interesting.
Not anymore though. Seems like he's actually moved to TNC.
Interesting.
Anyway, the rival showdown, veteran versus rookie. We get a little sneak peek into their stats. Tell us what it's talking about.
Well, it's impressive first and foremost that the rookie is able to really overtake the veteran when it comes to teamfight participation. In fact, he's #1 when it comes to teamfight participation.
Jeez.
And #3 when it comes to average kills as well.
Jeez.
Now that #1 teamfight participation is really telling to the playstyle, right? Team Liquid, they have a lot of ways to carry, but in the end, Iron Shiki, he is just that active of a gold laner. Even when he hasn't really completed his transition and he hasn't really been moved around the map just yet, he is willing to just push out, get dominant in that lane, and then rotate around to impact the fights even more. That's where that participation comes from. Now for what? Outmatched in stats by his... But a new kid on the block, what can they do here for Dewa? Here's the victory by Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. Going to explore Mueza's hero pool, try and get something that works right here. Something that can threaten that backline, or maybe shut down Fabian in the jungle. And Keys, like you said, Mirko, you can't just keep playing defensively against a team like this. When it gets messy, when it gets crazy, the team that is proactive, the team that is daring to make the first move will have a bit of an advantage. Same thing can be said for Team Liquid, but their keys to victory right here is Fabian, utilizing Witty as a flexible anchor, able to play defensive and aggressive, finding opportunities on a multitude of heroes at this point. I think there's a lot to be said for Witty as the main anchor and foundation to build on. And on top of that, if they can provide a winning matchup for Iron Shiki, I mean, that's enough said, right? If you get him a winning matchup, this man has and will deliver.
And I always thought that that's what he really required, right? Getting that winning matchup. But we've seen a different style of Aaron Shiki too, right? We've seen him if he's on a hero that really requires that scaling into the late game. Like the Natan, he's able to hold his own too. He can also be that patient gold laner that goes for the farm, waits for the proper moment, and gets that power spike as fast as they can. But if we took a look at the stats earlier on that honestly I missed. Did you guys catch it?
Yeah,
the percentages for first pick and second pick?
It's not the best for Dewa, especially on the red side. They are definitely way more successful on the blue side. And they have chosen first pick. Meanwhile, TLID, it's the opposite for them. They've gotten most of their wins through red side, and they actually will get that red side. It's a classic battle of blue versus red. We saw it from Geek Fam, Fnatic Onyx earlier. Geek Fam opting to go blue, Fnatic Onyx opting to go red. So far, blue side has been winning. I'll just have to tell you guys this, okay? Blue side has actually gotten a better win rate. Yesterday, BTR beat EVOS both on the blue side, and also Geek Fam beating Fnatic Onyx both on the blue side. Getting the Phobias for both these matches that I mentioned, BTR and Geek Fam, were the priorities. And whenever the blue side didn't get a win is when Phobias was banned out.
Coincidence? Perhaps. Well, we'll have to see if Dewa will try and go for that angle. And Team Liquid, now with all that flexibility, I mean, because of the flexibility, that's exactly why you're seeing them so successful on second pick. But now with the Phobias in the picture, right, things are just that much different. And right now, hey, last ban, is it gonna be a Phobias? Or will Team Liquid be the team to finally find a working solution to shut that Phobias down? Ooh, wow.
I mean, it looks like they're gonna gamble on it, right? Hylos is their choice for the last ban here in the first phase. So Dewa United, if they want, they can definitely pick up this Phobias. We know Sorizo is able to utilize his hero as well. And what's the solution from TLID? This is something that we've seen a little bit too much.
I mean, earlier we saw the carry being used, and you can shred down the Phobias, but that's such a one-sided, you know, a kind of one-dimensional approach to try and shut down this tanky, mobile, sustainable frontliner. So I thought that the carry would have been enough to really shut him down, but we saw just earlier that it really wasn't the case for Fnatic Onyx. But as Mirko mentioned, the Vexana is the other one that has been explored, that has proven to be quite successful too.
The counter to Phobias is Vexana plus Terizla. Terizla to stop him in lane, Vexana to stop him in these fights. Terizla wins out in this lane against the Phobias and trades even as well. And when you get a lead, you get level 4 first that we've seen multiple times. If the Phobias doesn't get level 4 before the turtle fight, gives you a massive advantage. And in these fights, Vexana, this is how Liquid beat, well, who was it? Alter Ego, when they got the Phobias. It's going to be the Julian though, for Dewa. Ooh, and the Moskov.
Right, Moskov coming through, so already showing their hand here, Dewa. They have the mobility, and they have the same idea right here. They can just play front to back and allow the Moskov to show up. But now for Team Liquid, doubling down, getting the Alpha as well. This means that initially you can get stun locked by the Vexana, and then the Spear of Alpha can be used on top of that, and that's a ton of true damage coming your way. So not going with the carry, but going with the Alpha to try and get that extra burst that might be required to seal the deal when it comes down to just shutting down this Phobias.
So how do they play here, Dewa? Do they, if they feel like they're not going to be able to win it out in that EXP lane, do they look for something else?
Wow.
Do they look for priority in the gold lane? Is that what we're going to be seeing in the second phase bans? Yes, the Gatot does get banned out. Huge respect to Mueza, who was able to find success on it yesterday, I believe, against RRQ.
That's a quick draft banning phase though, the second one. With the Aurora banned away as well, not a lot of other heroes can match the Vexana's wave clear and crowd control potential. For Dewa though, Mathilda, interesting.
The Lolita and the Mathilda, we've seen that Witty has been one of the only roamers. Now we actually have seen Beloy as well pick up the Mathilda, but yeah, Witty has been playing the Lolitas and also the Mathildas really, really well. Now, the Roger is still up for grabs, technically, for TLID. They didn't pick it up in the first phase, but they can certainly just utilize it here in the second phase. Up against a Moskov too, it's a pretty good winning lane. But it seems they might actually be looking for a roamer first. It's a Carmilla that they're hoping
Wait.
Nah.
Wait a minute.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way. So far, no synergy. Whoa, okay, I was just, no synergy with that Johnson, I was about to say. Yeah, they gotta go. Okay, they go for the Carmilla, man. Oh, man.
This team, man, keeping us on edge every single time, even at the drafting phase. This is why they're the crowd favorites at times. But with the Carmilla now, this idea from Dewa United to just keep going for the team fights, to just keep going for the front to back. Now with the Carmilla, it becomes that much more discouraging.
Yeah,
I agree. There's a lot of AoE setup coming in from the Terizla, even Vexana. And to top it all off, we have the Alpha to deal out that, constant damage, and Carmilla to top it all off. Dewa, do they want to go for a different solution? Do they want to still double down on these team fights, or do they want to look for something different? Do they want to play with the side lanes? Do they want to go for pickoffs instead? Edith is their choice now. Let's see what they close it out with. It looks like Lilia is their choice.
More DPS. And DPS is the end of the game right here for sure. Every single one of these heroes can just constantly output that DPS, but so can the Nathan, man.
Yeah.
True damage, magic damage. Actually a bit of a lack of physical, technically, if you want to be nitpicky about the composition. But when it comes down to it, man, the output I think it's matched by Team Liquid. So they won in the utility battle, and I think in sustainability, with the Carmilla and Alpha, and Terizla even, they can see the same. And when it comes to the shred, when it comes to the output of damage, with that Natan, I feel like it really rounds out that front to back for Team Liquid, man. Dewa, they have to try and find a unique way to approach this. A mere crash in the front lines might not really work in their favor.
This is a pretty similar draft to what RQ utilized up against Dewa United. And Dewa, the only thing that made them a threat towards RQ when RQ got the Natan was the Gatot Kacha. They dealt with it, and then they pick up the Natan against the Moscow, which is a winning matchup.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the drafts are looking good for the Cavalry here for our final match of week number 5. Let's get into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 between Dewa United and Team Liquid ID.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Will Liquid be able to continue this run for upper brackets? Will they stop Dewa United's pursuit of playoffs in the way? Or will it be the opposite? Will Dewa be like, nah, no upper brackets for you, nerd. I'm going to playoffs.
Yeah.
Will they go with the Geek Fam route of, hey, you're not going to get up there, so, you know, oh, you're trying to get up there, we're going to stop you.
And we beat you in the playoffs.
Oh.
That's what Geek Fam did to RQ.
Oh,
Remember?
bro, you know.
Going against Rebellion.
Let's not bring up old history here,
and then
Mirko.
RQ got knocked out by Geek Fam.
That was way, way back, you know, I mean. I think we have to keep vision right now here, you know. We can't keep focusing on the past, bro. It's a different time.
It's a different time, but it's never a different time with Campina, man. While we're on a technical break, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna enjoy some Campina ice cream. I personally enjoyed like 3 backstage during the break earlier on.
That's a lot, bro.
It was good.
Yeah.
You sure your throat's okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm always fine.
I thought you were gonna
with
add it a little
Campina.
bit. Oh. Yeah, obviously. With Campina, you guys can just, you know, eat everything with moderation, guys. Don't go crazy sometimes, you know. You have to be careful.
But with Campina, no moderation is needed.
Okay. I was, you know, talking about the watermelons you see there, because there's a watermelon. I would, for ice cream, for Campina especially,
That's fine.
You don't need to hold yourself off. Just keep on going.
Don't hold yourself off, Arashi.
I only had 1. I should have taken like an extra one. I was concerned about health, but
I brought you one.
Yeah.
It's in the freezer.
And you only took one, Arashi?
I brought him 5.
That's disrespectful to the effort.
I mean, I'm embarrassed to admit, but you know, I
feel
didn't feel like
disrespected
I could handle 2, man. It's just too much. It's just too much deliciousness coming in from Campina.
Oh man, overwhelmed by 2, I see.
Well, I mean, technically he was asleep for most of the break, so.
Were you eating while you were sleeping?
Exactly. It's a hidden talent passed down from my forefathers.
Okay, during this break, let's get back into the game just a little bit. During this break, I think we should be going in really soon.
Yes.
The Marshal, do we see? Okay.
That's not Danang.
Okay, it's not Mr. Danang.
Oh, bang.
But it's Cupid, nevertheless. Let's get straight back into the Land of Dawn.
Cupid.
Let's have a little bit of a look into the emblems and their spells.
One of the spells, though, 2 Purifies in the hands of Witty and Island Shiki, means that when it comes to the engage, the only real big tool that they have, I would say, is the Phobias and the Edith. More so the Moeza on the Edith than anything. And we know that Dewa are a team that likes fighting off the back of a clear, proper engage. So we'll have to wait and see. Emblems by IndieHome, though, you know that durability is off the question here. Tenacity for the Natan in that lane, and Rita's Finder as well. Like you said, Mirko, probably feeling confident in that matchup. Luminous Blessing for the Carmilla and the Vexana, though, so they're going to be moving around the map very rapidly here, but against the Lilia, maybe Dewa can kind of stop it.
Moeza forced to onward there to actually get out. Fabian's already holding himself back from actually going in there. Case. Case, he's got to be careful. He walks up just a bit. That Spear of Alpha is going to be ready, and luckily Case was able to space out just in time. Good enhanced chain to answer it over. Oh, Cursed Blast almost took Case down.
That's a lot of damage, and Case is not yet level 4, so he can't just dive out of there. And not to mention raise damage onto Yehezkiel to boot.
And we saw this coming, man. The mid lane is going to be so hotly contested, with the roamers being so critical. Oh, the top side, Aran.
Oh, this is not what you want to see for the Terizla. Winning matchup against the Phobias. One more shot, Terizo. Oh, no! That is super unfortunate. He got HP just in time, and Aran will be able to run away.
There's way too close for comfort right there. You can barely see his HP, but look at this, Fabian going straight for the orange buff of Ray, letting go of the turtle.
Yeah,
an interesting move. I mean,
why?
Understanding that the Lilia is going to be pushing so much faster, and understanding that Aran was low in HP, immediately going for the trade there. That was a great call by Flavor Flav.
I mean, that's something that we did notice yesterday, right? In their match, TLID, they're very quick with their countermeasures. They're very quick with their counter plays. If they can't get this, what can they get in return? So that's a small win here for Fabian. He is still a level ahead of Ray as well. So even if they have a better setup later on in the second turtle, they should have an advantage. But meanwhile, Aaron Shiki.
Spear Destruction. I thought for sure Watt was going to take it. I thought for sure we were either going to get a what or a what moment, but okay, Watt's teasing us just a bit there. Okay.
That was dangerous from Aaron Shiki though, waiting to the last second to pop that entropy and go back. By all means, Watt isn't really winning. Forced to itemize in a bit more defensive fashion as well, rushing the boots, the magic defense boots. But look at the talent prediction right here. Once again, very one-sided. But Papulo, as always, is here to save the day.
Mueza, terrified, chain CC'd. This man's not even given the chance to go for the Primal Wrath, and it's Aaron Shiki who takes first blood.
How does he do that? How is Aaron Shiki always at the right place at the right time, right? That is beautiful resource management coming in from TLID. Giving him that kill will help him get to that power spike a lot quicker in already a winning matchup.
He just sees things differently than we do, man. Better Heaven completed for him as well. A big spike in his damage.
Fabian though, Spear of Alpha coming down. Chorizo trying to go for the Demonic Force stacks, but he knows better than to go in. Aran is waiting in the midst. Chorizo will have to give this away. Mueza onward over to Fabian. People are coming back in. There's going to be some retaliation. Fabian going the other way. Aran goes over the penalties already. Correcting them with a Curse of Blood. It's going to be Aran who finds it good. Fabian move with Spear of Alpha there, but the Spear of Destruction comes down with the Infernal Pursuit. When he forced to use a Purify, but it does not matter. Ray has the chain. Kaze has the glooms. Aran can only just run away as Yehezkiel peels him.
That's a small win for Dewa, right? Fabian taken out, no retribution for them. So Dewa United should be able to secure this without any contest from TLID yet again.
Wow, man, Team Liquid, that is a super aggressive move to cut the wave and stick around even after all that. They must have known that with the map going dark there, Dewa immediately were rotating to try and punish that maneuver. So they lost out in the value fight. I guess they were banking on the fact that Dewa would be too focused on the turtle maybe, and they wanted to try and punish Chorizo even more. But that was quick rotations coming in from Dewa.
Very quick. And let's see the retaliation coming in from TLID as we take a look at a game fact here by GoPay. In week number 5 of MPL ID Season 14, Phoveus became the most frequently first picked hero with 12 first picks out of a total of 16 games. And I guess we're seeing that success come through, right? Aran versus Chorizo right now. Aran is still holding his ground as both of these EXP laners do want to look for the better trade.
Yeah, that would have been a bit different had he not lost the lane earlier. Witty gets chunked quite a bit there.
In fact, the frontliner really isn't a massive tank just yet, and running the Purify as well. That doesn't like a Vengeance. There's danger for Witty to get punished right there, but Mueza...
good cancel by Aaron Shiki. Canceling the onward. That could have caught Aaron Shiki. Now with the entropy forward. Find the kill, now Purify used up as well. The Infernal Pursuit over to Witty. Just as you call it, Arashi, he is not tanky enough.
All right, so that was a 1v1 trade, but that was a kill over to Aaron Shiki. Who was it a better trade for?
I feel like at this point, if you know that you're up against Team Liquid, trading 1-for-1, giving a kill to Aaron Shiki, you do not want that, man. But that was a bold move from the guy. Entropying forward and then Purifying to just walk out. Man, that was bold. And Dewa did not get to capitalize on that play. As we talk about him, player head-to-head right here as Iron picks up the Starlium. Wow, 6 minutes. It's a lot of burst damage available to him. Higher KDA, higher average GPM, and even in the teamfight participation, Watt hasn't beat in the hero pool, but that's only just for now, right? There's still a lot of hidden picks we haven't seen from Aaron Shiki, and now they go for the turtle for once.
You can see Aaron Shiki placed there as well. Aran doing some damage on the 2, actually distracting them, and still, with the body of Smith, look at him. He's all good, fine and dandy. as Fabian, Flava Fav, the usurper, takes the turtle away.
That's almost a 1k gold lead now for TLID. Watt's all alone. Will he be able to escape this?
Yes, Purify. He's gonna have to time it perfectly now. The Purify used up, but Witty has a Curse of Blood. Yehezkiel might want to go for a dive. They gotta be careful here. Yehezkiel with a flicker forward and the Eternal Guard. Oh, Fabian unable to look for it. It's a great disengage there. Fabian now caught in the 2v1 with the Primal Wrath used up. Ray's coming down as well. Oh! Why would he go back there? That becomes a 1-for-1. So Riza was caught very low and now terrified. Penalties all missing. Ray trying to look for some more. Mueza's going to Farhan with another swing of the hammer. Oh man, it looked good, but then it became bad for Dewa.
What happened? 1-3 trade. If Watt hadn't walked in like that, they could have tried and deflected that trade-off coming in from TLID. But Dewa will have a small victory, going to be able to trade it with the mid turret. But at the same time, TLD are already munching on that second-tier turret in the top side.
Man, Watt went back in right there. Another Watt moment. And immediately Team Liquid, the fact that Dewa afterwards, after losing Watt, were kind of committed to try and get a fight there. That was crazy. They tried to fight Team Liquid at their own game with no way to threaten Iron Shiki, and they just went to town and just beat everyone up. Looking at the goal difference though, when it comes to the lead over their lane partner, Iron Shiki and Aran actually both respectively are doing a lot better. 1,300 gold ahead from both the EXP lane and gold lane of Dewa. So these side lanes are definitely pulling further away when it comes to gold.
I mean, but technically, it's not like TLID are spiraling out of control, right? 8 minutes in, Aaron Shiki is still on his second item. There is still room for Dewa United, but in this 1v1, is there going to be some room? All right, Fabian retreats from that, and Ray gets chunked quite a bit. But even looking at the disparity of their EXP, Fabian level 12, Ray level 12, it's a 50-50 here. And with Dewa having the Moskov, he should be able to control that far lane.
That's only if Team Liquid doesn't force the issue though. Already on the Lord, having ways to shred it down, having ways to engage as well. Weedy walks forward.
We gotta get that Retribution if they want to win this game. Could Purify out the Curse of Blood, actually stopping him now. Yehezkiel coming up with a Terrify to give Fabian all the room to go for the Lord. In a 1v1, even actually winning it out. What? Dumping back forward, but then getting caught by Yehezkiel. And still Aaron Shiki will be taken down. But TLID win out in the fight. It's a 2-for-2. 3-for-2 rather. Make it 4 with the Lord taken by Fabian.
And that was a crazy decision there. Team Liquid immediately scramble onto it. When it comes to those split-second decisions, they just always seem to have to make the right one. They didn't allow Watt any time to push and take more turrets. And despite that, because they were forced into it, Iron Shiki was actually right in the thick of things. And Fabian actually got stunned up by Watt there. The guy who secured the turtle was Yehezkiel. It was looking really sketchy, but Iron Shiki survived long enough to shred everyone down, and his team was able to get the job done. And considering that the fact that he is ahead, but not the only guy with kills, that was a really great outcome for him. Aran actually is the one 4-0-1.
Fabian got the Lord.
Yep.
Really? Fabian.
I thought Yehezkiel got it, but yeah, he got stunned up right when the Lord was kind of low. So that was a close one. A respectable play from Watt. Fortunately, just wasn't enough.
Oh, Holy Crystal in for Aaron Shiki already here.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We've seen faster.
From Skylar.
From Skylar. But granted, 10 minutes is already quite quick for Aaron Shiki, especially Dewa United. How will they be able to take Aaron Shiki down in that backline? Is it Sorizo's job to find that dive?
At this point, if he dives solo against Aaron Shiki, he's gonna get melted, man. Him and Fabian together. Not to mention, the Spear of Alpha can push him back even further. An additional layer of crowd control too. So for Dewa, I feel like it's Keys that has to try and step up and do some damage right here. But it's a lot easier said than done if you look at the positioning and how Team Liquid are playing here. Even when they're grouping together, they're having a good amount of spacing between them, just in case, right? In case Keys gets those angry glooms going.
Honestly, it's tough, right? Because if Keys steps out of line just a bit, sure, there is the black shoes to play with, but Weedy can just go in with the Curse of Blood. And then Keys will have a very difficult time to deal out that expected damage onto the backline. And speaking about damage, let's take a look little bit at this item, but what?
What a great play. Entropy coming down. Aaron Shiki still able to survive. Meanwhile, Aran finding the penalty zone on 3, giving Yehezkiel the combo of his life. What an eternal guard, what a terrify, what a cursed blast, all set up by Aran.
Triple kill in as well for Yehezkiel. We were just talking about that curse of blood and that setup coming in from Aran, and here it is. 4 members from the side of Dev United are taken out. Look at TLID, look at the cavalry charge into the base of the gods.
Oh! Baiting out the Purify, Watt against the world, he cannot win. Aran gets the monster kill, 6-0-4.
Aran on the Terizla. And you give this man, he used to be known for split pushing, but with the current team, he does what is necessary, man. On the Terizla, winning the lane. Getting it done in the team fights when it comes to the engage, when it comes to the sustainability. Picked up 0 times. What a show from the whole team, man. That was a dominant show with holes in the game nevertheless, but Team Liquid showing that at least if they're gonna make mistakes, they're gonna make it confidently.
Well played, man. TLID as strong as ever against Dewa. Turtle number 1, turtle number 2, no problem. They knew that their power spike was going to hit when Natan gets his power spike. He's so intelligent from this team. Well played.
So many forced errors as well from TLID on towards Dewa United. Even from that Lord dance that they were able to go through earlier, hopefully we get like a little bit of a highlight into it. It was TLID that was forcing the issue. What?
He didn't purify. Aaron. Wow.
It was so close.
Man,
but look at the hastiness coming in from the rest of the team. It was like the perfect setup for TLID to win that team fight.
It's almost like they should have really just committed there either way, because at that point, once you've made that play, right, it's too late to recover from it. They either win in that play in the jungle off Watt's Spear of Destruction, or they get taken out regardless. But optimal objectives and targeting led Team Liquid to secure game number 1, man. The neutral objective control, the decision to trade it with buffs, with turrets, whenever it doesn't seem favorable. That was quick thinking every single time, every step of the way for Team Liquid, man.
And that's something that we don't really see too often in some of these teams, right? When they lose the grasp of a particular thing, when it's not as favorable for them, like they don't hit that level 4 just yet, or the setup isn't right, we always see some teams just force it. They don't find the counter trade to it.
No.
And TLID, that was a great example of how it can be done.
It was really, really good by TLID. They just keep on impressing every single day, right? Yesterday as well, we were already saying that they are so smart with their decisions in game, and we get to see it again. Turtle number 1. It was definitely in favor of Dewa. They went straight to the orange buff. Fabian got the orange buff, still kept himself in the lead because not only did he get the orange buff, he took the entire bot side jungle. He's so quick with these decisions. And you have to, at this point, not just give props to Fabian. You need to give props to the whole team for communicating that, okay, we're not contesting the first turtle. Because if there was just one person who said, we're contesting the first turtle, Alpha wouldn't have been in position to go for the entire jungle.
Woody is the brains of the business, right? Do you think it was his call?
I think it might be. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. They're all so good, man.
They're in sync. You know, the call to not contest may be, but then the call to immediately move towards the orange buff, I think that's Fabian, man, because we've seen him do it so often. And this was that sketchy dive on the top side. Watt barely escaping with his life, gets out from the Eternal Guard, and he wants that Fabian kill, but unfortunately, man. And from there, so Rizzo and the rest, they didn't really have to really commit onto this, but they kind of, I don't know, kind of flipped the coin on it and just went in. And unfortunately, without one of their main carries, with them already on the back foot, it just wasn't enough.
Too greedy, too greedy. But when he's greedy, he gets it, right? Perfect calculations coming in from this guy, and he will warrant that player of the game, Mr. Ran. And despite everything, 0 deaths.
0. Not a single death.
Who's the tank? Who's the tank in the team? Who's the tank?
Like, him, he's supposedly?
Yeah, but this is like this is an assassin or a marksman KDA.
6-0-4.
Crazy. 0 and 4, man. The Festival of Blood and the Rupture there. He knows he wants to go toe-to-toe. Just duel that EXP lane out, get that Rupture for the extra bit of damage. And the Festival of Blood was just critical in ensuring that he can outlast Sorizo. Because technically Sorizo can only regenerate when he's using the Infernal Pursuit. So, man, there's just so little that Dewa can do right there. And you're seeing those small moments like there where Aaron Shiki was able to cancel out the onward from Mueza and just make these trades so much more beneficial. And once again, we take a look at this play initiated by Yehezkiel. Aggressive on the Vexana, but Fabian was unable to secure it. And while that was all happening, look at how spread out the fights were. We see that Team Liquid don't really have the right kind of massive combo to recapture Dewa here when they're not together. So they just keep going at it and allow Aaron Shiki all the space to just slowly but surely move forward and just shred everyone down.
That was a big miscalculation. I guess they wanted to put the resources on to Watt, which does make sense, but I think he went in a little bit too early.
Even here, man, gotta give props to Yehezkiel too, because he was actually able to get the Terrify and the Eternal Guard on Ray. It became 100-0, Fabian got the Lord, and even though the fight looked messy, it all went to plan for TLID. It all went to TLID's favor. This is crazy from Aaron Shiki. I would have definitely just popped in Purify, but that's why I am not Aaron, right? This is why he's the one playing in MPLID.
He just walks out.
Crazy calculation.
I think Watt, if he popped his own Purify and walked forward, he could have secured the kill, but at that point, it doesn't even matter. And that's the cool part about Team Liquid. I feel like they have such strong belief in each other that even for Iron, he knows that, okay, if I get taken out right here, it's gonna be at a cost. My team is not gonna let that slide. And that mindset makes it so that every single time things look dangerous, things look dire for Team Liquid, it just seems like they're fine, like they're on the same wavelength.
Same wavelength. Same wavelength of 12 minutes, man. Like, they were so on the same wavelength that it only took them 12 minutes. But, you know, despite Aran getting the MVP, I do want to give a favorable shout out to Yehezkiel.
Honorable mention for sure.
I don't think I've ever seen a Vexana being played to that aggression. He's flickering in, he's going under the turret as a Vexana. What?
5-0 and 7-2.
Remember when he first showed up, it was during Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals, I remember. And it was him that was like super impressive. He was also there for the Hero Tournament, and he was super impressive with Van at the time. We were talking about him mechanically, like this could be the guy that rivals Sans.
Wow. Well, he's certainly bringing an unusual style right here, right?
And his name was Syndrome back in the day.
Oh, exactly. Sin, yeah. Man, he plays his mages in a very aggressive style. Like you said, I guess it's reminiscent of what we expect coming in from Sans. And I guess the whole team understands his playstyle too. So every single time he goes for it, there's always some follow-up available. Rarely do we see a play initiated and no one respond, right? Which is a testament to just how well the comms are with Team Liquid. Look at the rich guy being Aaron Shiki, already snowballing from early on. The carry is still gonna be Aran, man. Showing that even at Herizla, in a lot of people's minds, is a utility hero. A hero that can't really carry. Hey, you know, Aran does what he pleases.
Why do you think Aran had the highest damage?
Well, because all these fights were in clumped up positions, they were all grouping up. So once the penalty zone hit, Curse of Blood right there, and you see the boom, boom,
swipes, man.
Oof, crazy AoE damage. And he also went War Axe. He already lost, he got ganked, remember? He lived with a sliver of HP. Usually most Herizlas would just go, all right, Queen's Wings. I might not just ignore the War Axe. No, he's like, nah, I'm a damage dealer at heart.
Go straight for the War Axe. And technically, with all the pressure, this is why it's so good to have a team that's well-rounded. Because with Fabian, with Aaron making the crazy plays, with Yehezkiel even flickering forwards, right? With Aaron entropying forwards in the early game.
It's a claw, boom.
Well, let's say, imagine you're a Dewa player and you see a run, right? And then you're like, okay, we're gonna take this guy out. And then you're thinking, okay, who's behind him? Right? Do we have to save some damage, save some utility to try and stop Yehezkiel, to stop Fabian? And while you're thinking about that, Aran is just going to town, regenning, doing damage, and you're just hesitating. Can we commit and actually burst this guy down?
That's honestly too much to think about. I gotta take some notes of what you said on my Samsung Galaxy A series phone.
What you trying to show, bro?
No, I'm just trying to take notes.
I see. Well, did you know that this phone can actually do this all-new circle to search feature?
No, it can't.
Yes, it can.
This is my phone. How do you know it? You don't even have...
Because all the A series phones can do it.
Wait, how do you do it? Teach me.
Give me that. Right. So first of all, right, you take a picture.
Get the box. Get the box.
Get the box of my phone. Actually, give me the head and shoulders.
This one.
Just take a picture of the box.
This one.
What are you trying to show us here, Arashi? You're trying to show us that if you're looking for something but don't know the keyword, you can actually just take a picture and circle the object? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
If you take a picture of Mirko and circle him, does it work?
Well, here. So you go to the gallery.
Okay.
I have a picture of the box
picture
you
of the
just
box.
took. I hope you guys can see it.
I can see it.
You hold down this the bottom tab, right? And it has a circle function. And just like that, look, you select what you want to search, and boom, you can see, right? There's a Google result on the bottom that shows you.
Wait, that's...
Whoa! Galaxy A55 series.
Okay.
Just like that. You take a picture, you circle it, you select it, whatever you do.
Can I try? So you take a picture first.
So you get a picture.
Okay, I'll take the picture. Okay.
That is a...
Okay, and then what? And then I press the picture.
You hold here on this menu, and then immediately you can just circle,
That is
or you can
that's
select.
a picture right there.
You can select a portion of it.
Okay.
And it just immediately searches for you.
Okay, I'll circle this one.
Imagine
Okay.
Mirko pops up. That's crazy.
Oh my god, it's your tie!
Okay, so he got the tie.
It got the tie. Not bad. Not
It's
bad.
your tie and like the MPL pin.
Whoa!
And even your shirt. Wow. That's technology.
Interested? Head over to Samsung.com/ID or visit the
That's
nearest
so
Samsung store
mind-blowing.
right now. Get an awesome gaming experience with the Galaxy A855, A35 5G because you have that feature, you have a lot of different features, but it is also an amazing gaming phone. I've been playing that to play MLBB every single day. Hey, I just reached glory last night because of that phone.
Well,
I'm
here's
still
your phone
mind
back.
blown.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry.
You're still mind blown? You want to see me hit glory?
Nah, that's normal.
Okay.
It's to be expected.
I'll
It's
tell you
normal.
guys next week when I hit Immortal.
Ooh,
Now
in a week?
that's
In a week.
something.
In a week.
Okay.
These scrubs ain't ready for me and my Samsung phone.
All right, all right.
92% win rate on Moscow, by the way.
I'm still thinking about like me circling on
Realize, is that
Miracle.
you?
And then
Realize.
the tie came out. What? With the price and everything?
I can take it out myself.
It's a pretty expensive tie, by the way.
This is
This
a
one.
tie.
I heard that's the case.
I'm not sure
It's
if
a
I'm more
tie.
surprised of the phone or how much the tie costs.
Why?
Guys, like
It's a tie. What do you mean it's expensive?
It's made with
God.
100% spider silk, Mirko said.
Spider silk. You see this
I mean,
tie?
with Wolf
Someone died making
being
this tie.
an analyst, does that mean you're the richest caster now?
What?
Wolf's not an analyst anymore,
We
right?
still have Naisu. Come on.
Nah, it's
We still have
Miracle.
Naisu.
It's Miracle.
Building
We still
man.
have Ranger Mas. We still have KB. We still have
Eterna.
Wawa.
Not Eterna as well, dude.
We still have Eterna.
You can't forget.
No, that's not true.
She gets like $1 billion every day because
Yeah,
she
must have
streams
forgot.
and she's a concentrator.
A content
I'm a
creator.
concentrator.
Content creator.
I do concentrate quite a bit, or I try to, at least.
Yeah, you
like
try.
we should
You
concentrate
usually fail
on
at
this
concentrate.
match.
That's why
Okay.
you started it, man.
1-0 TLID. Dewa United. They are on the journey of a lifetime right now.
No, this is.
Oh, it's
depends what you mean by journey of a
like,
lifetime.
It's so filled with obstacles that there's so much room to learn.
Okay.
Let's just
Right?
ask this. Should we see the survey? Should we take a look at the survey?
Okay,
What
okay.
survey is behind us, actually? It's
Okay.
not shown here. All right, so here. I'll just ask you guys. This is a survey.
Okay.
Audience topic voting, or at this point, caster topic voting.
Okay.
How do Dewa come back from this matchup? Number 1, win the trio mid. Number 2, target Aaron Shiki. Or number 3, mirror the movements of Aran. What would you say?
Yikes.
I missed it.
I literally just said it out loud.
I bad memory.
All right, so mirror Aran.
Okay.
Target Aaron Shiki. Or win the trio mid.
I think trio mid.
Trio mid.
I feel like Trio Mid is the most reliable one.
But like the problem was they had a Lilia, right, in their composition.
Yeah,
Dewa
they
United.
did.
It
Win the
did
trio
not
mid.
matter, bro.
It did not matter. I agree. Man, winning the trio mid is one thing. But then, I really think targeting Aaron Shiki should be the answer.
Targeting
not
Aaron
targeting.
Shiki.
Targeting Aaron Shiki, not in the game, because in the game, obviously, you're already targeting Aaron Shiki, but
in the draft.
In the draft. Don't let him get these picks, man. You got the Moskov already. I thought for sure it was going to be bans towards Aaron, but then they decided, ban Lolita, let's ban Mathilda, which is a solid strat too. You're up against Witty. Yeah, guy's elusive, right? He's elusive. So, hey, maybe you need to ban out Natan.
Well, here's a question though, Mirko.
Harith.
If they watch the stream right now and they take your words to heart and they target Aaron Shiki, and despite all the odds, he comes out with yet another gold lane. Now they're in real deep waters, right? Because they've already expended multiple bans in hopes
at least you tried.
of shutting down Aaron Shiki. How would they? Then they would let open so many different heroes, and then if Aaron Shiki still gets a hero he can carry with, and it's really game over.
But at least you tried.
True, but maybe that's a risk that they're not willing to make, man.
Then they're not making it to playoffs.
Ooh.
You need to take risks in MPL. There's no safe way about tackling these games. This is pro level MLBB.
Pro level drafting phase as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into it, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. And this time, Daewoo United have actually opted to go for red side. So already a swap in the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. We see the Jushin, we see the Hayabusa, we see the Phoveus being banned up by TLID. Meanwhile, Daewoo United go for the Chip and the Fanny. So this time around, no Phoveus.
No Phoveus and a chance for Team Liquid to pick it up. If Daewoo don't ban it out right here, yeah, Phoveus or Hylas regardless. Oh, okay, so no Phoveus, no Hylas. Team Liquid now, are they gonna go for Assassin pick? Yep, here we go. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
The Usurper is back on track.
This is the first time I think that he's played the Ling. Usually it's always banned away from him. So, Daewoo, what do they respond to the Ling with? That's my question. Usually what? You want to go Ruby here? Try to flex it later on as well. And then, what a mid laner. You want to go Zask?
Zas, Aurora.
I think Zask would be a bit more...
Yeah, Ruby, Zask.
A bit more, what do you call it? Less reactive, you know?
Oh,
Gatot, straight up! Whoa! We did see that Muweza is able to play a mean Gatot there, able to just zone out the more dangerous of heroes in the back line, depending on the circumstance. But Gatot and Vexana immediately already gearing for more of a team fight situation. Whereas for Team Liquid, now seeing that, they can commit to try and do something more macro-oriented.
Why not Terizla again, right? There
Okay.
you go, Terizla and Harith.
Good balance in magical and physical damage from the Harith and the Ling. And of course the solid front line. This composition is still very hidden. There's a lot of things that can kind of expose right here to really change how it all works together. Now for Daewoo, final pick to be shown already. Do they want to get something for Watt? They seem to be very intent on doing so earlier. Can get it
or Julian, probably.
I think it should be, yeah. The Lunox does get picked up here for Daewoo United in order for them to be able to control on Aaron Shiki in that gold lane. But now we're going into the bans. The Baramisk gets banned out early here.
Available when everyone's clumped up like that. But I feel like they don't really have that, that confidence to do so. Especially against Team Liquid when they saw that in game number 1, the spacing between them is just so neat, so calculative. Now with the Nolan ban for Team Liquid, along with the Roger, they're targeting the jungle hard here.
Yeah. And they're specifically targeting physical damage.
Yep.
Because obviously they already have the Lunox, the Gatot even, and the Vexana. So Daewoo, the options is like the Julian or the Lancelot, right? And Alpha, technically you can also go for the Alpha. But TLID could very easily go for Carmilla again, I feel, you know?
Does Ray not play Fanny? Oh, Fanny's banned.
Exactly.
What about Xborg? He has picked up Xborg.
Oh, Xborg
that could be
jungle.
Pretty good answer, actually. Yeah. You deal with the Terizla, and you also deal with the Harith and Ling with your 2 HP bars.
This is going to be a concern of you being out-farmed completely by a Ling, though, with the movement, with the clear around the map so much better. Option that they go for is going to be the Arlet. They're really tripling down on just getting a full-on collision, a full-on combo. And that's a bit idealistic, but we'll have to see. Angeling for Team Liquid. We haven't seen this in quite a bit.
Angela mid or Angela Romier?
I think it depends on what they go for last year. They already have the Angela first. They go for, I still think they need a bit more of a tanky frontliner, unless they want to just go all out, right? Utilize the Ling and the Harith with the Angela to go in. But yeah, safety, the safe pick would be just a Roamer. Put the Angela in mid, you already have magic damage from Harith anyways.
A Roamer.
What are we thinking? Grok maybe to help with the wave clear? Oh, it's not Grok. It's Aurora.
Aurora Roam? No frontline required. Wait, Aurora? Oh, actually, you're right. Hey.
Saw that from Edok.
Regardless of what it is, though, Aran will be getting the whole responsibility of staying out there. And what's the idea here? No need to go for big tanky frontliners when there's a lot of burst damage available. The Lunox kind of shreds tanks down. maybe for Team Liquid, it's not about defending and surviving the burst. It's about locking down. It's about stunning the opponent so long that their carries can't really shut down your carries or your front line.
Against the Lunox though, that is a bit of trouble. We'll see, because level 1 to 3, the Harris should be able to actually get an advantage over the Lunox if they are able to capitalize on that. Early game snowball should be the key. That was what RQ were able to do against Dewa in game 1, but then the comeback happened because they overstepped. It's all about getting the early game for Liquid, and that's why you can see for Dewa, they have the more rounded off composition, the more standard comp.
Their playoff destiny on the line as we enter into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. TLID looking to get that upper bracket slot, and they will be a step closer if they can win this a 2-0. But Dewa United will fight with everything that they've got to win this out, to prove themselves as well in the second game, to force the game number 3. And let's get straight into it.
When the cavalry starts getting that momentum, gaining speed, it is impossible to stop it unless you sacrifice yourself. Maybe game 1 was that sacrifice. You try to get a few members down, but man, this early impression, it's witty, by the way, on the Angela.
It's Rome Angela with a Aurora, and the lane, of course, is so brutal here. K is already chunked down, and I'm curious to see how this Gatot Kacha will work here. Against a team with a single core damage dealer, the passive, the way the rage works with the Gatot, where you can get damage reduction and an extra bit of sustain and damage when you charge it up, is really good. But in this composition, there's not a lot of ways for him to really shut someone down and zone him in the middle of a big fight. Emblems by IndieHome, showing the support emblem for the Angela with the focusing mark as well as the Inspire, and that's the same thing for Iron Shiki as well. Tenacity and Inspire technically improving his tankiness due to the more spammable nature of the spells, but Watt will be running that weapon mastery, so he is all in, trying to carry till that late game, but we'll see if Team Liquid allows it to even get that far.
That's a big question. We can already see Fabian going into the bottom lane here. Aaron Shiki trying to force Watt out of these creeps. He's still there, he's still hovering.
Teams Ray will also be using the Spear of Alpha to chunk around. Meanwhile, bottom lane, this is what we're talking about. Use the kill pressure. So far, so good for TLID.
Oh.
Watt again picked off.
And Iron Shiki walks off away from it. That's immediately the aggression coming in from Fabian. And look at Dewa trying to get something in exchange, but Oran goes in
with a penalty zone. Again, good Terrify over Ray. Able to displace himself. He has to trying to go for the sun right there, but it doesn't seem like Fabian is even interested. Chorizo with the Vengeance reset. Aran slain. Fabian actually going to be chased down by Chorizo. He might actually fall. That's a hard guard coming down. Good timing. Fabian getting out with 1 HP, but that is disastrous for the lane. No purple buff. Ray steals it away.
That was too close for comfort there for TLID. And yes, they were looking and banking on the fact that they were able to get that turtle. They were able to get it, and they saw the opportunity to pick up and go for a dive into Fabian, who was still trying to clear that jungle creep. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Aaron.
No Purify this time. A full dive by 4 members should do the job.
The long-range arrival from Mueza there. Man, the turtle take though, Team Liquid, after everything we said about them being on the same page, wait a minute. What? The Eternal Guard stole the orange!
Oh my lord, if it couldn't get even worse. K's got it with the Eternal Guard. Oh man!
Fortune from the gods for the sons of the gods. Dewa United getting a lot of very good happenings for them in the early game. But like we said, Team Liquid, I think Fabian did not have the retribution, so he didn't come in because of that. It was 5 seconds off, 5 seconds away from being up when the turtle was taken. But despite that, Aran and Yeheskel came in to try and get some kind of wombo combo. Now they have to be in recovery mode though. 1,700 gold behind, and Iron Shiki already feeling the pressure. Forced to burn that Purify early on, and now still pressured around because Mueza is sticking with Watt. They want this Lunox to really start rolling.
Yeah, the timings didn't really favor TLID earlier on. I think they were banking on that. Maybe they wanted to buy a little bit more time in order for Fabian to go in for a sneaky, last-minute steal on the turtle. But it didn't happen, and everything just went really badly for TLID afterwards. Aaron, however,
jam some damage. DPZ coming down, the hard guard also. Woody just hovering over Aran just to let Dewa know that if you go for the dive, you're going to be punished. Fabian might be forced to use the Retribution on this purple buff. Why? He went for the green, he doesn't have the retry! Oh no, Mueza just steals it away! I thought he greeted for that. No, he did have the retry.
That's unfortunate, man. Yet another one. Heskio almost becoming the next victim. But Dewa United wasting no time at all, going straight for the orange. Ray is on a vengeance, man. He wants Fabian to pay for what he did in game number 1.
And Ray has the retry, 2 levels ahead. Fabian, I don't think you're going to be able to win this one. Ray walks up, let's see if Fabian does it. Good Spear of Alpha and a final slash over to Fabian. The follow-up too, Chorizo caught under the turret, but it's no problem for Dewa. They have K's on the Eternal Guard, and it forces Yehezkiel to go for the Frigid Glacier.
Wow, really good tempo coming in from Dewa United. Looks like Ray's looking for Aaron again. He's caught in a sandwich.
He should be dead. The Brilliance coming down as well, just to zone him away. Aaron, that's the best he could do. Clears out the way before he dies.
Basically saves the turret on the top side though. Fabian unable to get anything in exchange for that sequence of events. Team Liquid are paying the price for not having a solid frontliner. Aran is getting pressured before the fight, before the skirmishes, and without the main frontline, you can see Witty, Awan, Yehezkiel, whenever they're walking up, they're always concerned about getting jumped on, and Dewa has the exact opposite situation. They have a fighter in the jungle, and that guy serves as an extra layer of frontline. So Team Liquid just can't get any control.
Penalty zone though, Chorizo all alone. The final stack not connecting to. At least they will be able to find a kill there, but it does seem like Ray does not want to give over the purple buff. Aaron Shiki doing a bit of damage with his Mon Force, forcing the Spear of Alpha defensively as Fabian continues to push up top to take the tier 1 turret, delaying his own purple buff take. But Watt was staying busy too.
These are small adaptations that TLID are doing, right? This is what they're looking for. They're looking for how they're going to be able to find an advantage over Dewa United in these skirmishes. And the fact is, if they go for a full 5v5, it's just not possible. They don't have enough tools, they don't have enough farm just yet, as we take a look into their items.
I feel like right now they should really go for something a bit more macro-oriented. 1,000 gold lead for Ray with the level lead as well. Fabian can't really go for this. Instead of staying around like this, if we send Fabian out, he now has the purple buff, he can be mobile, and the hard guard is still available. The whole idea on why they gave up on having a frontline is to ensure that this Angela can make impact, can be around, can push lanes and still join fights with the global play with the hard guard. But Team Liquid has not been able to use that at all. Maybe they're waiting for the mid-game power spike to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Aaron, I think he's at 1 item, is he? He is falling a little bit behind here when we talk about power spikes and... Oh no!
Say goodbye to Weddy. Terrifying Eternal Guard. K says, I can do what you did, Yehezkiel, just in the previous game. Say goodbye to your roamer. Watt as well. He's about to be online. Aran is actually waiting in the flank. Meanwhile, as usual, it's Fabian who's looking to go for the counter jungle, steals away the orange buff, and gets away from Chorizo.
See, this is the problem, right? Because if we're talking about split push potential, if we're talking about Weedy controlling in these side lanes, what?
Chorizo baited again, but it doesn't seem like TLID wanted to go for the punish there. Aran clearing out of the mid lane. Good dodge. Spacing for the final slash. Ready to be caught, still able to find that turret. Mueza with the arrival. And it does seem like it is going to be Dewa to take this purple buff.
Look at Fabian though, what's the idea here? Not going for the trade on the purple buff, pushing the lane out, trying to recall before before Dewa arrive maybe? He's walking out here, just being extra cautious in case the avatar of the Guardian comes in to seal his fate. And right now, Team Liquid, they're not really trading in the efficient manner that they did in game number 1. So, and especially earlier, you saw that Weedy was trying to hold off and clear the wave, defend the turret somehow, and Aran is waiting in a bush in the jungle. It's just a whole different look coming out of Team Liquid.
What do you think's going on with TLID here?
They just gotta form. It's a very slow game from them. They need to use some of these objectives and try to mirror it. That's why you can see them already positioned in towards the bottom lane. They might actually be going for Chorizo. Fabian with the start at the penalty zone. Good flicker out from Chorizo, but the Tempest Blades comes down and Fabian will be able to get the trade. Lord, core free for Dewa. Okay, no further trade. It's just Chorizo. That's the only thing they could have looked for.
They get the tower, right?
Yeah, they do get one. But all things considered, it's still very costly. Dewa now has the Lord, and they have the empowered waves to actually take more turrets from the side of Team Liquid. all things considered, they're still at a 4K gold at disadvantage. It really could be worse. Team Liquid are finding ways, especially for Fabian, one of the guys that seems to be the core of this composition, to really get farm, to really get equal. But Ray, man, is oppressive with the pressure here. Along with Mueza, there's so many ways that they can get caught off. Yehezkiel already has been forced to flicker out like 3 or 4 times. So Dewa can really go for the fight whenever they feel like it, almost.
Let's see what Fabian's gonna do here, right? He is still controlling in that lane.
This is really
still
good.
trying to alleviate that pressure.
This is really, really good. Look at this. I mean, the thing is, unfortunately for Dewa, yes, they can control the purple buff, which will give TLID a tough time, but no one can match the Ling up top. He's gonna have this turret for free, and because they put so many resources into the purple buff, TLID cleared out the mid lane, so they've actually kind of cut their losses a bit. It won't be an instant tier 2, it'll be a tier 2 by the end, but still, the fact that Fabian was able to get an objective off of that is impressive. Oh, the Avatar coming down, Mueza going in, Aran gets displaced all the way to the back. Forced to use a DPZ, Watt already using a Chaos Aaron Shiki, dealing a lot of damage back again, and you can see Fabian, well played again, just kind of the waves. Mueza might be taken down. Wait, they're going a bit too aggressive. The Brilliant's coming down, the Frigid Glacier freezes and isolates Ray. Watt cannot go for it. The purple ball will be taken away by Fabian, as well as Ray gets taken out by Aaron Shiki. Watt coming down with the Chaos Aaron, taken out. Ray actually able to survive for a long time. The final side connecting, but Aran is right there. Fabian with the steal on the purple, now goes on to Kaze, who still has the winner crown. Fabian looking for the kill. One last defiant blade, and he gets it. A full turnaround for TLID. Patience is the name of the game, and Fabian will be going wild on the Zorizo, even with the Vengeance stacks and the resets. It will not be enough to take the Usurper down.
What? Mueza, the only one to be able to try and defend this mid-side turret. They lost Aaron Shiki for the price of 4 in a complete turnaround here for TLID. That 4K gold lead, it's now gone, Arashi.
That was a crazy decision for Team Liquid to send Arashiki with the hard guard, just stand in the front and do some damage. Dewa just thought that they were so far ahead that they can't lose at a 4K gold advantage, and they just really paid the price, man. Team Liquid with a very risky play, but they're able to catch Dewa Laken. They tried to get out and get back out of the situation, but that's where Fabian comes in. The whole time, he's kind of left his team out to dry in favor of getting more farm, and has paid off at Aran.
Gonna be engaged on. Meanwhile, Fabian dives into the back line, has a Tempest of Blades, will not decide to go for it. Good Avatar catching Yehezkiel. The taunt not there. The Frigid Glacier actually connecting as well. The Tempest of Blades now used up. Picking all the place. Fabian against the world plus Aaron Shiki. It ends up being a 2-4-0, but Dewa were real low.
Unfortunately, though, Aran got caught. What was he doing there? What was the idea?
Aran was just in the front, kind of opening the map up. And now, once again, the Lord immediately gets taken out. And there's nothing for Fabian to take, and Sorizo is on the hunt.
Uh-oh.
Way too slow, though.
Okay, still able to pinch points out of that, but wow. That's a big conundrum. Dewa now hold on to that 2K gold lead. They have the Lord on the way as well. And what I find really impressive was after we saw what Aaron Shiki was able to do with Weedy, he only had 2 items, so he's on his way to his 3rd. We do still see that maybe he's on his way to the Holy Crystal. Would that be enough to defend this push with this enhanced Lord?
He now has the Holy Crystal already, actually. So it's still not really the same kind of damage like a Natan or a Moskov can do, though. It's still very burst-based. So we'll have to wait and see if Dewa can enter at the same time, if Mueza can make the play and rezone the backline, then maybe Dewa might be able to get this, but they gotta be careful.
It's actually so well played by TLID. They didn't clear the wave all the way in the bottom lane, so it forces the Lord to actually just march in towards them. Doesn't give Dewa the time to manage the waves. They've dealt with one, they're dealing with the bottom lane as well. Sorizo with the final slash connecting on the Yehezkiel, but it's gonna be a flicker out. Fabian now in the midst of it all. Aran catching them with a penalty zone. Fabian into the back, Watt very low. Fabian getting out. The Frigid Glacier is there, and TLID have defended, only losing Aran. Some of the big resources spent already, though, for both these teams. Dewa still has a wave in the bottom lane. Fabian doesn't have the Tempest of Blades. Sorizo walking up. Wow! Fabian baiting them into it. Aaron Shiki getting some damage. Devon Force away as well. Now back and forth. Bringing the Spear of Battle of Aaron Shiki is still in the midst of it all. Fabian getting the kill back. The Chaos getting Yehezkiel. The wave still there. What? Going to fall under the turret to the shot. One more cannon minion. They won't be able to defend. Chorizo and Dewa United equalize to make it 1-1.
What a moment by Dewa United! Against everything, against the dominance that we saw from TLID in that first game. Small shakeups, a trade-in with blue side and red side. Dewa United were able to gain control over it with that momentum that they held from that early portion of the game.
Dewa United, it's like they've woken up. They didn't allow Team Liquid the same kind of leverage, the same kind of time to really scale up and plan out their setups. They just kept going at it. And with the global presence of Mueza there too, it really ruins the whole pacing. With the Alpha, with the frontline approach that they have right here to really shut down the bursting nature of that Harith on Aaron Shiki, it's like they kind of achieved the two of the win conditions you talked about, Mirko. They got that mid lane, trio mid kind of equal, especially with the play coming from the Vexana and the Gatot. And afterwards, they're able to use that to get a tanky front line that is just too difficult for Aaron Shiki to burst through.
And this looked like a very promising set. Mueza as well, getting out with the Avatar there. But yeah, after their resources were spent, it became very difficult for them to defend.
They're just too far behind at this point. There was great plays by, like here where Fabian is able to distract everyone, get a pick off, but at this point, right, even though the goal difference isn't too far, it's like a 3k gold lead, it's just enough for Dewa to just take the momentum, man. They do have more fighters. The faster the game ends, the better for them. And it seems like they were playing with that in mind, right? They want to make sure that this just ends as fast as possible.
Trio mid's aggressive play levels the score for Dewa in game 2. So, you know, earlier we had that little survey on the stage. I guess that trio mid really had that much of an effect, right? Of course, amongst every other thing, but the fact that they were able to gain control of that tempo in the early game, even from that first turtle, was quite great, right? It was good enough for them to transfer it onto the rest of the game. There were moments where TLID seemed like they were able to regain that control, but, you know, honestly, with so much scrutiny centering around Watt, he did do the Lunox justice in that game, right?
Really?
He dished out that damage. He was really great at dodging all those skill shots coming through. How many times did he get picked off in these team fights?
Well, there was never really a moment that he could be picked off anyways.
He was inside these team fights.
Yeah.
We'll
Lunox.
take a look at it in the replay later on.
It's a brilliance. You should be able to play it that way. I mean, with so many frontliners there coming in as well, so much PO, I feel like he did his job. I think for the most part, it was the rest of the team making the plays happen. Also, Ray with Chorizo just being able to always find the CC towards the back. And Mueza, obviously, with the taunt and the Avatar, constantly getting space for the rest of the team.
Hey, but he didn't have that flicker moment, you know?
If that's what's impressive to watch now, then...
I mean, you know, I understand. Arashi, take over.
I was about to say, I was going to give an honorable mention to Mueza as well. A lot of these dives were orchestrated off the back of the Guardian's avatar, the avatar of the Guardian, actually. And again, he was able to find moments like this where I believe here, right after this fight, where Dewa knew that Team Liquid were on the run, they had a member down, immediately uses it to cut off the paths of exit for Team Liquid. I think it's really good. And you saw that the Gatot was banned away by Team Liquid in the second phase by Team Liquid in game number 1. So they do understand that it's a pick that Dewa is able to utilize quite well. The setups here, right? The front lines are obviously very impressive, but the player of the game is going to be the other front line, Chorizo.
Bang Otot.
This Arlet. Bang Otot.
Bang Otot.
What does Bang Otot mean?
Mr. Muscle.
Mr. Muscle.
Mr. Muscle.
Muscle Bro's okay too.
Muscle Bro. Yeah.
Yeah?
He works out, if you don't know. That's why we call him Muscle Bro.
I'm looking at pose, bro. Look at those biceps.
Absolutely.
He's flexing.
He's flexing on us, man.
He was flexing here. He was flexing on the Arlet as well.
This is the last thing you see before a final slash hits you.
Yeah.
He just lifts his arm up and you're like, oh
Boom.
no. Boom, sideways. Just like that. Let's take a look at the highlights here, as Eternal mentioned, for the player of the game by the official gold partner, Ube as gold. And earlier on, you see, again, moments of miscommunication, miscalculation. It starts really well with Fabian able to leverage a play there, and Arashiki coming up. But look at this, Retribution not available. Fabian underestimating the proactiveness, the speed, the tempo that they were pushing. So he used the Retribution somewhere else, presumably. And because of that, he can't get the turtle. And with Chorizo coming in, getting information as well, they spot that the purple buff is up. And we saw that Fabian Rui wasn't around, so they zone him away, they take the purple buff. It's already an abysmal start. And later on, this was the play, right? This the aggression coming through. But unfortunately, again, Dewa overstepped, underestimated the chase potential, especially with the Ling in the picture. It's always a very weird thing to try and calculate. And from there, that was the moment where we saw Team Liquid kind of make a comeback, equalize in gold, and maybe had a chance to make a comeback victory. But just soon after, Aran, no escape, got caught lagging, got displaced, and Moeza is kind of like the Ling for Dewa side. The global, not quite global, but the long-range presence coming in, cuts them off right before the Lord comes up. This moment was fatal in Dewa getting that Lord and getting the next play with the waves to try and end the game fast.
This was almost brilliant, right? It was almost brilliant, but then Aaron Shiki got caught up. So Rizzo again, just being a monster, by the way, for Watts to be able to secure those kills and deal out that damage, and eventually it was just way too much. Man, looking at the replay, it was really weird. That first turtle was really weird. Very uncharacteristic for Team Liquid.
Yeah, we didn't expect the main mistake.
Yeah.
Why did Aran go in, right? I mean, again, there was no retry on Fabian. Even if there was retry, there was no purple buff, that's for sure, on the Ling.
Not yet, yeah.
Even in game 1 with an alpha, they didn't go in. For some reason, they wanted to go in with a Ling with no purple buff.
It's almost like Team Liquid are used to playing when they're the ones dictating tempo, when they're the ones winning. Because for Fabian, imagine if all the lanes are pushing and they're the ones with pressure. The way he played there, with no retry when the turtle was up, was fine, right? He can just keep power farming and reach his power spikes. But when they're the ones, when they were the ones that forced the issue, then Fabian was caught lacking, basically. It's a whole different issue compared to what we saw in game number 1.
I don't think it was Fabian. I think it was, again, just the miscalculation on Aran.
Oh, I mean on the retry, but yes, Aran going in despite Fabian not even moving, right? We thought that maybe Fabian was gonna get closer, kind of assist. Fabian was just
still
farming
on the jungle creep,
the whole time. That was weird to see, to say the least.
Honestly, felt like plan for Liquid should have been just, we won't contest the first turtle with this comp. It's an Angela and an Aurora, right? The Angela won't have level 4. Buy the turtle, first turtle, they'll have so much more pressure. The second turtle, and they already got a kill bottom lane anyway, so they already got the win. That's the win for this comp.
I thought that maybe with that play, right, then maybe they can kind of just farm up around, and maybe Aaron, after getting the kill initially, can set up another play with the Angela reaching level 4 and catch Dewa off guard. I mean, this whole trade objectives for something else decisively is the very thing we were praising for Team Liquid in game number 1, which is why it becomes that much more confusing. Maybe they were still carried away by the momentum of game number 1, right? They've been aggressive again and again, so Aran saw the chance, saw the 4 members, and like maybe thought that, okay, I can land something, do something. But
still weird. He was like in a 1v4, 5.
Very weird. Because in game 1, Aran never went for these moments, right? And the alpha, first 2 turtles even. That wasn't just the first turtle in game 1. First 2 turtles they gave away, they didn't care about it. That's why.
When we play the ranked games, there's like an MVP of the loser team.
Yeah.
It's Fabian.
Oh, for sure.
Like, that game shouldn't have lasted as long as it did if not for Fabian and his proactive movements around the map, just really causing chaos for Dewa United. But again, Aran, what the... Bro, come on.
But to be fair, again, you know...
After an MVP performance?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Or maybe that's why. Let's just not give MVPs.
The MVP curse?
MVP curse.
So Rizal, be careful, brother.
Oh, dude, come on.
I still support Rizal for reasons unknown.
We'll have to see, man. Only time will tell if the curse is strong enough to take down Mr. Muscle. Muscle Bro.
Muscle Bro.
But let's see, man. I mean, to be fair, let's not put all the blame and point on Aran, because the draft in the first place was already quite confusing, right? But before we get there, though, I heard we're gonna have an interview.
Huh? Interview? Bude Clara Monster?
Hari kan? Iya dong Bude. Udah bisa dibeli belum sih? Udah dong. Jadi kalian bisa dapetin langsung di booth Dewa United di MPL Arena.
Asik, akhirnya yang dinantikan. Jadi semuanya bisa langsung beli. Kalau kalian ada di MPL Arena, nggak perlu bingung-bingung cari ke booth-nya langsung. Bisa dibeli sekarang juga.
Tentu Bude, bisa banget.
Waduh, tapi yang di rumah gimana? Kalau mungkin jauh rumahnya?
Oh iya, teman-teman juga bisa banget cari di Dewa United Store di semua marketplace Dewa United.
Semua marketplace?
Iya, tentunya semua Bude.
Lalu, selain bisa dapat jersey, katanya ada bonusnya ya?
Iya,
ada
tentu, Bude.
spesialnya ya?
Iya dong Bude. Jadi teman-teman yang ada di MPL Arena, kalau misalnya teman-teman langsung beli di sini, kita bakal kasih bonus-bonus yang menarik tentunya. Teman-teman kalau beli jersey bakal dapat ada bonus dari merchandise kita, ada juga bonus-bonus lainnya seperti skin Mobile Legends gitu Bude.
Skin Mobile Legends?
Iya Bude.
Merchandise?
Iya Bude.
Beneran?
Tentunya Bude.
Anak Dewa pasti happy nih. Tapi kalau misalnya bukan anak Dewa dapat juga nggak?
Dapat juga dong Bude. Jadi teman-teman yang mau tertarik juga gabung jadi anak Dewa, teman-teman bisa gabung di WA channel dan grup Facebook Dewa United.
WA channel dan
grup Facebook Anak Dewa.
Facebook Anak Dewa komplit ya di mana-mana ya.
Komplitnya Bude.
Ini ada apa aja nih yang lagi rame-ramenya?
Ya, rame-ramenya pokoknya kalau yang lagi kepoin tentang Anak Dewa dan Dewa United, teman-teman bisa langsung saja langsung kunjungin sosial media Dewa United Esport dan juga WA channel dan tentunya grup Facebook dari Anak Dewa.
Berarti caranya langsung ke WA channel aja ya?
Langsung Bude.
Grupnya namanya Anak Dewa?
Iya.
Oke, langsung di search nggak sih? Biar bisa dapat banyak bonus, merchandise, informasi, skin gratis. Dan kalau Bude belanja ini dapat ini nggak? Dapat diskon nggak?
Pokoknya datang dulu nanti kita kasih Bude.
Asik, bentar ya Bude belanja dulu. Sembari kita mau ngelanjutin nih game ketiga.
Iya boleh Bude.
Boleh kasih semangat kan ke Dewa United?
Boleh.
Semangatin dong.
Semangat Dewa United Esports, semoga bisa mendapatkan kemenangan malam ini.
Wow, semangat sudah diberikan. Semangat untuk bertanding. Penutupan game di minggu kelima. So caster, monggo.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Monster. And I guess with that victory from Dewa United, people would be more inclined to buy their merch. What a game. What a game. Game numero dos.
You want to know a fun fact?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What?
of course.
No, never mind.
Go ahead.
Never mind. Go ahead, please. Just for Rashi, not for you, nerd.
Okay, I will listen then.
Okay, cover your ears.
100% win.
In the series, though,
In the
right?
series, in the series.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, yeah, it's only lost once so far.
Yeah.
Rebellion in game 2. But they also won. They had a 7,000 gold lead, to be fair. They
Right.
Yeah.
And there was no Phobius. So it's not related to the Phobius.
Oh, yeah. The Phobius was banned. I really wonder why Liquid don't like the Phobius, you know? I think it's probably, it suits Oran's playstyle, Phobius.
He has picked it up, though, right?
I think he has.
Guess we'll have to check about that, but the
No,
fact
no,
that
he has,
they
he has. He's
banned
picked it up.
They banned it because they wanted the high loss. That's why. All right, yeah. They wanted the high loss, but then they were like, yeah, no. If you ban the Phobius, you're not going to get the high loss. It's either we trade or both of us don't get what we want.
Every season, there's just a trade situation coming in. You know, back then, the one I recall very vividly is like, okay, you take the Farsa, we take the Yves, something like that.
Yeah.
And if now
Farsa first pick.
that whole thing is kind
Hermes Valen.
is kind of pushed away to the EXP lane, that's a weird development, man. But I guess it keeps the game alive. It keeps it interesting.
Because for the longest time, the XP has been the most boring, remember? It's just Terizla.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what's going to... Arla, Terizla, Arla.
There was a moment where the
Arla.
Lapu was, you know,
That was when it was fun. We saw
Yeah,
the
that was-
Balmond, we saw the Lapu, we saw the Bene, the Paquito.
Guinevere.
That
Okay,
was just
fine.
Godiva. And he was
Was
a
it just
Rome.
Godiva?
He was Rome.
I think I
Kufra
saw...
Jungle High, remember?
Kufra EXP.
Uranus
Kufra
Jungle.
EXP.
Uranus Jungle. Akai XP. Aura were just wild back in the
Hylos
day.
Jungle.
But what about
Hylos Jungle.
revitalize Uranus?
All right, wrecked. Calm down. We saw exactly how that played out.
Pretty much.
Not good.
All right, yeah. So
Not yet. Maybe in the future, there's going to be a meta where the Revitalize works on Uranus.
and boom, we have proven everyone wrong.
Yeah, Uranus does need Revitalize. Yeah, Uranus needs Revitalize. You need extra HP.
True. I'm not sure if you're talking about the battle spell or
Yeah.
just a statement.
The battle spell. Revitalize.
Why are you laughing?
I'm not laughing.
Yeah,
You're laughing.
you have that sus face on.
Yeah, you
Sauce face.
You got the
Mirko has a sus face,
I'm
guys.
doing it face.
That's more of a, I figured out a new tech face.
Okay, Rec, to relax. As I go too far ahead of
So is that a
ourselves.
wreck face?
Get wrecked.
Get wrecked. Back in here. Let's take a look at how both these teams are gonna adjust, man. Because again, I wonder if the Gatot is something that was a big problem there. Unlike a lot of other roamers, even with the best kind of scouting, when the gank comes in from above, and more importantly, when the gank pulls you towards the center, you saw your Heskiel get caught barely on the tip of the avatar of the Guardian, gets pulled straight to the center. That is difficult to deal with. It was banned away in game number 1. I wonder if Team Liquid really feel like that could be a problem, and that's kind of throwing them off.
Would you consider that being like a major problem? Because I guess like 10. Wait, how do you math here? Okay, 9 out of 10 times, Heskiel usually flickers out.
So 90% of the time.
Well, it's funny you would say that because he did flicker out of the Avatar of the Guardian multiple times.
Exactly.
Which means that he can't use it aggressively. It's still, if you're forced to use a battle spell every single time a hero uses every time a single hero uses an ultimate, that ultimate is gonna be up before your battle spell is back up again. That's why it's just so annoying.
And I mean, technically, Heskiel was very aggressive with that flicker in game number 1 because there was no Gatot. So is that the value that we're considering here?
The value, dude.
The value, dude.
Dude.
I think the Valentina would be a pretty good option as well there in that position.
Double dash.
Aside from the Aurora, you have a double dash, but not only do you have a double dash, but you also have that IMU. You can steal it from Lunox, Arlet, Alpha. There's so many big ultimates that you can steal away. And you also have pretty good peel. Terrifying.
What was that? Like, what's about to come up?
That was the...
it was prepping. It was
prep to say that you could peel.
That's what happens when the Head and Shoulders hair cam shows up. Immediately, boom, boom, boom. Shevin pops up. Hold up.
It's not the...
Hold up.
We're not closing
I thought
it.
we were saying hair cam. We're talking about hair cam, Head and Shoulders. So
referencing Shevin, right? Because he pops up out of nowhere like he's summoned.
Oh,
but yeah.
Gatot Kacha.
Foreshadowing.
Mueza.
Calm down.
That was loud. Bro.
That sound right there is the sound
of Gatot's
Gatot Kacha. Whenever Mueza came down, boom, that was it. Bang, straight in your face, and you have to flicker. If you don't flicker, you die.
Yeah,
right?
just stomps on your face as you're unconscious.
So,
man.
exactly. Pulled a Conor McGregor against Khabib. Anyways,
yes.
Gatot Kacha, I was about to say. Who's better on the Gatot Kacha then? Is it Mr. Mueza or is it Mr. Maloyski?
Ooh,
right?
Interesting question. I think they're both used in like different circumstances, so it's not really quite fair to compare them like that. But I do feel like Maloyski tries to do the Gatot Kacha by all means is a very flexible kind of hero. You can use it defensively with the taunts, right? You can also use the Avatar of the Guardian defensively as well as aggressively. And I feel like Maloyski just tries to do both. And Mueza is like, okay, guys, am I doing aggressive or defensive? Aggressive, bro. We got this. All right, cool. So it kind of looks a bit more straightforward.
You know what's cool?
What?
TLID are back.
Ooh.
On their preferred side.
Red side.
Red. You know, when they see red, bro, it's over.
But
it used to be red.
Team.
Well, orange, I guess.
Well, color theory aside, let's go into the Land of Dawn. Not the Land of Dawn, the drafting phase for game number 3.
Yeah,
Rashi, patience, man.
Skip the drafting phase.
I want that violence, bro.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so...
Rashi, violence, bang, bang.
Let's see the violence coming in from Dewa United. Fanny, Jushin banned out. We have the Ling and the Chip banned out from TLID. This means that the Phoveus is still up for grabs, as well as that Hayabusa and the Hylos.
I think they are okay by giving away the Phoveus to Dewa United. I think for TLID, their main concern has always been the Hylos for some reason, so I guess they're just going to ban out the Hylos here. Unless they will ban the Phoveus, then it should still be the Hylos ban. But what are they? They're leaving the Hereth open. Okay, Dewa ban Hereth, game 1. Now that's the slot that they swapped over for the Phoveus.
We don't want Hayabusa?
I guess. Nah, we don't see the Hayabusa ban.
Not seeing it right here. There's just too many things that have to be prioritized first. For St. DeLucas, is this a trade or is this going to be another maneuver knowing that the Hylos is going to be up? We've seen that teams are... The Phoveus, maybe it's a bit too difficult to try and deal with, but the Hylos, we've seen a lot of people just go with the carry and just call it a day, shred them down.
So, There you go. Hayabusa banned out for TLID. This means that the Hylos is up for grabs. Will Dewa United pick up the Hylos here?
I think there's no reason why they shouldn't, but Vexana, they prefer that lockdown, right? That Vexana, by the way, is very good. We see it actually in game 1 and 2. The team that wins are the teams with the Vexana. But with Team Liquid getting
Flavor Fave.
the Hylos, Flavor Fave on the Nolan, now that Vexana becomes a glaring weak spot that Fabian can just immediately destroy.
And I'm looking at Dewa. Honestly, they could go for the Gatot Kacha at this point, right? Again, the Vexana, Gatot Kacha. Just take a look at the draft pick recap here. It might actually be the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. There we go. That's the GK. Gatot Kacha for Mueza. And for the last pick in the first phase for them, oh man, they might... This, so far it's crying for a Harith. They go Alpha. It should be a Harith, and then they should ban the Lunox.
So no Roger? We're not considering the Roger here?
No. I mean, it's not going to be utilized as flex anyways, right? So might as well just go for Harith here. Yeah, it should work out here.
Could be the play. And you have the double zone combo, right? The Zaman Force and the Glorious Pathway, opening a lot of avenues of approach coming in for Team Liquid. And against the Gatot, again, if you're a bit too passive and you have no control, it's going to be difficult. So I think something that's dominant, something with good wave clear, can be critical in just really stopping this Gatot from just having all the space in the world to set up for a play. And as predicted by Mirko, Coach Mirko, Harith pops up.
Not a coach. Oh, and the Lunox ban. Okay, maybe a little bit of a coach.
Semi-coach Mirko predicts it once more. Now for Dewa though, I think it's looking like more of a front to back. Generally, it's just gonna be the Hylos moving forward, and then the Nolan maybe hiding in the sides, coming in towards the back line. I feel like they have to try and get something strong in the mid lane too, because against the Vexana and Gatot, it's gonna be hard to match with the wave clear. And with the Alpha, right, a fighter being in the jungle, the last thing they want is for something similar to game number 2 to happen, where the fighter can go in and farm up and steal away and deny farm from their assassin. They need Flavor Fave in tip-top shape.
That's why they banned out the Faramis here. That was also their ban in the previous draft. I don't know if they want to actually go for the Lolita ban again. This time they don't have the Lunox. It's the Arlet though. Put some respect on the MVP of Game 2's name right there in the banning phase. No Arlot for you, Chorizo.
Now without an Arlot to really make the plays happen, what does he want to go with here? The Charizla is still open. Technically, we've seen that it can be impactful. The Carmilla though garners respect as well from Dewa. For Team Liquid, what's it gonna be? Ideally, one more tankier frontline, tankier, follow-up tool maybe. Or perhaps they're thinking they want to go with and show something in the mid lane first.
Just flex the Hylos. I think the safe choice would be Valentina, but they can now obviously just go for the I was saying maybe Aurora again, but they decided to go for the Yve. And the Yve won against the Vexana just earlier. Remember, Geek Fam. Boy versus Sans.
This was a similar composition too, right? Phoveus. Okay, no Phoveus, but Nolan. They had the Vexana as well.
With the Mathilda.
Oh, but it was against the Hylos.
It was.
Sure was. Now though, this is a dangerous situation to be in for Dewa here. If the Glorious Pathway gets used up, they're already slowed. You add the Void Crystal on top of that, it's a lot of slows coming in. So the rush playstyle they were trying to use in game number 2 can get completely mitigated, man.
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
Coming down for the XP should be for Chorizo. And the last pick of the carry. Ooh, to deal with the Hylos. That's the standard way to deal with the Hylos. TLID, what do they go for up against this carry? Edith, Gatot Kacha as well. Honestly, does the X-Borg not look good here?
Ooh, the X-Borg against the Hylos 3 fighters? I think it has potential, man.
Or they go to Rizla again.
That's a more straightforward approach too, but I feel like the Terizla can have value because of the catch potential, right? The last thing they want is to get kited away from when they're going for a clash. So the Terizla, if they want to really force Dewa to respawn and force all the defensive tools out, or if they really feel like they want more flexibility, more surprise, more control, the X-Borg can be used to kind of survive against the carry as well.
Ooh, it's
the answer is neither. It's gonna be the Lolita.
Oh wait, that's actually pretty.
It's really
so good.
Here.
Edith, Vexana, and carry. It was banned 2 games in a row, by the way. Just saying. Lolita, damned by Dewa, and then banned by Dewa again. Both game 1 and game 2. Ooh, this is probably the worst comp for the Lolita to be left open. Oh man, Vexana carry and Edith. So much value.
I mean, technically the carry can still go Purify, right? If that's the issue.
The bulwark, the bounce back.
Understood, understood.
Yeah, to get out of this CC, yes, you can go for the Purify. That's what he went for, but it's about them just staying in place and getting the bulwark down. Then Dewa can only just eat that damage back up.
And again, if they want to kite back away and wait till the bulwark is down and all that, the Glorious Pathway, that's where it comes through. We saw that Fnatic Onyx had this combo earlier, Hylas and Lolita, but it didn't work out for them. I think good coordination is required here to really make this work. The Hylas needs to be the main front line, the Lolita needs to be a bit more elusive, a bit more reactive, right? Needs to be given the time to just time out the Numeron Blast and the bulwark.
Let's see if it works, ladies and gentlemen. This combination coming through for TLID in the final game of the final match of week number 5. Everything is on the line now for Dewa United if they still want to have a better chance of making it into the playoffs and that upper bracket slot in for TLID. Let's get into the Land of Dawn.
And by the way, if you look at the composition, I don't think it's any coincidence that, for the most part, a lot of the damage coming in from Team Liquid is going to be magical. It's a one way to kind of counter the Gatot, because the reduction that he gets is physical damage reduction only. Magical damage will still cut through him like a hot knife. Emblems by IndyHome though right here. Tenacity for the Hylas with the Vitality, more HP, more regen. And for the Yve, that's a Rupture too, so a lot of penetration.
Oh, Moesa's got to be careful. Pop to the damage, Pavian. The Usurper is here, coming down. Not enough damage just yet. Moesa's turning it around and he survives. Wow.
No fracture for Fabian right there. With the fracture, that was a done deal. But unfortunately, he was forced to stand there and just basic attack. One more minion would have given him that necessary power spike, but unfortunately, not there. And now for Dewa, the audience prediction favors them now.
56%.
Man, they just bandwagoning, man. Oh, Fabian coming down, fracture. You call it Arashi, all you needed was a fracture. Ray actually goes with the Spear of Alpha. Good taunt over to 2. Get in the combo. That was living with a sliver of HP again. The unkillable man.
Ray has been a monster, by the way, on this alpha, right? Game number 2, game number 3. There's so many moments that he was able to outplay TLID in these small skirmishes. 3 wins, 1 loss. I'm not gonna pretend like I can percentage that. 25% win rate. No, 75% win rate. There you go. Quick maths.
Slow maths coming in from Eternal, but Moesa coming in fast though.
Yeah, doesn't have the Revitalize actually, so this should be free for Fabian unless Cerezo gets it. No, the Usurper claims it with a Retribution.
Absolutely more in line with what we are used to seeing from Team Liquid. Fabian on the Nolan, man. One of the first heroes he popped off on when he arrived onto the MPL. And you're seeing why it's such a big problem. He has skill now with the Yve though. Seeing him kind of do well. Able to zone the Vexana away. So we talked about the trio mid presence without backup. Oh, Kaze!
Whoa, Kaze is so low. Witty was waiting in that bush. So smart as well how they play this mid lane. Yaskio's in the bottom side. Keeps on zoning. Meanwhile, Arashiki doing that to Watt. Really bullying him up top. But yeah, using the angles to force Vexana to move to Lolita.
He's not having the greatest of times. And so is Watt, right? Watt's not also having a great time. Force that recall, gonna be able to tragically lose a little bit of those turrets, those minions rather. And again, Dewa open up and look for a moment in that mid lane. But now they're trading in to this gold lane. Aaron Shiki.
Could be able to escape. Gets the taunt down though, Moeza.
Ray is playing it really patient there, waiting for the long-term investment to pay off, but he was staying there in that bush for quite a while despite all the action. Now getting rewarded with a gold buff, but with the rotation coming in, can Fabian get a play?
Whoa. Just poking Moeza down.
Wow. Looking at the laning again in the gold lane, Aaron Shiki, I believe he was able to deny 1 or 2 gold cards away from Watt. That is definitely not how he wanted the lane to go, Watt. With this carry, it's going to be critical, but we've seen again this whole matchup. The carry will need to be doing damage, but he's going to be zoned away by the Yve potentially.
Whoa, Moeza going in for the taunt onto Arando. Maybe they can actually burst him down as a vengeance coming down from Aran. Curve out defensively. Good now blast actually catch Mueza. But he's still going to be going in with the Eternal Guard knocking him out. But now and onward. Oh, the fracture and the real world manipulation gets comboed in. Remobilized. Mueza taken down. And Chorizo, unfortunately, even with the Primal Wrath, he can't deal damage. Not while the Bulwark is up and active. Up top, it's a win to Aaron Shiki zoning Watt away. A win across the board for the Cavalry.
1-for-1 trade, but it looks like Ray is the one around the turtle. He's still going to be able to pick that up. Fabian looks for a cross-map play here, picking up that purple buff. He should be able to get it, and there it is. Who was that worth it for?
I think it's quite even, but Team Liquid winning the fight, getting all that gold in the hands of Iron Shiki, and still, for the most part, only losing a turtle. I feel like it's worth it for them. It's more in line with their win condition, and it's 2 birds with 1 stone. They shut down Watt. They kind of augment Aran's tankability. As of right now, running that Vengeance, it's on a lower cooldown that will revitalize, but he really struggles to survive long enough here with all the shred and the true damage coming in from Ray as well. So that could really be the idea. And with Watt out of the picture, that's where Fabian can focus all his efforts in finding K's. Running with the Flicker, he's going to be able to force that out most of the time.
Aaron is almost a 1k gold ahead. It's slipping a little bit here with Watt being able to pick up those minions in the mid lane. But again, right? Aaron recalling their understanding and being very confident with the fact that he's able to take control over that lane. It's only a matter of time when he pops off. Dewa United, what's the game plan? Do they look for a shutdown onto Aaron here to try and prevent that from happening?
You gotta play around the timers, because as of right now, if a fight breaks out, you saw how it worked out earlier. Even with the Avatar of the Guardian, you can't cancel out the real-world manipulation. It's one of the strong suits of the Yve. So if they get roped and they get caught in that real-world manipulation, and they don't have enough damage to burst down through the shield and HP bar of Yehezkiel, they're gonna be stuck in a long drawn-out fight where the carry won't be able to be as active, and there's a Bulwark to stop the damage from both the carry and the Edith. So they have to time it well as Chorizo.
Try to go for the cut of the wave, but he should be taken down. The Primal Wrath coming down. Good fracture. Real world manipulation committed down to actually take him out. So they will have the resource advantage going up top. Avatar coming down. Oh, and the Eternal Guard. Aaron Shiki to no chance. You can't take that much burst.
That was a great trade for Dewa United, right? A man ahead. Aaron Shiki's not in the picture. And the turtle just so happens to be positioned in the top lane as well. It should be a free turtle over to Dewa United. And that gold should shift over to the gods as well.
Interesting situation there. The play for Chorizo to cut kind of pulled everyone to try and punish him. It's a great choice for Dewa though to try and get the play. But you would expect that Iron would know that eyes are on him. But with that sequence of events, Dewa get the turret as well, and immediately the goal difference once again is neutralized. This game is razor close.
It's classic Chorizo, right? If you guys remember him when he made his debut, Uranus, Esmeralda always cutting the waves, Paquito even.
Probably a familiar situation for him to see when he's looking at how that was playing out. And look at this. Team Liquid, despite having the assassin, they're the ones sticking together in that mid lane. They didn't let Yehezkiel clear it on his own. They are the ones that are spreading out apart and getting more effective movement right here because everyone is doing something. Pushing the wave, getting extra farm. And you can see the gold lead from about 200. It's kind of extending up to like 600. But for the most part, Iron and Fabian, the main carries on the side of Team Liquid, does still have the advantage. So that is something that Team Liquid want to hold on to.
All good. It looked a bit scary there with Mueza, but there was no one to follow it up.
Nope, not just yet. Watt's going to be able to push in that lane in the top side. What is this? Mueza, is he looking for a setup here? He does have his ultimate down.
Actually not available just yet, and you can see it. Maybe that's exactly why Team Liquid are grouping around, and particularly near the turrets. In case the Avatar of the Guardian comes through, they have no vision on Mueza right here. He's doing a great job just waiting around in the bushes. So the threat of him out of nowhere arriving from the air is very feasible, very tangible. Fabian now going for a bit of a split push play situation as the next Lord is coming up. Chorizo already in position to try and alter that situation, but Team Liquid, if they can force a fight here without Chorizo, this could be the window that they can use.
Is this it? See, it's not Fabian going for that split push. They're trying to handle Chorizo on the side lane. right? TLID, they usually play the macro so well, but it looks like Del United have more pressure on these side lanes. Meanwhile,
Aran going in with the glorious path. They go on to Ray, but he's still going to be able to find the retribution. His Aaron Chicky jumps into some on-force. Avatar getting Moeza out. It's still in the real world of Light, but Ray gets his Spear of Alpha. Witty gets this play. Fabian comes in to get Ray. Sorizo with a flicker onward. Aaron purifies out of it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Fabian tries to go for a clear, but it's a win for Dewa.
Fabian going straight for the trades as we expected, but won't have time to go for the orange. And look at Sorizo, man, immediately reading the habits through.
Oh no, Case.
Looking for information.
Case is a dead man. Fabian, 1-2. Oh, what a combo, too. Starts it with a fracture to get the passive to follow it up, and then sneaks past Sorizo like he's nothing.
Sorizo doesn't have flicker, so he shouldn't be able to get this. But it does give them an advantage, right? It does give them a little bit more of a fighting chance. But honestly, that entire lore take, it felt like Dewa United were outsmarting TLID just a bit because of Sorizo.
It seems like Team Liquid, you would expect them to punish Sorizo first when the timing is right, but the timing on Sorizo's movements also is just orchestrated so much better.
Yeah.
And if you look at the items though, real quick, Wishing Lantern for both the mid laners, no Enchanted Talisman, no mana boots. The focus has shifted here from spamming those spells to having that one massive moment with your spells. And that is what both mid laners are looking for.
Oh, is Fabian going to get his purple buff? Ray is in the vicinity. He also does still have that retribution, but they're not going to go for it. Aran was still able to zone him out. But meanwhile, Watt is busy in the top lane.
Wow.
But that's it.
I really think it might be the Gatot pressure, man. Literally. They're just not really confident in sending out anyone without mobility to solo defend, just in case. Just like that. They're just concerned about the potential engagers, and Team Liquid, they're allowing Dewa to get the space. Look at this, even in the bottom lane, the minions are taking the turret down as Sorizo lends a hand. This is 11 minutes, guys, and they're losing most of their turrets now. Only the one in the mid lane standing there.
Well played, man. Really well played by Dewa United here. They're seeing their improvement live as well. Up against CLID, they rise to the occasion. Oh, man. Fabian is waiting in that bush, canceling his recalls. Let's see if Dewa actually read it out. The crowd also waiting for a moment. Seems everybody's holding their breath. No, not Case again. Please, not Case again. He's had enough.
Fabian's not recalling.
Go for the angle onto Case again. Fabian finds it and escape. Gets out the Spear of Alpha. Fabian with the great escape. What an angle! Now Ray's gonna be trying to use the Spear of Alpha already! The real world manipulation locks him down! It is Ray against the world trying to survive, but the horse stomps him on his head as he's unconscious. Aaron gets in to dish out the last bit of damage. Wow, Fabian!
Patience, right? Patience! He nearly went in for the recall, but the fact was Yehezkiel was able to open up the map, give him information to make that incredible play. Without Kaze in the picture, TLID, it was a green light for them to go in for the advance, go in for the team fight, and take 3 members down in return. Look at them as now steamrolling over Dewa United structures, while Fabian is very quick to the Lord.
Just like that, Lord and 2 mid turrets. Gold advantage though isn't that high, but Fabian with the play OD. What in the world is going on, man? We see assassins, and usually it's all about the mechanics. It's all about the flashy moments. But Fabian, it's the big brain approach. These traps, these rotations. The guy is so good. Now with the Lord coming through, 1k gold lead, Team Liquid are gonna get at least 2 turrets. The wave on the top side isn't even managed just yet. It was definitely gonna get taken down.
And now Aaron Shiki picks up a Divine Glaive, so he already has the Holy Crystal earlier on. Now with the Divine Glaive, Arashi.
The longer the game goes, the more important the gold laners become in outputting the damage, the more value Weedy will end up having on the Bulwark. In that one team fight, we saw Watt jump in to try and save the day, but the Bulwark immediately stonewalls him. Now playing the defense game against a Heave. This is a tough situation to be in for Dewa United.
Lord coming in the mid lane, that's an enhanced Lord. Meanwhile, up top, Fabian is going to try to manipulate the waves for the second wave to come in. Bottom lane, no waves to play with. Liquid still playing around with it. Sorizo getting bursted down quite a bit. The Numenon Blast charges in with a flicker. Connecting on the 3, but there's no follow-up. Oh, the fracture! Gets rid of Moessa. Ray goes to the Spear of Alpha, but again it is Fabian, the Usurper, who gets the kill. Moving away from it again. Aaron Shiki deals with Sorizo. 2-1 TLID.
And at the very end here, the Cavalry's charge was just too much for Dewa United to handle. Unfortunately today, the gods will have to bow down to the Cavalry, who literally utilized a horse in this game to charge into the base. By the way.
Liquid, they started slow, they were stuttering around. But then once they saw the opportunity, they found that moment, everything came crashing down for Dewa United. You can see the disappointment in the face of Coach Raizan. It was a great attempt. It was possible. For a small moment, it was possible.
Yep.
But Team Liquid says no.
Team Liquid says sabar, 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 sabar.
Patience. And they got that patience, man. Fabian, what a start. Aaron Shiki performing. Yehezkiel, this team is so full of potential. 2, 1, 1 plus 1, 2. We got some quick maths there from Fabian.
Very quick. Almost as quick as those plays on that Nolan, man. This is why that Nolan pick is so feared. It functions as a frontline deletion tool, a backline deletion tool, and a farming machine all in the same vein. It's just so good. And in the hands of someone like Fabian, that's flexible, that's creative, even more menacing.
The thing is, it's not just his mechanics, right? He's so smart.
He is, he really is.
He's really smart in every single situation. Whether it be his move onto Case, whether it be him on the Ling earlier on in game number 2, despite them losing it, it shouldn't have lasted as long as it did. And that, again, right, the moment that he went in for the strike, he knew that there was nobody that could stop him get in that damage. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk to the Cavalry. Let's talk to TLID, the victors, a 2-1 to close out week number 5.
The Sigma Team, inilah dia the Team Liquid ID. Memenangkan leg kedua, match pembukaan mereka dengan 2-1. Bagaimana suasana hati kalian di leg kedua ini?
Alhamdulillah menang.
Alhamdulillah menang. Tapi tadi menangnya kayaknya lumayan pot-potan ya?
Iya susah soalnya ada Gatot Kaca.
Ada Gatot Kaca. Jadi ini Gatot Kaca penyebab kalian 3 game kah?
Enggak Bude. Gara-gara gua nggak fokus saya ngantuk soalnya.
Kenapa ngantuk kamu? Kenapa Aaron?
Kurang asik.
Apanya yang kurang asik?
Permainan mereka itu loh.
Waduh, permainannya kayak apa sih?
Tabrak-tabrak masuk.
Tabrak-tabrak masuk. Tapi game kedua, itu gara-gara kamu ngantuk jadi?
Ya kali.
Ya kali. Yang lainnya, ini Aaron kalau ngantuk kalian bantunya dengan apa? Biar melek lagi. Diapain Fabian?
Dipukul.
Enggak. Cepet-cepet dikit ya.
Enggak, bercanda.
Namun Fabian tadi kamu menciptakan momen terakhir, comeback terakhir, itu gara-gara kamu mengoceh mereka kah? Mengecok mereka kah?
Iya soalnya Nolan hero aku banget deh.
Salah gak sih mereka ngasih kamu Nolan?
Salah banget itu.
Waduh. Jadi kalau bisa di-list kesalahan di leg kedua ini apa aja nih? Melepas Nolanmu 1.
Melepas Nolan, ya Nolan doang sih. Soalnya tadi game 1, game 2 kan kalah. Maksudnya game 1 kurang ini kan, aku kurang tampil. Terus game 2 kalah. Nah terus game 3-nya dikasih Nolan, ya udah menang deh.
Asik deh, happy deh.
Happy dong.
Lebih happy mana? Fanny apa Nolan?
Tetap Fanny.
Tetap Fanny. Oke, bakal dilepas gak sih? Kamu ngarepin gak sih ada tim yang berani ngelepas Fanny-mu?
Gak ada yang berani. Yang berani cuma yang ada mental aja sih.
Waduh, tim mana yang punya mental, yang berani melepas? Fanny dari Fabian. Kita nantikan ya, diharapkan ya. Tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong tadi Gatot Kaca disebut-sebut berarti Widi ini. Widi menghadapi Gatot Kaca kembali di panggung MPL Indonesia. Widi, bagaimana kamu menghadapi Gatot Kaca di match ini?
Yang kali ini agak susah sih, soalnya waktu lawan Gatot, match up-annya anak kecil semua hero-nya. Gak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
Kali ini lebih karena hero kalian anak-anak kecil?
Iya, hero-nya Angela kan tadi, gak bisa.
Jadi hanya bisa berpasrah.
Ya mereka masuk cuma bisa lempar lope-lope dong.
Lempar lope-lope. Tapi kan kamu udah melawan berarti melihat Gatot Kaca di sini kayaknya lagi lumayan populer ya. Apa sih yang mungkin kamu bisa lihat perbedaan kayak yang mempopulerkan bisa dibilang Baloiski. Lalu tadi dimainkan oleh Mueza. Bagaimana kamu melihat dua player ini dengan Gatot Kacanya?
Ya bagus-bagus aja sih, mereka kan memaksimalkan potensinya kan. Terus juga timnya juga keren, bisa menyesuaikan gitu dengan strat Gatot Kaca. Soalnya kan emang hero-nya underrated gitu kan.
Widi bakal pakai Gatot Kaca nggak nanti?
Tergantung tim sama coach sih, ngebolehin apa enggak.
Tergantung tim dan coach. Tapi kalau Widi mau-mau aja ya?
Saber pun gas.
Saber pun gas? Wow, Widi seperti tak ada takutnya memakai hero apapun berarti nih.
Sesuai kebutuhan tim aja sih.
Sesuai kebutuhan tim, semuanya dipersiapkan oleh Widi. Tapi untuk melawan Dewa United, Budi lihat kamu sebagai mastermind di sini. Dengan kacamatamu, tesing. Apa yang kamu katakan? Atau apa yang kamu rencanakan saat melawan Dewa United?
Enggak sih, langsung mikirin besok libur mau kemana.
Weh, ini karena saking pedenya kah?
Enggak juga sih.
Enggak. Mau kemana emang?
Ya, tergantung lah besok mau bonding kemana kita.
Tergantung mau bonding kemana. Oke. Namun di sini Aran juga 2-1 Aran di leg kedua. Leg pertama 2-0 loh Aran. Apakah ini menandakan bahwa Dewa United atau tim-tim sudah mulai membaca kalian?
Enggak sih udah. Tadi game 2 emang bukan Dewa yang jago sih, kitanya aja yang banyak mistake gitu doang.
Banyak mistake.
Yeah.
Lalu game 3 juga nyaris banget tuh. Mistake-nya terjadi lagi kah?
Game 3 emang enggak sih, emang udah apa ya? Emang harus defensif aja sih tadi mainnya. Jadi kayak mereka kan hero-heronya agresif kan. Jadi kayak kita emang sesuai gameplay kita aja.
Tapi sesuai rencana berarti?
Ya sesuai rencana kita.
Oke, berarti pembukaan leg kedua 2-1 melawan Dewa. Next week ini yang seru banget nih. Ada Rebellion dan juga Fnatic Onyx di hadapan kalian. Menjadi minggu yang seperti apa nih untuk tim Liquid ID?
Onyx XP baru lagi kan, jadi menantiin lah lawan Onyx nanti gimana.
Nanti kan, siapa Aran yang bakal jadi lawanmu nanti? Lutfi atau?
Dua-duanya aku siap.
Dua-duanya siap?
Ya.
Nggak ada gentar sama sekali?
Nggak, udah aman.
Nggak ada, oke. Gimana kalau dengan Yeheskiel?
Ya bro.
Next week akan ada 2. Minggu ini di leg kedua pembukaan kalian 2-1. Apakah menandakan bahwa ini tim-tim semakin kuat?
Iya semakin kuat Dewa.
Dewa semakin kuat. Dan bagaimana nih tim-tim MPL juga kayaknya makin ketat dari SKL. Bagaimana supaya bisa terus keep up dan apa sih mungkin goals dari tim Liquid di leg kedua ini? Apakah top 2 atau?
Lolos upper bracket.
Lolos upper bracket.
Ya bro.
Satu tim semangat mencari itu.
Ya semangat bro.
Semangat mencari upper bracket. Bisa?
Pasti bisa.
Pasti bisa. Ya skill sudah berucap pasti bisa. Bude sih percaya ya. Tapi bagaimana dengan Iron Sigi? Apa motivasi terbesarmu nih untuk season 14 Iron Sigi?
Apa?
Motivasi terbesar di season 14 ini mungkin di leg kedua.
Mainnya menang. Nah.
Menang. Next week ada Rebellion dan juga Fnatic Onyx di depan mata.
Ya.
Ngelihat mereka seperti apa?
Seperti tim e-sport.
Seperti tim e-sport. Wow, terima kasih kita baru tahu. Lalu, melawan mereka, apa yang harus kita nantikan dari Iron Siki dan juga tim Liquid ID? Ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin untuk kedua tim ini?
Good luck, have fun.
Iron Siki, halo.
Ya halo Bude.
Closingan dong. Minggu kelima, silahkan ditutup.
Ya terima kasih yang udah nonton MPL ID season 14 untuk week kelima ini. Dan jangan lupa nonton kita di week ke-6. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Begitu ceria tim Liquid ID hari ini. 2-1 mereka dapatkan. Namun beri tepuk tangan untuk tim Liquid ID.
There you go. Congratulations once again to Team Liquid ID. Congratulations to the Cavalry for closing out in a 2-1 fashion. Sorry, I just want to apologize for my team earlier on. They were a little bit more humble than usual, but it's because Aaron said that he's sleepy.
Oh.
He
and
said,
Witty wants to go on a holiday.
yeah, so Dewa was like, Dewa's gameplay made them sleepy, essentially.
He said all they
That's
did.
what he said.
All they did was just
go in.
Go in. Exactly. It was so boring.
You know what? I actually agree. That's what I've been saying for the longest time for Dewa too. They're just looking for fights across the board. And hey, Liquid, even Aran said, because Buddha asked him the question, what happened? Leg 1, you guys got the win 2-0. Is it Dewa improving? Is it the other teams finally getting a read on you? And I was like, nah, we just messed up in game number 2. We made a few too many mistakes. I love that.
There was that moment though where the great escape from Favian. That was such a big moment right here. It seems like Team Liquid were getting an advantage, but still, deep down, you kind of feel like, oh, Dewa can still come back from this. But once that play happened, you kind of knew that, man, that was the linchpin, man. And this man right here,
Flavor Fave.
Flavor Fave, the usurper, player of the match, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. He was saying, okay, we know we lost. I was on a pick that I can do well on, but not quite. But hey, the Nolan comes up and the game is over. Once I get that Nolan, it's just so me. It's really me, he says.
It's me. I am Nolan. Nolan is me.
Trying to be him too.
But you know, he says to all the teams out there, if you have the courage, if you have the strength, the mentality for it, try and open up my fanny.
Yeah. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Most teams will probably just want to look for a win, Fabian. But yes, your fanny is ridiculously good.
There's some moments like this where Sorizo was able to kind of distract the team long enough. So definitely, there are still loopholes here that they will try and cover. But for the most part, the adaptability, right? They tried fighting. They tried matching that macro using Fabian himself. And it really wasn't paying off. In these fights, they weren't really winning out. Fabian here, fortunately, was able to come in and get an extra kill. But all things considered, this was a trade at a deficit for Team Liquid. But moments like this, bro, Fabian, I don't know what it is. Is it the read? Is it just habits? Is it experience? He just finds himself in the right place at the right time. The Vexana that was so prioritized. And oh man, you can't even see his HP bar for a split second there.
He's cold with it, man.
He is able to just deny any effectiveness coming out of keys. And we talked about how important the Vexana is. It doesn't matter when you're dead.
Here's the thing, like, usually when assassins go in for a play like that, there's usually like a split second of hesitation, like they kind of dash to the side a bit or like move around in like a confused motion, but Fabian doesn't. Like, he knows exactly what he wants to do. He knows he's going to be able to achieve it, and he's already on the next thing that he wants to do. So let's hear the comms, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Kita buktikan mereka yang udah katain kita nggak lolos playoff ya. Tombok deh. Masuk boy. Lihat gue kena 4 boy, kena 4 boy. Kena 4 boy. Lihat gue. Dapat. Lagi. Chain boy. Nice boy. Itu dia loh. Itu dia. Bisa enable. Enable. Editnya di B5 sendiri.
Gatot di B1. Kita bisa mau tabrak nggak?
Tabrakan. Boleh. Ayo guys.
Buka.
Lihat gue. Gak sampai gue.
Goman.
Gas. Karinya gue tutup.
Ulti semua gue.
Gas. Alpha dulu. Aman boy. Kari gue tutup.
Mati Alpha.
Balik ya, abis 2 ini balik boy. Alpha dulu. Edit.
Masih kuat nih.
Edit boy. Nice.
Bisa lot ya guys?
Mid dulu. Masih bisa mid. Gue ada tameng.
Alhamdulillah.
Again, very impressive. Very impressive. Even in the comms as well, we heard everyone giving a little bit of information here and there. But the main shot call was still with Witty. Would mention,
Witty, the shot caller. Witty.
He's the mastermind.
He is. Mastermind Witty. He's MM. There's so many MMs nowadays. Lim Kocho,
Mastermind Witty. That's MW.
Who's the mastermind in Money Heist?
I don't even watch that.
I did not watch.
You guys don't watch Money Heist?
I did not.
Oh, wow.
I prefer my shows to be in English or Japanese.
Man, a little bit disappointed there, Miracle. But there it is, 14 minutes and 4 seconds is all it took for Team Liquid to go for it. And I like that they are also very level-headed, right?
Yeah.
TLID, it's not like they're overconfident.
Sabar. No, we don't hear that.
We don't hear that at all.
But it's really cool to see Weedy go like, yo, let's prove to everyone, man. They said we can't make it to playoffs. Let's get it done.
Who was the everyone though? I'm really wondering.
The shot caller?
No, who was the everyone that said they won't make it to playoffs? Like this roster.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I haven't heard it.
Because I can't relate. I don't think I've ever said that, you know, like, oh, this team ain't making it,
I thought you
bro.
meant like I can't relate because RQ's like.
I see. Okay.
Nah. Hang on a minute. I did not say that.
Show
off. Oh man, look at that goal difference over time though.
That massive dip in the end, man, because of what Fabian. That's what Fabian did.
What he did, Mita.
He literally created a trench in the world with what he did.
Yeah, literally opened up a fracture. Quite literally. That's why the Nolan is really him. And you can see it in real time. That hill, the red hill you see right there, is the moment where Dewa made a play. And that duration is all it took for Team Wicked to say, you know what, they're doing this. If we do this, we come out on top. That adaptation is crazy. We've seen it again and again. But bro, that is insane.
It's loco, man. Ese. It's crazy, man.
It's crazy.
What is
bro.
that?
It's loco.
Is that loco, man? Is this loco?
Why is it that? Why do you have to do this?
It's like loco.
That looks more like you're Is it loco like this? You know, like
yeah.
What is this?
But like, you know, let's talk about this instead. Audience highlight Dewa Haikal. Thank you so much, by the way. How can Dewa make a comeback in the next match? His insight is actually Dewa's gameplay is quite good, in my opinion. But TLID's macro play is really impressive. Maybe Mueza and I need to be more active.
And I?
Wait.
Haikal?
Wait.
Who? Hey, who are you, Haikal?
To
Are you K's?
avoid repeating the same mistakes in the future, this lineup is good. It just needs to be developed further. Keep up the spirit, Dewa team. Dewa Haikal?
Okay, Haikal, we know.
It's a little sus.
You try to infiltrate the system, huh? K's? Or Ray?
Who is it? We have to get to the bottom
What?
of this, man. Someone.
Maybe it's Mueza. He's trying to basically show that he isn't Mueza. That's why he said Mueza and I. You sneaky Mueza.
The
Dewa
mind
Haikal.
games.
We know who you are, Dewa Haikal.
We'll find out.
We'll
we have the
find
resources,
out.
bro. We will find you.
And we won't kill you, though.
That sounds really scary.
We will find you. But unlike Liam Neeson, we won't kill you.
I didn't say any of that.
don't think that we will find him. I mean, like, we'll know who he is, but we're not gonna like look for him.
We will.
We
Me
will.
and Arashi,
Yeah.
we will get
We're
to
on
the
a
bottom
mission.
of this.
I'm with
Detective.
Wadey on this. I just want to know where I'm going tomorrow.
Well, you know, different priorities, man. I want to know who Dewa Haikal is.
Yeah.
Because he said I. That's the only reason that we want to find out.
It is a little bit sus. I have
Very
to be
sus.
honest.
A little bit.
But let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the Kadia play of the day.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's wait.
Boom. Oh my god. I'm so low. I'm dodging again.
He doesn't even have an HP bar. Yeah, like you said, Arashi, that is so clean. It is not even close, baby. You can just hear his voice line, right? As he runs away with 0 HP. Not even close, baby.
Gets out of there. And we were talking about this when we were seeing the golden moment. Dude, like
he was cold. He was just like,
he
yeah,
got in. He got the
out.
kill. He caught everyone by surprise. Got them to move forward, backwards. And then Mueza, the whole time, the Gatot was a bit of a problem. Mueza used the Avatar of the Guardian backwards to try and catch him, and it didn't work. It's so much value in a single play, Vivian.
He was dishing out the damage. He was a really good baiter as well.
He was a master, you could say.
Yes, master.
Yeah.
Of baiting out resources.
Yes.
So let's take a look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35, 5G, and this is it.
Liquid are 4th with 6 and 3. They are tied with Fnatic Onyx.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
Let's go. I mean, let's go.
Guys, RQ, Arashi, Bigatron, me, Fnatic Onyx, Gani, Liquid, Eterna, Geekfam, Shepin. Hey, it's our time. The top 5 is an English desk.
Let's go.
Hey.
Has Realize found his team yet?
Onyx.
That's not fair.
Exactly right. He's a fan of Fnatic Onyx and Real Madrid.
What?
You know, man who goes with the flow, I guess.
It's boring.
Usually, we call those people glory hunters.
Glory hunters. I mean, it's fair. I mean, we don't...
Mr. Dika, on the other hand, shout out to our scriptwriter.
He's Evos for life.
He's Evos for life, and it does seem like Evos are about to lose their playoff lives.
Indeed. Indeed, indeed. But who is the rookie of the week?
Of course.
It's Mr. Fabian.
Scams everyone. Whoa.
What?
Rashi.
They used my
Okay,
quote.
hang on.
Just called him a scammer?
Scams everyone
I feel cheated,
by
bro.
acting like a mechanical god only to reveal a big brain mastermind. I like that.
Exactly. Because for the longest time, okay,
Hey, big man.
He's great at talking, he's great at the mechanical plays. I'm like, okay, cool, And then I see moments like this, and I'm like, you lied, bro. You lied to me.
Okay.
You made us think that you were someone else, but turns out you are BB as well. You are a big brain.
Exactly.
BBF, big brain Fabian.
He's a big boy, too, with that presence in the game, man.
Yeah, he's a con man, right? He's probably waiting outside of the parking lot just saying, big man, hey, big man, hey, big man, big man.
But what about the man of the player of the week?
Ooh.
There it is. Best EXP laner in Indonesia and still stays true. Wait, that's my own quote.
Mirko, take it away.
Realized.
Super Luke.
Super Luke.
Super Luke. Super Luke. Super Luke. XP in Indonesia. You know why they didn't use my quote? Because I literally just wrote best XP in Indo. That's all I wrote. Who was the first team? Who did I vote for first team last season? This ain't just because he's Bigatron. I know you guys are probably gonna say, Mirko, yeah, now he's in Bigatron. He's the best XP, so all of a sudden Mirko is biased. No. Last season, for first team, I voted for Luke. You guys can check out the video. I made it. I said Luke best XP. It was a blessing, really, that he joined Bigatron for me. He's such a good player.
Man, just like that, though, we're at next week's schedules already. This week is done. That was the last match of the week, and there's a lot of fun ones, man. Bigatron and Dewa, ooh, that's already a tough one. Immediately on Friday, Fnatic, Onyx, and RRQ, though, on Saturday. Bro.
Fine.
And then later on, RRQ, Bigatron.
Oh, this is an insane week. Week 6 is going crazy.
Gonna be fire.
Team Liquid against Fnatic, Onyx, Eterna.
Oh, man.
I'm not worried.
That's the battle for top 3.
Oh, it's the battle for top 3.
Wait, guys, if RRQ lose and then Bigatron lose, Fnatic, Onyx, wait, TLID, do they have a chance to... Yes, if TLID win against Rebellion and Fnatic, Onyx, TLID have a chance to go top 2.
Okay, calm down.
Oh, yo, this
yes.
top 4, top 5 is so fun.
Let's go.
Geek Fam. Oh my, Geek Fam. Oh, dude, this is so fun. I'm actually so excited for week 6.
And it's all gonna fall down on the final day of week 6, right? It's gonna...
Ooh.
Man, Sunday's gonna be a great day. Are you guys casting on Sunday?
I hope I am.
Yeah, I think I am, but man, that... Can we just skip? I don't even want to go through the weekday, bro. Like, those matches are getting me pumped up already. Or witty.
Witty?
Witty.
Okay. Unexpected there. But you know what is expected?
What? I mean, what?
Not what from Dewa United. No. It's GoPay. Right? With the new app, the gamer wallet that packs a punch with GoPay. You can vote for the winner of each MPL Season 14 match and get guaranteed GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token with every vote as well. So double value. You collect those tokens, you exchange them for free skins, GoPay coins, and gaming smartphones. And you thought that was crazy? Electric motorcycles. You got issues getting around? GoPay helps you get around from the app and also by getting you an electric, what do you call it? Electric scooter.
Motorcycle,
same thing.
Eco-friendly.
Eco-friendly. That's what we need right now. In Indonesia, it's a well-known fact in Jakarta, pollution is pretty bad. So if you are in Jakarta, help us, help everyone in the community by going with GoPay.
And on that note, right, on the topic of GoPay, ladies and gentlemen, it's essential ammunition for gamers, also known as phone credit. So if you guys need that, you can keep playing smoothly. And in the GoPay app, you can actually buy phone credit at the lowest of prices. I personally do use it myself. And by the way, you can also make transfers per month to anywhere without any admin fees.
Oh, no admin fees?
Nope. And if you have friends, let's say, right?
What if you don't have friends?
You know, we can pretend like you have friends. That's totally fine. You guys can actually use a split bill mechanism in the app as well. So go ahead. What are you waiting for? Download it. Scan the QR code right down below.
Okay, then I guess I'll have to pretend that I have friends.
You can draw it. I'll draw you the friends.
What?
I'll draw him friends. Okay.
This is next level art.
There you go. Oh man, they can't see it.
The lighting.
But I drew one person here.
Covered and maybe get the...
And one person.
Has
wow, yeah, effective. It's just
Has anyone
The
ever...
shadow.
Eternal, has anyone ever told you that you're artistic?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
I am
see
super
the artistic
artistic.
qualities, man.
Yeah.
You like music?
Yeah.
Because then you could be artistic and acoustic.
Exactly.
Because, you know, I'm always...
Meant to be challenged.
Yes, exactly. Official merchandise, by the way, from Erigo, you know.
Wherever
we
you
saw, Onwawa rocking it on the
Oh
caster
yeah, he
desk.
was yesterday.
So literally everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Wherever you
I'll
go.
tell you after this, right?
Whenever you go. Erigo is
There we
the
go.
answer.
Today is a Sunday.
Tomorrow
is not a Saturday.
It's not. It's not.
Tomorrow.
It's not. It's not. But speaking of Saturdays, which was yesterday, yes.
Yesterday, not tomorrow.
You know what? Yeah. You know, Arashi, save us.
Well, if yesterday is Saturday, then you want to get that secret weapon for dominating the battlefield, man.
Exactly.
That secret eyewear available at www.saturdays.com.
Saturdays yesterday.
And all of their Saturday stores. Even though it's yesterday, it's also next week. So stay up to date by following @Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok, as we have something new coming in for season 14. We are all waiting in anticipation, but it's not here just yet.
Not yet. You guys have
Not
to
here
wait.
just yet. You have to wait, and we also have to wait for the upcoming matches here for Dewa United, right? Bigatron, oh man. Bigatron up next alongside with Evo's Glory. What?
Why, oh man? You think they're not going to win against Bigatron?
No.
Oh. It's so sad. Whenever I see Bigatron go up against Dewa now, I feel kind of
Chorizo.
like mixed. Yeah, because it's like, Chorizo is my boy, man.
Mr. Muscle.
Just like RQ versus Bigatron, Cascute and NMM, and Dyron.
How do you feel about this though, Eterna? Team Liquid.
I feel pretty confident, right? Rebellion up next, as well as Fnatic Onyx. By
Pretty
the way,
confident.
there are still tickets available, ladies and gentlemen, for the Rebellion match. Unfortunately, the Fnatic Onyx one is already sold out. But
To no
yeah,
one's surprise.
I hope I'm casting this with Gani. I'd
Oh,
love
that would be
that.
such a good moment.
Then you guys are going to have to be, you know, kind of, you'll have to sit on the right. Gani's going to have to sit in the all the way in the left. Someone's going to have to, you know, referee that
It's fine.
matchup.
I'll anchor from there.
Okay, there you go.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
If we're not there, right? I think next week, even if you're not really on duty, we're
Buy
gonna
tickets.
find a way to get here, man. Those are some fire matches that we cannot afford to miss out, and you guys shouldn't miss out on it too.
Fire.
Get the MPL Season 14 tickets here, only on their website, right? Regular season from August 9th to October 6th, 2024, and you get a 10% discount and 10k GoPay coins cashback for a limited quota if you pay with GoPay. That's why we were talking about GoPay earlier. The tickets start from 85k. 10% of that, I can't do math.
Me neither. 8.5.
Yeah.
I said it
Put
first.
the decimal point down.
Is it just 8.5?
Yeah, 8.5k cashback.
Yeah.
Go pay coins.
Yeah, okay. Value.
Just put the decimal.
I'll take it.
Really? Wait, let me just...
You put it on a calculator?
Yeah, keep talking.
All right.
Better
10.
than 100.
Okay.
They are
80 what?
actually bringing up a calculator.
85,000. 000.
Yeah, it's 8.5. I was just making sure.
Really?
You know, it's
Luckily, you have a
for you
Samsung
guys.
phone.
It's for you guys to learn. You know, you don't always absorb everything that you hear. All right.
Please don't absorb. what-
Don't like.
some
don't
of the
do
things
that.
we say.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
my name is Eterna,
I'm Mirko.
and he is.
Arashi.
And we're gonna be signing out for this week. We'll see you next week for week number 6 for MPL ID season 14. We own this.
Otot kawat tulang besi. Wahai Superfans, terima kasih. Senang sekali tentunya di minggu yang kelima ini semua perjuangan dari 9 tim. Mereka telah menyelesaikan leg pertama dan memulai leg yang kedua. Tentu saja bukan hanya menjadi yang terbaik yang menjadi tujuan mereka, namun mengharumkan nama Indonesia di kancah internasional untuk M6 World Championship. Dan tentu semua Superfans turut serta menjadi saksi, menjadi support system untuk lahirnya sang satu juara atau dua wakil dari Indonesia yang akan lahir di season 14 ini. Namun sebelum itu Budi ingin berterima kasih pula kepada para sponsor dan partner karena MPL Indonesia season 14 powered by Munton, presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet, GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner, UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports. Ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, dan Witring. Beserta dengan suppliers ada Erigo, Klik Indomaret, Yummy's Choice, dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari yang begitu panjang tentunya kita saksikan perjuangan dari 3 match di penutupan minggu yang kelima. Namun mereka akan kembali lagi hadir dengan strategi baru dan juga tentu line up yang mungkin kita nggak sangka. Siapakah yang akan mengisi di minggu yang ke-6? Kita akan saksikan bersama-sama dan nantikan. Dan tentu saja di sini Bude Clara Mongsar mengucapkan terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di minggu yang ke-6 di MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
masih jalani